So last year, I released a 4-hour faceless Instagram theme page course, and it became one of my best performing videos yet. It's helped thousands of people start or scale their own profitable Instagram business without having to show their face online or spend a single penny on ads. But since that course was released, a lot has changed. What worked last year isn't necessarily what works best today. There's new and improved ways to create viral content, more monetization opportunities, and updated AI tools which have made all this a lot more effective and efficient. And that's why I've decided to put together and release a brand new, up-to-date course which goes into even more depth than the last one. I'm giving you essentially everything you need to thrive in this booming creator economy, which is only getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. And I'm not just saying this, I'm speaking from my own experience. In the last year alone, I've grown over 2 million followers across my network of faceless Instagram pages, made multiple six figures, built an amazing team which handles most of the work for me, and built an inner circle of over 100 active members scaling their theme pages, all at the age of 22 years old. Look, Instagram has over 3 billion active users and 98% of them are just consumers. That leaves the 2%, the creators, so much opportunity to capitalize off this gap and supply the demand. And doing this is exactly how I went from working at an ice cream shop 3 years ago as a broke college student with no direction to building my own 6-figure theme page empire, which allows me to work for myself, have complete time, location, and financial freedom, travel the world, give back to my loved ones, and overall live life to the absolute fullest. And just to be crystal clear, in this course, there's no fluff and no BS like all the other videos out there. It's very direct and very straight to the point. As you go through it, you're gonna learn everything from the basics like picking a profitable niche, to mastering the Instagram algorithm, to creating content that allows you to go viral consistently and predictably, to the most effective ways to monetize your page, and even how to automate and scale it. And also throughout this video, I'll be giving you everything that I'm actually using today, like the best websites and AI tools to use, AI prompts, growth strategies, the best monetization methods, and more, so you have the highest chance of becoming successful with what I'm about to show you. And I'm so excited this is finally live because I know it will genuinely help you out a ton with everything that I'm about to show you throughout this video, the same way it's helped me. Overall, this is something that I wish I had access to myself when I was first getting started with this business. So with all of this being said, make this video full screen and grab a pen and paper for some notes to get ready for the most valuable video that you've ever watched on YouTube. Let's get straight into it. All right, welcome to the complete 2026 Faceless Instagram theme page course. As you guys know, I'm super hyped to be releasing and going over this with you today. It's been a long time in the making, and yeah, without further ado, let's just dive straight into it. So firstly, just to give you some context on what exactly we'll be going over today and what you'll be learning about. First up, module 1 is my story and my journey. This is just going over the different milestones that I hit along the way, what that looked like for me personally on my journey. Overall, just kind of going over the process on how I got to where I am today. I really believe this will be insightful and inspiring for you, just to kind of get us kicked off. Module 2 will be theme page essentials. This will be giving you everything you need to know about what exactly theme pages are, how exactly they work, just kind of giving you a high-level overview on that. Module 3, set the foundations, just making sure everything is set up the right way from the beginning. Module 4, how to grow with viral content. Module 5, how to monetize the attention as you're getting the views, followers, and building the audience. Module 6, how to automate and scale this into a full-fledged business. And Module 7, which is mindset mastery. This is going to equip you with the right mindset to ensure that you have the highest likelihood of succeeding with the information that I'm about to give you today. All right. And yeah, with that being said, let's dive straight into module 1, which is my story. All right. Because I'm sure you guys are watching this right now. Some who maybe don't know me yet, thinking to yourself like, you know, who even is this guy and why is he qualified to teach me about theme pages in the first place? Right. Which is a completely valid question in this whole like social media environment. So just to give you some context, my name is Pasha Mogadam. I'm 22 years old, even though a lot of people say I look like, 25 or 26. I think it's because of the beard, but I am 22, I swear. And I was born and raised in California. This is still where I'm living today. And really where everything got started for me was 3 years ago when I was a lost college student and I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. I just had no direction. And I was working a few different jobs because, I was always driven. I was always like serious about making something of myself. I just didn't really know how, but what I did know was that money helps with that, right? And how do you get money? You work a job when you don't know any better, right? So I worked a few jobs. I was an ice cream scooper at Cold Stone. If you're from the US, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's the ice cream chain. And I was also a lifeguard, and I was also a hotel worker. All right, so these were the jobs that I was working. And for all of these jobs, they were all mindless and repetitive tasks every single day. So I would show up and day in, day out be doing like the same mindless, brainless, repetitive tasks every single day. Like I didn't even have to like think about what I was doing. I was never thinking. I wasn't learning anything. There was no room to grow. Like for example, at Cold Stone, I was just scooping ice cream into buckets, mopping the floors, washing the dishes. As a lifeguard, this was so boring. I was just staring at water all day. And a hotel worker, I would just sit in this chair right here, and I'd get phone calls from people in rooms asking to bring them or for me to bring them certain things like a blanket, soap, toothpaste, a hair comb. So I was literally kind of just like a monkey. I hear something and then I like deliver. I hear something, deliver. Same with all of these jobs. Like I was never thinking. It was just repetitive tasks every day, which really bothered me. I wasn't learning anything. I wasn't growing or anything. I also had, fixed income, so I was just trading my time for money. So no matter how hard I worked, no matter how well I was doing the job, I was still getting the same paycheck at the end of the week, right? And that really, really bothered me because that kind of like made me feel I had like limits. I was restricted. There was only like there was a cap to how much that I could make, no matter how hard I could work. And that didn't sit right with me, it didn't make me motivated to go to work or to really do anything at the job. And I also had little to no flexibility and freedom. So at the end of the day, I was working for someone else. I had a boss. I had to be at a certain place at a certain time, and I couldn't really do anything about it, right? This was my employer. They kind of dictate when I do what I do and what I do. And as someone who likes his autonomy, this really bothered me because I want to be able to like kind of do what I want throughout the day. And I was always being scheduled at inconvenient times on inconvenient days. I even had to work on a Christmas Eve one time at night, the closing shift, instead of being with my family. So I knew I wasn't going to like work these types of jobs like my whole life. This was just kind of when I was a little younger, but I also thought about kind of the future because the same would be for the type of jobs that I'd be working later on, just like for some corporation, some desk job, some 9 to 5. It'd probably, again, be mindless, repetitive tasks, still fixed income. I'm still having a boss. So even though I wasn't like working that type of job already, I knew that's not what I wanted. And I knew that I wasn't living up to my full potential. I knew that I was capable of so much more than just living like an average life. And, some people are completely fine with living an average life. They could just work a regular job and retire when they're 60 years old. And in the meantime, like have to budget, go on like one trip a year and have a boss and sit at a desk for 8 hours a day and have no problem with it. And that's fine. That's their prerogative. But for me, that's not what I wanted. And I knew I had more potential and I was capable of finding a different way, right? Especially because at this time, while all of this was going on, like I'd see people online who were my age or younger, and they were like building businesses, traveling the world with their friends, making a ton of money, and just living more of the life that I wanted for myself, right? A life of freedom, of flexibility, of all these different things. And I knew that that wasn't what I was going to live if I kind of continued on the path that I was on. Right. But this is really what bothered me the most is I knew I wasn't living up to my full potential, and seeing these other people, like I saw them. I'm like, these people are no better than me. These people are no smarter than me, no harder working than me. If they can do it, like I can do it too. Like, why can't I do it? That's kind of like the way that I thought about it. Right. And the thing that all these people had in common was they were making money online one way or another. Right. So I was like, you know what? That's where I need to start. I need to figure that out. Right. So I knew I had to figure out how to make a source of income online. All right. That was kind of like my realization, my first foot in the door. And long story short, I tried multiple different things. I tried like YouTube automation. I tried drop shipping. I think everyone tries drop shipping at some point. Amazon FBA, a little bit of trading. And I made a little bit of money, but most of the time I just lost money and it just didn't work out. And it was pretty discouraging, to be honest. And I like reconsidered things, let's say a couple times, but I knew that I didn't have any other choice, right? I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to give up. I had to figure something out. And I came kind of to the realization that really the key to making money online, to building a source of income, was having an online audience. That's where everything sort of clicked for me. Um, that was like the key, let's put it that way. And I knew that a lot of people were doing like personal brands and stuff, but I never really wanted to do that. I didn't want to be like a cringy influencer and, dance in front of the camera and like show myself every day and talk about my life. Like, I'm more of an introverted person, wanted to be behind the scenes, let's say. And that's when I came across theme pages or like faceless pages where you could still get the benefits of social media, of getting attention, of building an audience, but you didn't have to show yourself. You didn't have to like have a face or an identity attached to it. And that's where I was like, okay, this is where I need to be, right? This is what I need to really go all in on, right? So I learned what I could about it. I kind of got started with it, and I ended up reaching my first 20K followers after 5 months. So I made a little bit of progress. I believe I got a little lucky earlier on because I got a couple viral reels, which like pretty much brought me all these followers. But as time went on, like I was definitely stuck. Like I plateaued. I started getting like a consistent few thousand views. I couldn't really go viral again, no matter what I tried. I think I got to a point where I was even losing followers at some point. So I was like, shit. And I wasn't making any money at this point. I mean, I had no idea where to even start when it came to monetizing. And yeah, if we go down here, I overall had no direction. I had no clarity, no idea what I was doing, no structured blueprint or roadmap. I was just doing trial and error, throwing shit at the wall, hoping that it stuck, relying on just like YouTube videos, just watching some like surface level videos that were just general and not really custom to me. And I tried looking at other pages, trying to see what they're doing and like copy them. That didn't get me really far. I also tried getting like, some $15 or $27 courses, little shitty courses I thought might help, but that was all just like general knowledge and outdated stuff. So I was really stuck at this point. No matter what I tried, I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. I just didn't know what I was doing wrong. I had blind spots. And, I got to a point where I'm like, okay, well, this is not working. This is kind of the consensus I came to. I'm like, you know what? If I really want to make this work, if I want to do this the right way, and probably what I should have done a lot earlier was like get some help, right? So I didn't have to waste any more time trying to do this trial and error, which clearly wasn't working for me up to this point, right? So I seeked out some help, and this is when I decided to invest most of my money into my first mentor. So it was 2,500 pounds, which is like $3,300. And at the time I was like 19, maybe 18 and a half. And I had saved up like between 4 to 5,000 from the different jobs that I was working. So this was literally more than half of my money. So it was definitely a huge step. I was nervous. I was scared. I wasn't even fully certain. I just had a good feeling about it. And overall, I knew I had to do something, right? I couldn't just continue doing what I was doing, which wasn't working. I wasn't going to quit. I had to figure something out, right? So it felt like I didn't really have a choice. And fortunately for me, I found a good mentor, right? This person was great, genuinely wanted to help me out. And I was able to finally kind of learn from someone who was in the position that I wanted to be in. So instead of doing the trial and error, I could like learn from this person, learn from their mistakes that they already made. They were a lot more experienced than me. They could kind of show me the ropes. And from working and learning directly from him, this is where I started to actually see some results. So 2 months later, I crossed 100K followers and hit 2K a month. All right. So these were like the first substantial results that I finally was able to hit with online business. So as soon as I started working with him, like I understood what to change with my content, how to actually go viral more consistently, like the different ways to monetize my page, how to actually go about that, what actually works, what doesn't work. And I managed to get these types of results earlier on. And this is what changed the game for me, because it was like the first substantial money that I had ever made online. And I'm like, you know what? This is the foundation, right? This shows me the proof of concept, kind of gives me a platform to be like, okay, this works. Now, if I'm only putting a few hours a day in and getting these results, like how much could I succeed if I do more, right? So at this point, I'm like, okay, this is the proof of concept. I transitioned out of my job to do this full time because I was out earning my job. And I put my foot on the pedal and haven't looked back really ever since. And fast forward to now, I've built a network of over 3 million followers on Instagram, scaled to consistent 20 to 30K months, and essentially put myself in the position that I had always wanted to be in back when, when I was working at Cold Stone, for example. Like, I'm in a position now where I have full time and location and financial freedom. I can travel. I can even bring my laptop and work from there, make money still. I can go wherever I want, kind of get whatever I want, and provide for my parents, get them nice gifts, take them to dinner. These are things that I'd always wanted, and I've managed to achieve it. And I'm blessed, and I'm grateful, and I'm not fully satisfied with where I am right now. Of course, I still have more goals that I'm looking to achieve. Although, it's nice knowing that you set your mind to something and you achieved it, right? And I don't say this to say, oh, look at me, I'm so much better than you. Like, that's not why I'm saying this. I say it to hopefully inspire you, to show you what's possible, because, I started probably not too different than, you on the other side of the screen, just like trying to figure it out, watching different tutorials. Maybe you're working a job and you're trying to figure it out. So I just want to inspire you and show you that it's actually possible. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to happen overnight. No one's saying that. Well, some gurus online are, but don't listen to them. It's possible, right? And I like sharing my story and sharing my journey just to show people that, right? That they could also achieve it too, right? Because why can I and you can't, right? That's the mindset that you need to have. And along the way, I've also helped over 120 others do the same, right? So if you see these screenshots on the screen here, these are all people that I am working with. And we could dive into some of these people specifically. This is Matthias, Lou, Michael, Jason here, Lucas, Alec, Alicia. And you can see some of the pages on the screen as well. Like, she runs the page Female Evolution. Actually, crazy story with this page. She started it less than 2 months ago, and now it's over 110,000 followers. This is an old screenshot here, but you can check it now. Brandon, he's also almost at 1 million followers as well. And you could take a look at these other screenshots here. But yeah, I work with some great people. I'm blessed. I've been able to put myself in this position now where I know enough and have the skills that I could kind of transfer it down to others and help them out along the journey as well. And you could also see more examples of this on my highlights on Instagram at Pashamoga. I'm very transparent with who I work with. I document all the results. You could cross-reference a lot of these people and the results and the screenshots. I have them all documented and organized on my page. But overall, just to put it simply, I've spent years figuring things out, trial and error, experimenting, split testing. I've invested over $35,000 at this point to other courses, mentors, programs, masterminds, just to get access to certain information, to get access to the right people. And just from those investments, as well as my own experiences and learning lessons, that's how I've managed to put myself in the position that I am right now, as well as help the people that I've been able to help, right? And that's exactly what I'll be going over each step of the way throughout this free course on YouTube. From all the way at the beginning, the humble beginnings of working at Cold Stone, working the different jobs, to seeing the first initial results, to being able to scale, turn this into a full-fledged business, get to where I am today, how I've helped others. That's exactly what I'm going to be breaking down step by step in this course for you today. So stay till the end, pay attention. Like I said, grab the pen and paper for some notes because we're about to dive in and it's going to get serious. All right. So yeah, I will see you in the next module. All right. Now, welcome to module 2, where we'll be going over the theme page essentials. It's really important to get clear on and overview these concepts and foundations before we move forward with the next steps. All right, so first and foremost, what exactly are faceless Instagram theme pages? Some of you watching may already know or have a good idea, others may not. Regardless, it's super important to get clear on this. So theme pages are essentially pages on Instagram where the owner doesn't show their face or reveal their identity at all. It's completely anonymous. What these pages do is they focus entirely on a specific theme or topic or niche, right? And these could be any types of topics. It could be anything related to health, fitness, business, entrepreneurship, stoicism, mindset. There's all these different types of niches or topics, which we're going to go over in a little bit more detail in the next module. So some of these that you could see on the screen here, this is wealth. This is one of the most prominent theme pages on Instagram. And you could see in the bio, it's very descriptive of what the page is about. the leading source of all things business, tech, and news. So anything to do with wealth, money, business, you could see from these pinned posts here. Netflix wins bid war about Warner Bros. Richest people who have ever lived, the most expensive things humans have created. So anything that has to do with like money or wealth or news or updates or business or tech, this is the page for that, right? So that's kind of like the topic or theme that this page revolves around, right? This one here, ChatGPT tricks. So this is all about AI and more specifically like with ChatGPT, OpenAI. So all the content, whether it's like posts, reels, any type of content coming from this page revolves around this topic. And then this one's also a different type of AI page, right? Which posts anything that has to do with AI, right? And not ChatGPT focused, but just AI focused, a bit more broad. And yeah, for all of these pages, nobody knows who the owner is and it's completely anonymous. And think about it as like a personal brand, but traditionally with personal brands, like someone shows their face and talks about their life and different things that are important to them, which allows them to build an audience and gain influence and gain a following. So this is the same exact concept as that, except the page is not reliant on a specific person or a specific identity, right? But it is reliant on a specific topic or niche, right? So you can see different examples of these on the screen here. And there's also dozens and dozens and dozens of different types of topics and niches that people build Instagram faceless pages around and are able to grow and monetize, right? So like I said, we'll be going over some of those a little bit more in the next module. So this is exactly what theme pages are, just to set that straight, all right? Now, I want to go over how exactly faceless Instagram theme pages work, all right? Because it is fairly simple, although again, it's important just to set this straight from the beginning. So it is really two main steps, right? There's not too many moving pieces. It's not multifaceted. It's not really complex. It comes down to really just these two steps here. One is generate attention, right? And you do this by posting content, high quality content, of course, which allows you to get views, get followers, and grow an online audience, right? Build a platform of people who have similar interests in similar things by posting this content, right? So you're generating attention, you're getting the eyeballs, you are showing up on people's feed, building the following, and just building your brand, right? Getting in front of the eyeballs. And then once you generate that attention, obviously that's not enough. That's not going to make us money. That's not going to make this a business. We convert that attention, right? We convert the views, the followers, the audience into income through multiple different methods or mechanisms. And this could be like advertising or paid promos or shout outs where other companies or brands or creators will pay you to get access to your audience, right? To promote something in front of them because now you're sitting on a valuable asset and people want to get in front of those eyeballs that you've built. And then also you could do digital products, newsletters, you could get paid from views in many cases. And there's a lot more different ways to monetize that we'll be going over in the future modules as well. But this is really the foundations of how exactly faceless pages work. You post content, which allows you to get attention, generate the attention. The more attention you get, the better, right? The more eyeballs you have on your page, the better. And then you convert that attention. You have specific mechanisms or methods which you employ onto your page, which allows you to convert those views, followers, and audience into income. All right. This is essentially exactly how the model works. Again, it's not multifaceted. There's not too many moving pieces. It really just stems down to this. So if you can master these two main pillars, which we'll be going over today, you're going to be all set. All right. And the last thing that I want to go over is why theme pages are the best opportunity in 2026, best online opportunity. And obviously I'm biased, this is what I do. I've been doing it full time and it's been years now, but at the same time, I genuinely believe all these things and they're all true. Like they're literally rooted in facts. Like for example, it's an anonymous business. Like you don't need to show your face. You don't need to put yourself online, your identity. You don't need to be a cringy influencer and record everything that you do and really put yourself out there. There's no need for any of that. Right. And this is one of the biggest reasons that I got started with this business. Like obviously now I show myself and I have a presence and I talk about sort of what I've done, my journey and the lessons that I've learned, etc. But at the beginning, this is why I got started with this business. Like I'm more of a reserved person. Like I didn't want to have to put myself out there in order to get the benefits of social media and like the whole content world. I'd prefer to be behind the scenes. And also the familiarity with Instagram. Like everyone has Instagram. And everyone has been using it probably for years now, if not a decade. So everyone kind of understands how the platform works and, you see content coming on your feed and what that looks like. And maybe you pay attention to other theme pages that you've seen. And all it really comes down to is making that transition from a consumer to a producer, because you're already familiar with the platform. You already have it. You already use it probably every day. But as a consumer, you're consuming content, you're scrolling, you're wasting your time. And if you check your screen time, you're probably spending hours a day. But what are you getting out of it, really, aside from messing up your dopamine levels? So if you switch from a consumer to a producer, considering you're already familiar with the platform, you could just get the other side of the spectrum, right? You use the same exact platform, but instead of scrolling, you're using it to create as a creator, a producer, and you could get the benefits of content and growing an audience and monetizing with the same exact platform that you're all familiar with. All right, so that's another reason why this is such a great opportunity. Like me, everyone else, everyone's familiar with Instagram. Also, it's very beginner friendly. Like, it's very simple. We kind of just went over the model a second ago. It all comes down to generating attention and converting it. So there's not too many moving pieces. It's not very complex. You don't need to learn high level skills that take years to master in order to actually succeed with this business. And that's what makes this different compared to lots of other businesses that you hear people talking about online, Amazon FBA, YouTube automation. You have to learn real, skills that take a lot of time and aren't easy for beginners to kind of get started with at the beginning for those businesses. Also, the low barrier to entry to this business. You don't need any money to start. You can start a page for free from scratch today for $0. And all you need is Wi-Fi and Instagram to do it. All right. You don't need anything else. Literally Instagram and Wi-Fi and some discipline. It's all it takes to really get started with this business. Whereas others out there, you have to spend thousands of dollars up front into suppliers or products or inventory or a team to get started at the beginning, just to get your foot in the door. And for someone interested in business but doesn't have years of experience, that's not going to be the smartest thing to do. Whereas this one, it's literally $0. There's no reason anyone watching this wouldn't be able to literally start a theme page tomorrow, right? There's no barrier to entry. Like I say, lower barrier to entry, but there's really no barrier to entry as long as you have Wi-Fi and the app, of course, right? And also, theme pages could really leverage and take advantage of AI. The process and being able to make progress with this business has never been quicker and easier than it is right now. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be super quick and super easy and no challenges at all, and it's going to happen overnight, and that this is a get-rich-quick scheme. That is not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, which is true, is that this process has never been quicker and easier than it is right now. The amount of tools that we have access to when it comes to creating content, to tracking the data, to making monetization a lot more easier, makes this process so much more efficient and effective and gives us so much leverage in this whole digital environment. And that is obviously the future. Everyone knows that AI is going to be huge, not in just the next 10 years, but literally in the next few years. And, if AI is coming for your job, you may as well learn about it so that you can get the benefits of it in the whole online space, right? That's kind of how I think about it. And also, this is not just a business, it's a passion project as well. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds, because a lot of other businesses, like I mentioned, the ones that I had tried in the past, like Amazon FBA, dropshipping, these are very boring businesses in my experience, in my opinion. It's all about just finding suppliers and numbers and comparing different things and customer service. It's a headache. It's not really fun. It's not really making an impact. I wasn't intrinsically motivated running these businesses. Whereas with theme pages, you get the best of both worlds. Not only is it a business so that you get to monetize and the financial rewards of it, but it is something that's genuinely fulfilling and enjoyable. You get to create a brand about something that you actually care about and post content and make an impact on others. Especially with the type of brands that I run and the people that I work with, it's all genuinely beneficial stuff. If it's health, or whether it's faith in God, whether it's motivation, whether it's business, entrepreneurship, AI, finance, this is stuff that actually makes an impact and stuff that people actually have interest in, right? So when you could build a business where you could kind of have a degree of intrinsic motivation towards it and enjoy the process while also getting the back end monetization and financial compensation, that's where you have the best of both worlds, which is something that I believe is very unique to this business that not many other businesses have. But yeah, this is exactly why I believe theme pages are the best opportunity, not only right now, but just moving forward over the next years. And also now at this point, we've gone over exactly how theme pages work and what exactly they are in the first place. So now that these foundations are set in terms of the overview, we can now move on to the next steps, which is the foundations of the actual first steps of building the business. All right, so let's get straight into that next module. All right, now welcome to module 3. In this one, we're going to be going over how to properly set the foundations for your theme page business. That way you could go about this the right way, straight from the beginning. This is super, super important because the same way if you're building a tower, you need to make sure the foundations are solid because everything else that you're building on top of that relies on that foundation. So if that foundation is weak, everything else that you build on top of that is going to be unstable and could collapse, right? The same applies to this business and really any other business. We want to make sure the foundations are strong to begin with, not weak, because everything else that you're going to be learning throughout this free course is going to build upon this foundation, all right? And the first step of properly building these foundations and building blocks is picking a niche, right? And a niche, again, is just a topic or a theme. It's what your whole page is going to revolve around ultimately. And in terms of what exactly a niche is, it's just a specific topic focused on serving a clearly defined audience, okay? Pretty straightforward. And the reason why it's important to pick a niche as well is because choosing a niche helps you stand out, right? It gives people a reason to want to follow your page rather than someone else's, right? So it shows that you're actually about something. You know, if you stand for everything, you stand for nothing. So you need to get a little bit more specific, attract a specific type of audience, right? People need to feel like this page is for them. They need to feel like it's targeted towards them. And I'm sure you've heard the quote, if you try to serve everyone, you end up serving no one, right? So you don't want to be posting about all these different types of topics because then it loses its substance, it loses its meaning. And these things, standing out and attracting the right audience, is going to allow you to monetize more effectively, right? I'm sure you can imagine it's a lot easier to monetize when you have an audience of a group of people who have things in common, similar pain, similar interests, compared to just a random audience with random people, right? So that's what a niche is. That's why it's important to pick a niche. And most importantly, how do you pick a niche, right? This is something that I know a lot of people have trouble with at the beginning. They don't even know where to start. There's so many different directions to go in and they get confused and overall just don't know how to go about it. And obviously we don't want that, right? So as you can see on the screen here, I have a little visual which goes over how to find your perfect profitable niche, all right? And to find it, it's essentially the intersection between your interests or your passions, where there's proof of concept or proven demand, and 3, which is where there's a high quality audience, right? A top tier first world country audience. The intersection between these 3 variables is where you could find your perfect profitable niche. And firstly, the reason why it's important that the niche you choose is something that you're interested in is because 1, it's just more effective by nature because you're going to already have some knowledge, you're going to have some interest in the topic, which allows you to create content that is more valuable and interesting towards people of the niche because you kind of already understand what would resonate with them compared to someone who's completely foreign to it, right? Also, it just makes it a lot more sustainable because when you choose something that you're interested in, something that you have intrinsic motivation in, it makes it a lot more likely that you'll stay consistent and it makes it feel enjoyable throughout the process, right? Rather than work. You know, if you choose a random topic just because, you know, it has proven demand and attracts a high quality audience, but you don't know anything about it and you're not interested in it, not only are you not going to be able to create high quality content that resonates within the viewers of that niche, but it makes it a lot tougher for you to like stay consistent and enjoy the process of building the page. All right. And then 2, the reason why it's important that the niche you choose has proof of concept and proven demand is because we need to see that there is established other pages in this niche that proves that there's a big enough group of people out there on Instagram that is interested enough in this topic, right? So if you find something that you're interested in that also attracts a high quality audience, but you can't see any examples of like other pages who have grown an audience revolving around this topic, maybe it's not the best option, right? Because just because you're interested in typewriters and it attracts a high quality audience who's sophisticated, doesn't mean that you could build a successful page around it, considering I doubt you're going to be able to find any successful huge typewriter page. You know, if someone has seen one, please prove me wrong. I want to see it. And then 3, the audience quality. This is super, super important because if you pick something that you're interested in and also see that there's other pages who have proven that this works and that there's demand, but it attracts a low quality audience, people from maybe third world countries or people who are just more interested in being entertained rather than educated or learning anything, then it is not the end of the world. It just minimizes the monetization opportunities that you could get. So there's just less overall that you can do with it. All right. And what I have down here, guys, is a niche checklist. So these are questions you should ask yourself that by answering, show and validate whether the niche that you chose is actually a good option or not. All right. So firstly, am I genuinely interested in this topic or at least curious enough to stay consistent? So this has to do with interest. Can I find other similar pages who've proven to grow and build an audience about this topic? So this has to do with proof of concept and proven demand. Can this niche make money? Does this topic attract high quality viewers? This has to do with building a high quality audience. And this last one, can I consistently and feasibly create content about this topic? This is also important to consider. You just want to make sure that the niche that you choose doesn't require super sophisticated or complex content style. For example, maybe you've seen these like gym pages where it like, shows animation of someone doing a workout and all the muscle fibers and stuff, and it's like a very complex like animated style, even though it's a theme page. Like maybe something like that, you shouldn't you need to consider when choosing your niche, right? You don't want to like pick a niche just to figure out like that's the only way to grow within it. But keep in mind, most niches, you're not going to have to worry about that. Most content styles are actually very, very simple and easy to recreate, but just something to keep in mind. All right. And if you can check each of these off, you are good to go. All right. So you want to make sure that each of these are checked off because these have to do with the 3 variables that we discussed earlier when it comes to picking your perfect profitable niche. All right. Something that is really important as well that I want to go over before we move on is the difference between entertainment focused niches, which attract low quality, low intent audience, versus value focused niches, which attract high quality or high intent audience. All right. So for example, some examples of entertainment focused niches are like memes or pranks or car crashes, catching predators. I'm sure you guys have seen those pages, etc. Like pages like this, even though, for example, you might be interested in it or it has proof of concept, proven demand, there's people clearly interested in it as well. It doesn't attract the right audience, right? You're just going to attract like no specific audience. It could be from like 13-year-olds all the way to like 80-year-old grandmas, and they just want to be entertained and they don't have any intent to like learn. They're just low intent audience. You don't want to build any audience like that. Like I said, you could still technically build these pages and there might be some opportunities for you to monetize still, but it's just going to be a lot less compared to the opportunities that you'll get if you build a value focused niche. Right. And a lot of people always ask me like, what niche that I suggest to them. And I don't like just giving people specific niches, even though I'm happy to give suggestions. I want you guys to go through this process and this framework of picking your profitable niche, right? Really thinking it through. But some examples of value focused niches are like finance, investing, AI, business, stoicism, fitness, health, mindset, faith, etc. So these are all niches that have proof of concept. They have proven demand. They attract a high quality audience. The only thing left is you just want to make sure that you're actually interested in said topic, right? So that is exactly how you can pick your perfect profitable niche. Now let's move on to the niche research. Now, niche research is very important. Essentially, the whole objective here is to get more familiar with your niche before you go ahead and actually start building out your page, right? So like understanding what different successful and established theme pages in your niche look like, what they're doing, and just getting some inspiration and ideas that you could grab from when it comes to building out your own page, right? That way you're going into it with some context, with a point of reference, rather than going into it blindly, right? So here's how you could do this effectively in 3 simple steps. So firstly, what you could do is search keywords or hashtags relevant to your niche into the Instagram search bar. So for example, if your niche is business, you could look up business, entrepreneurship, founders, CEOs, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, into the search bar on Instagram, and what will happen is it'll populate you with different pages and content relevant to these words, right? And then this will allow you to find some pages that hopefully you like and get inspiration from and maybe want your page to kind of be like as you build it. And then you could note down these pages and also check their following list to find more similar pages. So most of the time when you find a page that you like, that is high quality, that you get inspiration from, if you check their following list, most likely they'll be following like maybe 20 to 100 different pages also in your niche. That way you can kind of just search through those pages and it makes the research a whole lot easier rather than having to find them from scratch each time. Keep in mind, some pages you find might only be following like 0 people or 2 people or 5 people, so it won't be as helpful, but most pages are following many other successful pages within their niche, and they kind of already done the research for you, so it could be super helpful. And then also keep in mind, over time, Instagram will understand your interests and present you similar content in your feed later down the line, right? This makes the whole research process a whole lot easier. That way, all you have to do is go into your Reels feed or your Explore feed, and you're going to see other pages in your niche, just like that, right? So once you find these pages, what I suggest you do is create 3 separate lists and note down the pages that you find into first a list of small pages, 10 to 100K followers, medium pages, 100 to 500K followers, and big pages, which is 500K plus followers. So organize them into these different categories of sizes. And then what I suggest you do after that, the most important part here, is check stats of each page on socialblade.com. This is a free website, a free tool, which essentially how it works is you could just type in the username of any Instagram page and it will show you the statistics of it. It'll show you just the most simple stuff, like how many followers they're gaining per day, how many they gained over the last 14 days, the last month, how many times they're posting per day, just any other helpful information that you can take so that you can filter out the dead pages, right? So if there's pages that you find that are like losing followers or they're like barely growing, you might want to just like filter those ones out. You don't want to be keeping your eye on them. It won't be helpful. And just reorganize this list to make the fastest growing pages at the top, right? So that you could take all the different pages that you found through your research, organize them into these lists. And then once you do that, you could also organize them from the fastest growing to the slowest. And those ones that are in like, the top 10 of the fastest growing, those are the ones that I suggest you keep your eye on the most, because obviously they're doing something right and you could take some inspiration from that, which can help you build out your own page. All right. And also what I suggest you do is once you have this, list of top pages, fastest growing ones, analyze them, right? Because like I said, they're doing something right and there's something that you could learn from them. So just take a look. What's their username? What's their logo? What's their bio? Like, what's their color scheme? Is it like a black and white color scheme? Is it like black and a different color? Is it, just pay attention. Like what colors is it? What does their branding look like? What kind of positioning do they have? What type of content they're posting, how often they're posting, what their captions look like, etc. Overall, just kind of evaluate and analyze these pages. It's going to be super helpful when it comes to building out your own page. That way you're kind of educated going into it. You have an idea of what works, what the biggest pages are doing. Again, that way you're not going into it blindly. All right. And I'm going to emphasize this really quick right here. Do not skip this phase. I know some people do because, they may think of it as like boring or taking extra time and, just unnecessary research, but that's not the case at all. This is actually a foundational step here, right? This is going to really set the foundations the right way so that when you do go ahead and build out your page, you know what you're doing and you have an idea of what other successful pages look like rather than going into it blindly, right? So don't skip this step. It's important, okay? Now, let's move on to profile optimization here, okay? And really the main objective is to maximize follower conversion rate, okay? So think of your Instagram profile as, this is the analogy I like to use, like an Amazon sales page, right? When you click on an Amazon sales page, a company has listed that, and their whole goal is to convert as many viewers of that product into buyers as possible, right? And your goal as a theme page is very similar, but it's to convert as many viewers of your profile into followers as possible, right? So if you think about how Amazon does this, like they have their product images, they have the name of the product, they have a description of the product, the customer reviews, etc. These are all different elements that are supposed to be there to persuade you to go ahead and buy the product or try and persuade you as much as possible to buy the product. Whereas with your theme page, you are working with different elements here to convince and persuade the viewer to follow your page, right? To actually want to be a part of whatever you're building. And these 4 elements are the username, the logo, the bio, and the SEO name. And if you see SEO name and you don't know what that means, hang in there. It's very simple. You'll see what I mean in a second. But these are the 4 elements that you're working with. So you want to optimize each of these as much as possible. That way you convert as many viewers of your profile into followers as possible. Because if you don't have an optimized profile and like your username doesn't look as good as it could be, your logo isn't as professional as it could be, your bio is, not doing what it's supposed to do, then people will be clicking on your profile and you'll be losing out on these followers, right? And we don't want that, right? We want to convert as many as possible. So yeah, let's dive straight into the first element here, which is the username. So here are some rules of thumb to keep in mind. So ideally, you want the username to be short and sweet. You want it to be easy to remember. You ideally want to avoid any periods or underscores or numbers, and also aim to avoid any grammatical errors, right? You just want a clean, high quality, original username without, any extra stuff or grammatical errors, any of that, right? And you want it to be memorable, okay? In an ideal world, you can follow these rules here. In reality, it is not going to be the end of the world if you can't follow each and every one of these rules. Like if you have to make the name a little longer, if you have to add a dot in there. And there's plenty of successful pages who have grown an audience and have done well by making a name or having a name like that. But just ideally aim to avoid it, right? See if you can. Okay. Now, I also want to go over a professional username format that can kind of get you some ideas and get the ball rolling for you when it comes to creating or landing on a available high quality username, right? And the format or the formula is just as simple as 2 keywords, okay? So the first keyword, you want it to be relevant to your niche. So if we're sticking with the business niche, some examples are like entrepreneur, business, CEO, founder, capital, scale, owner, visionary, etc. You could also just get some synonyms of these words here to find other similar words to get more creative. And then the second keyword could be a noun or an adjective which aligns with your brand. So for example, network, collective, empire, mogul, elite, edge, lab, club, society, nation, hub, kingdom, etc. And then again, you could find more synonyms if needed. And what you'll aim to do is combine them together to see what looks or sounds good, right? So, entrepreneur collective or business kingdom or scale nation or visionary society. Like just plug and play with the 2 keywords and see what sticks, right? See what looks good. And also keep in mind, most names that you try at first aren't going to be available. Most of the ones that people think of off the top of their head, someone has already thought of that, but be patient and keep trying until you find available options. And I assure you, I've built enough pages myself and have worked with enough people to know that there's always great available usernames still out there. No matter what niche that you choose, as long as you're patient, as long as you try to get a little bit creative and you keep kind of testing and plugging and playing and seeing what's available, you will be able to land on a good one. I assure you that. All right. And also what we could do is we could utilize and leverage AI to do the thinking for us, right? That way we don't have to waste time brainstorming too long for this step here, right? So what you could do is use this prompt that I have on the screen. I'm building a premium faceless Instagram theme page in the blank niche. And then I'm not going to read the rest off here, but it just gives it some of the rules that I discussed earlier. You could also kind of tell it to, what sort of tone that you're looking for, what else you're looking for. You could just continue prompting it and see what it gives you, right? And if you want access to this prompt, that way you could just simply copy and paste it. Follow me at Pashamoga on Instagram and just DM me the word GPT and I'll send it to you. That way you could just copy and paste it. All right. And then when you use this, keep in mind, obviously, the first batch that it gives you, maybe those aren't going to be the best. Maybe those are great, but they're not available. So just keep going back and forth with it, give it some feedback, maybe show it some of your competitor pages that you like, for example. And I assure you, like I said, you're going to be able to find a good available one in no time. All right. Now, also, just to give you some examples of good usernames and bad usernames, good ones would look something like this: natural circle, Nero globe, female evolution. These are examples from different niches, but you could see they're short, sweet, clean, original, memorable, just solid usernames. And you can see this one here got a little creative because you're blending the last letter of female into the first letter of evolution, right? So that's how you can maybe think in creative ways like that to find available options, okay? And then some bad usernames, ones that you want to stay away from. Don't want yours looking anything like these: healthy underscore mind underscore 2.0, discipline.master1, the motivation hub 627. Like you could see all of these, they just don't give off that professional, high quality aesthetic or vibe to the page. And we don't want our viewers to have that sort of perception of our page, right? We want to be a high quality professional brand. So that's why you want to avoid like the underscores and the numbers, etc., or keeping it or having it too long like this. So the last thing that I want to go over regarding usernames is the proper way to check username availability. because some people do this in other ways which aren't the most accurate, and it could just kind of be frustrating. So they may check third-party platforms to see whether there's an available name or not. Those aren't always accurate. Also, people try just looking up the name on Instagram, and if they see it, they think it's not available. Whereas if they don't see it, they think it is available. But that's not always the case for many other reasons. So here's the right way to do it, right? Save you some headache. So just click the name at the top of your profile, then click Add Instagram Account, then click Create New Account, and then type in the username that you ideally want. And if it's red, it means it's not available. It's already taken. Whereas if it's green, that means it is available, right? And then you can just go ahead and create the page from there. So this is the proper way to check it, the most effective way, rather than the other ways. Okay, so keep testing. You're probably gonna have to go back and forth a couple times to land on a green check mark here. But as soon as you do and you're happy with the username, go ahead, secure it, and we can move on to the next steps here, right? Which is actually gonna be step 2 of the profile optimization, which is the logo. And some more rules of thumb here: keep it clean and sleek, simplistic and minimalistic. Don't overcomplicate it, right? Super important. I see some people sometimes having super sophisticated and elaborate logos. They think that's what makes it better. That's not the case. The more simplistic, the better. Just like a simple, bold, small, simple logo. All right. And just to get you started on this as well, get the wheels turning for you, here are some professional logo formats. So the most common ones, the ones that you'll probably see when doing your niche research as well. So first is the simple symbol or icon. Right? Some examples of this is like this. For Motivation Society, it's just like an M and an S in like a little icon format. And then Entrepreneur Archived, these are just literally letters of the brand, right? E and A, just put next to each other as a little glow effect on a colored background. Very simple, right? So this is just a symbol or icon type logo style. You could also do the username as text logo style. So some examples of this is like Business AI, right here, where it's literally just the text, and then at the end there's like this little background behind the AI. And then this one, Millionaire Guide, millionaire up top, and then guide a little bigger under with a color. It's just as simple as the username. So that's another proven format. And then lastly, you could do both. So you could have a icon / symbol and the username together as the logo, right? So this is Female Evolution again right here, with like this little icon here with the text written out, and then Natural Circle, where it's like the text written out as the username, and then another icon or symbol to go along with the brand. All right, so these are 3 reliable, proven logo formats that you could get some inspiration from. All right, now something that's also important to keep in mind is color psychology. So what you could do is reference this little chart here, because colors subconsciously stimulate different feelings and emotions within people, which is kind of interesting. Like for example, blue is trust. That's why like all the financial type of platforms and social medias are blue. Like Stripe is blue, PayPal is blue, Facebook is blue, LinkedIn is blue. These are things that elicit trust and security within the customer, right? So it's very interesting. I suggest taking a look at this when deciding kind of like your brand colors and what colors to include in your logo, for example. Just to kind of make sure it all aligns and makes sense with the type of page that you're trying to build and the niche that you're going to be in. Okay. Outside of that, in terms of actually creating the logo, you could use Canva. It's a free tool. I'm sure a lot of you guys are already familiar with it. And they have templates that you can kind of work off of, which are very helpful to create a high quality logo. And also you could use AI, of course, all reliable, right? And then there's another prompt here that you could use and kind of just adjust it to your liking. I'm going to zoom out here so you could take a screenshot if you'd like. But AI is very, very, very good actually of creating logos, especially if you prompt it the right way. And it's very time efficient as well, right? That way we don't have to waste any time. So this is a good starting point. The same with the username. Maybe it's not perfect straight off the bat, and you have to give it some more context and tips, and it'll just give you some more examples, and just keep going back and forth until it gives you something that you're perfectly satisfied with. All right. And now I'm also going to go over a quick tutorial showing you both of these ways with Canva and ChatGPT. So let's get into it. All right, what's going on, guys? I'm going to show you how quick and easy it is to cook up a high quality logo with AI in literally just a few minutes. All right, so you can see I've got ChatGPT opened. I went ahead and copy and pasted that prompt into ChatGPT and pressed enter. All I did before is just change the little variables here. So I wanted it to be in the health and longevity niche. I went with the username Longevity Lab. I'm pretty sure this is already existing page, but I just like the name, so I went with it for the example. And then I just changed the other little variables. I wanted it to be minimal and bold. I wanted it to be emerald green color. I think that goes well with the niche. Green has to do with growth and health and natural. And yeah, I just clicked enter, and this is what it spit out for me, literally on the first try. And out of these three, I like this one on the left the most. I think it's by far the best. Longevity has to, a lot to do with DNA. In most cases. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I thought this DNA strand looked cool. And then it's got the little arrow there. The font looks nice. It's got the text and the symbol, one of the formats that we discussed earlier. And yeah, I just said I like the one on the left the most, upload it separately so I could download it. And then it uploaded it here, so I downloaded it. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to work out that quickly and easily each time, like literally getting it on the first try. But what you could always do is just go back and forth with the AI, give it more feedback based off what it's giving you, so it could kind of customize it and narrow it down to exactly what you want. And in no time, you'll get exactly what you want, a clean, high quality logo, without any really work or graphic design skills on your end at all, which is really cool. All right, and then even if it spits something out that you like, but you want to make some manual custom changes yourself, what you could do is just put it into Canva, as you could see I did here. And let's just say, for example, you want to make like a little change, such as, the color, for example. You could go up to color and, maybe change the color, make it something like a little brighter, something that pops up against the black background a bit easier. And yeah, you could just kind of play around with it and, see what you like the most. But that's another way you could make it even more custom towards your own liking with some manual changes, is starting off with AI. Maybe it gives you exactly what you want. Great. Or maybe it gives you really close to what you want, and then you could just go into Canva, finish off the job. But also, if you guys want another way to do it outside of just AI and making changes, you could just do it from Canva directly. You could just click on create a project, and then you could just type in like logo, for example. Let's just go with that. And then let's see, it's going to give you a blank template here, and let's just go health. Let's see what template it gives us. And then you could just scroll. You could see what options, it gives you a bunch of like little templates here that you could work off of. And it's just a good starting point, right? Because obviously if you don't have graphic design skills, it's hard to have a starting point. But let's just say you like this one. You could just click and change all the variables yourself. So let's just say we want to go with longevity lab. Maybe this looks a little small. You want to make it bigger, something like that. And also maybe the color, you don't like this other color. You want to make it something like this. And yeah, as simple as that. You could download that, or you can, change the background, for example. If you go with the black background, maybe you want to make this one a little bit lighter, like this. And then boom, you've got another high quality logo in literally just a couple minutes. So that's another way to do it as well. Maybe you could try both, come up with like a few different drafts or samples and see which one you like the best from there. But yeah, guys, just wanted to demonstrate how easy it is and how quickly you could come up with a high quality logo for your theme page. And yeah, that's about it. Give it a try, and I wish you best of luck. Okay, so now that you know how to create a high quality logo with AI or Canva very quickly, I just want to quickly go over a couple different good examples of logos and bad examples before we move on. So these are good ones here. These are all just the simple icon / symbol type logos. Just very simplistic, minimalistic, not overcomplicating it like I mentioned earlier. So these are good examples to get inspiration from, whereas these ones, not so good, right? So like this one, there's just too much going on. It just doesn't look professional. There's like, the letters here, and then there's two different icons, and then there's a white ring, and everything's very big. And this one here, it's just kind of small text here, and the blue little icon above it It's just not a bold type icon. It doesn't stand out. If you're looking at this logo from, a small little corner on your screen, which is where most people see your logo, you're not even going to really know what you're looking at. And this one right here, it just doesn't look good. The symbol is too big. It's got this like little line through the H, and it's kind of off-centered with the second circle here. Just not ideal. All right. Also too much going on. So here are some good examples to get inspiration from, and these are some bad ones to hopefully try to avoid. All right, now let's move on to the third variable of profile optimization, which is the bio. Now, the bio is a lot more important than most people realize. And if your bio isn't optimized, you're going to be missing out on a lot of followers that you could have had otherwise if it was optimized. All right, so here's how to optimize it. So you want to make sure it's clear and concise. So you don't want there to be anything that's unnecessary in there or like fluff or filler. Eliminate all of that. You want to make sure it's specific and targeted, so not generic. Typically 3 lines long. Include emojis or icons typically at the beginning of each line. I'll show you what that looks like in a second. Also, you could use a line or a little dot here to separate each line. And also make sure that each word begins with a capital letter. All right. Again, it's not the end of the world if you don't follow all these guidelines here. Like, for example, a capital letter one, or whether you use this or this. But you definitely, regardless, want to make sure it is clear and concise, specific and targeted, and typically 3 lines, especially if you're starting from scratch. Okay. And of course, we've got another AI prompt that you guys can use here. I'm not going to read it again, but I'm going to zoom out so you can take a screenshot if you'd like. That way you could use it for yourself. And of course, as always, just customize it towards your niche and to your preference. And maybe it doesn't spit out the most perfect bio right off the bat. Maybe it just sounds generic and robotic. So just keep going back and forth the AI, or at least let it give you the structure, and then you could build off of it after. It'll just make this a lot more efficient. Okay. And here's some mistakes that you should avoid. Some big mistakes that I see a lot of people have with their bios. The first mistake that I see people make is their bio is too vague and ambiguous, or just generic, where there's nothing unique about it and there's nothing about the bio which is distinguishing your page compared to like other pages in your niche, right? You don't want to just be put into the category of all these other pages because your bio is just super general and doesn't make your page stand out, or you're not providing any unique value, right? And it's hard to do that if you're staying very vague and generic and surface level, right? But at the same time, you also want to make sure it's not too specific or too targeted to where you're casting it too small of a net. But you also don't want to cast too wide of a net to where people click on it and they feel like the page is not even geared towards them. So you want to find that happy medium in between, okay? Also, a mistake I see people make is they have too much fluff or clutter in their bio. Every word in your bio should be intentional. There shouldn't be any fluff or unnecessary words in there. It should be as clear and concise as possible. So make sure of that. And then also a mistake I see is the lack of a strong CTA, which is a call to action. So people aren't telling their followers what to do in that third line. I suggest if you're starting a page out from scratch, your third line should be a follow CTA, where it says like follow for XYZ benefit, right? Or join for, or become a part of, and then having like an arrow, for example, pointing down to the follow button. Even something as simple as a simple CTA, like one of the ones that I just mentioned, increases follower conversion a decent amount. It's not going to be a huge amount, but a decent amount, because it's just a subconscious kind of cue or reminder to the viewer of your page to actually take an action, right? To actually follow the page. Whereas if you didn't have it, they're a lot less likely to actually go ahead and take that action of following, which is what we want as a theme page owner, right? So make sure you have a strong CTA in your bio. At the beginning, it should be a follow CTA, and then later down the line, you can make it a CTA for something else, right? Like DM me the word XYZ, or look in the bio for XYZ. You know what I mean. But at the beginning, follow CTA. Now, before we move on, I want to go over some good bio examples and some bad ones. So here's one for Kingdom Enlighten. This is in the God, Faith, Christianity niche. So this one says, Christian content to help strengthen your faith, grow in truth and hope through God's word. And then the CTA is get your free 30-day prayer guide, because he's bigger. But if he was starting out, I would suggest having it be like a follow CTA, like follow for XYZ. But these two first lines are very, very strong. This first line here gives a very good idea as to what the page is actually about, what the viewer could expect by following the page. And then this is kind of like a benefit that's associated with that, right? So this is like the first line, what they can expect. who the page is for, and then 2, like what you actually gain or benefit by following the page. And here's another one, women's motive. This is like sort of the women's mindset, motivation, empowerment niche. This says for women rising into their power. So it directly kind of calls out and targets the exact type of viewer that she's looking for. So they feel called out and they feel like they're in the right place. Standards, boundaries, self-worth. So this is just some of the topics of some of her best performing content. And she has an arrow that says follow for daily feminine power talks, right? So it doesn't have to be anything sophisticated or complex, just a very simple CTA that motivates the viewer to actually go ahead and take an action and follow. All right. So those are good examples. And then here are some bad ones. This page, motivation speech, says mastering mindset for success, helping you become the best version of yourself, join the journey. And they have like their email at the bottom here. Just not good. Very general, very surface level. This is just a bunch of cliche things to say, like helping you become the best version of yourself, join the journey. Like the journey of what? You know what I mean? And the best version of yourself for what? It's just very vague and not specific enough. It doesn't really make anyone feel targeted when they click on the page, as opposed to these, for example. Then this one here, spreading motivation through mindset, here to inspire, empower, and leave a legacy that lasts. Let's rise together. So this one, it just isn't even structured properly. You can see these ones here at least are on different lines. They have 3 lines, or this one has 4. But this one is just like one sort of like paragraph format type of, multiple sentences with no real structure. So that's number 1. And again, very general, spreading motivation through mindset. Like that doesn't make this page stand out or distinguish itself compared to other pages in the niche that have like similar bios, right? So these are bad examples. Here are good examples. Now let's move on to the last variable for profile optimization, which is the SEO name. And just for clarity, SEO stands for search engine optimization. And it's the line that is right here, where it's under the username and next to the logo. It's typically 3 keywords. If you pay attention to your niche research, maybe you've already seen this pattern. But really the whole purpose, technically, of this name right here is for ranking. So that's all what SEO is. It's just a ranking system. So when someone goes onto Instagram, goes into the search bar and types in like discipline or mindset, for example, pages that have those keywords in this SEO name section will populate and rank on that person's screen after they type in those keywords and press search. So that's the technical reason for it. Aside from that, the other main purposes is that it kind of just gives some more context about what the page is about and like what the main themes of it are. So this is like a motivation page, and here it just kind of clarifies that discipline, mindset, motivation, and then you have the bio kind of on top of that to give more clarity. And also, this is probably the least important of the 4 profile optimization variables that we've gone over, because most of the followers that you're going to gain and the biggest way people find your page is through the Reels feed anyways, right? Like from your content, rather than people typing in search terms, right? So it could bring in some extra followers and give your viewers an idea of what they can expect about what your page is about and like what they'll see when following, but it's really not that important. But at the same time, you don't want to get it wrong. You want to get it right. So here are the main SEO name formats that you could get inspiration from. The first one is what I had suggested earlier, or what I mentioned, which is the 3 keywords. So this one's like a motivation page. So their keywords are inspiration, mindset, success. This is like a neuroscience page. So it says neuroscience, brain health, psychology. And just again, for context, if someone were to type in brain health or psychology or neuroscience in their search bar, maybe this page might pop up towards the top, for example. All right. Next up is the username plus 1 to 2 keywords format. So this is where you literally just kind of copy over your username first and then follow it by 2 more keywords, or 1 or 2 more that relate to your niche. So like this one here, or this one where it says mindset Bible, and then there's a line that says motivation. So this is another format. And then the third one is literally just the username. So you can see this page, 11 Stoic. The SEO name just says 11 Stoic and has like this little trademark copy and paste symbol. And then this one, Entrepreneur Archive, literally just has the name Entrepreneur Archived here. So if you're starting out from scratch, I suggest one of these 2 here formats. Whereas typically you'll see more established pages have this in their SEO name, if not one of these 2. But usually only established pages have only their username. It doesn't make sense for a new page to have only their username. All right, so those are the 3 formats that you get inspiration from. Also, you could reference your niche research, see what other successful established pages in your niche are doing. And keep in mind, you could only change this once every 14 days. So if you change it to something, you have to like wait for 14 days before you can make any adjustments. So make sure you get it right, like when you change it at the beginning. Make sure there's no spelling mistakes. And also, I would suggest having a capital letter at the start of each word, right? No lowercase. So that is everything you need to know regarding all 4 profile optimizations variables to essentially, as I mentioned, convert as many viewers onto your page to followers as possible. Okay. So now that we've gone over that, let's go over how to properly warm up your page. So at this point, you've picked your niche, you've done the research, you've created your page, branded it, optimized the different variables of your profile. And now it's important to make sure that you actually warm up the page properly and that you send positive signals and green flags to Instagram and the algorithm to get you prepared for the next steps. Some people mess up in this stage and they do certain things which make Instagram kind of detect the page as maybe a bot or suspicious activity. And these are not things that you want to have happen to you in this stage, right? To get yourself ready for the next steps. So I'm just going to go over the key points just so you know what to be aware of and kind of what to do in this stage once you actually create the page and how to warm it up properly. So first and foremost, just act like a human and engage like a regular user, right? Avoid any spammy, suspicious user activity, right? So don't just go in, create the page and start like changing everything right away and liking a bunch of content and saving a bunch of stuff and commenting on every post you see and copy and pasting stuff. This should be common sense. Just don't do that because Instagram might detect your page as like some sort of bot or spam activity. And we don't want that, right? We don't want that. And also, when it comes to warming up your page, essentially aim to curate and train your algorithm to only show you content within your niche, right? So when you create a fresh new page and you go and check the Reels feed or the Explore feed, it's just going to be a bunch of random like brain rot content, right? So you kind of want to, over time, this isn't going to happen right away, but over time, kind of start consuming content and trying to find content that is as close to your niche as possible. Obviously, you're not going to find exactly what you're looking for towards the beginning, but let's just say you're in the fitness niche, just keep scrolling. And as soon as you see anything fitness related, just like the video, maybe save it, put your phone down and kind of let your phone watch it like a few times over so that Instagram sees that you like that type of content and maybe click interested on it and keep scrolling. Next time, maybe you see another fitness video, which it might take a little bit of time at the beginning. Do the same thing. And what's going to happen over time is Instagram's going to get a better idea of like what your preferences are and what type of content you engage with, what type of content you want to see. And it will begin populating that type of content on your feed, right? So again, this is a process that doesn't happen overnight. It typically takes like a few days to a week to really get this down. But this serves 2 main purposes. So one, it gives Instagram a better idea, obviously, of your interests and what you like and what your preferences are. That way, when you begin posting, Instagram already kind of knows what you're interested in and will most likely share your content to a group of people who have similar interests as you, right? That way you could potentially get some initial traction or engagement off the bat once you make your first posts, right? So that's kind of one of the main purposes here. The second major purpose is it's going to make research a whole lot easier for content. We're going to go over this into a lot more depth later down the line. But once you populate and curate your algorithm to only show you content and successful viral pages in your niche, it just becomes very easy to dive deeper into the niche research, understand which pages are doing well, what content is doing well, and allows you to kind of see that every time you open your phone, like kind of on autopilot. That way you don't have to go out of your way each time and like struggle to find these things, okay? So those are the 2 main purposes, to create and train your algorithm. And then also just make sure to wait 1 to 2 days before posting. You don't want to create your page, change everything, and then start posting within like a couple hours. Not smart. That's just kind of unusual new account behavior from Instagram's perspective. So just log in, engage like a regular user, try and curate your feed to show you more content within your niche, and then just wait a couple days before you actually officially begin posting. Okay. So again, these things might be common sense to some of you, but also I see some people make mistakes and send red flags and bad signals to the Instagram and the algorithm beginning. So you want to avoid that. Just make sure that you follow these steps here and you'll be good to go. Okay. And then the last thing here is to optimize your settings. At this point, we've gone over how to optimize your profile. That way you could convert as many viewers to followers as possible. But now it's time to optimize the settings because there's a few different little toggles and configurations that you want to make sure are done the right way from the beginning, just to make sure everything's set up as like a proper theme page before we move on to the next steps. All right. So the first thing here is to switch to a creator account. All right. Because when you create a new page on Instagram, most likely it's going to be as a personal account. So you have to actually go and change it to a creator account yourself. And here's exactly how to do it. So first click on the 3 lines at the top of your profile, the little hamburger icon here. Then click account type and tools. Then click account type. And then you'll see this blue text right here. Click professional account. And then you'll see this little pop-up, click next, then click switch to professional account. It's also gonna ask you to choose one of these little categories here. It really doesn't matter what you choose because you could make sure it's not displayed on your profile anyways, all right? So click switch to professional account, then click creator account, all right? Not business account, but creator account. This is what you're gonna want as a theme page, okay? So that is how you switch from a personal to creator account. Very simple, just follow this process. Now you also are gonna want to make sure that you're uploading content at the highest possible quality onto Instagram. Again, this is very simple. Just click on the 3 lines at the top of the profile, then find media quality, then just make sure that this is toggled on. Upload at highest quality, just make sure it's toggled on, okay? That way when you're actually beginning to post content, it's uploading at like the highest resolution possible for Instagram, right? And the last step here is to turn on 2-factor authentication, okay? Just to make sure that your account is secure, it's protected, and that even if somehow someone got access to your login details, they can't actually compromise your account because you have this 2-factor authentication on, right? It's just good practice as a professional creator on Instagram. So you're gonna wanna click the 3 lines at the top of the profile again, find Accounts Center, then click 2-factor authentication, and then choose your preferred method. My preferred method is just an authentication app. So I have an app where when I'm trying to log into my account, it just asks me for like a 6-digit code. So then I go into my app, I see the 6-digit code, I copy and paste it into my account, and then Instagram lets me through and to access my account, right? So that's just, again, important just to make sure your account's secured and nobody could compromise it. So yeah, that is everything that you guys are going to need to know regarding all the foundational steps for building your profitable Instagram theme page business from scratch. Now we're going to move on to the next module, which is going to be a lot more exciting and more geared towards growth and content. So yeah, I will see you guys there. All right, now welcome to module 4. This is going to be a big one. So by now we've gone over everything that you need to know regarding how to set a solid foundation for your Faceless Instagram theme page business, from how to pick the right niche to how to do the research for it, to creating your page, how to actually brand it and optimize your profile the right way, to warming up your page, to optimizing the settings. But now it's time to learn how to actually grow and go viral with content on your page, right? This is the stuff that's going to actually bring in the views, the followers, allow you to build an online audience and get in front of that attention, right? So super, super important. And before we dive into like what type of content to create, how to actually create it the most effective way, it's really important to understand the algorithm, right? The principles behind how the algorithm actually works and how you can use it to your advantage rather than have it work against you, for example, right? So that's what we're going to start off with, how to master the algorithm, and more specifically, first, how the algorithm actually works in the first place, okay? So just to define the algorithm, because you probably hear people throwing out the word algorithm, algorithm this, algorithm that, but it's important to understand how it's even defined in the first place before we move forward, all right? So the algorithm is essentially a personalized system that ranks content based on predicted engagement, right? So it's a system that Instagram uses, and it uses machine learning and AI to properly rank content on different people's feeds based off of how likely they think that person is to engage with it, okay? So that's essentially the definition of the algorithm. And its main objective is to keep people on the platform for as long as humanly possible, right? Put simply, that is its main objective. And the reason for that is because Instagram, as well as other social platforms, the most popular ones like YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, even other ones that I haven't listed here, they're all ad-based revenue models. And essentially what this means is they make most of their money, most of their profits from companies, businesses, creators paying them money to advertise on their platform, right? So because of this, the more time someone spends on their platform, the more ads they see, and the more ads they see, the more money Instagram or Meta makes, right? And because of this logic train here, their goal, their objective is to keep people on the platform for as long as possible, right? Because that means they're able to make the most money as humanly possible. And that's the goal of Meta and every other social company and really any company out there, right? So, but just how Instagram and these social platforms achieve this is by keeping people on their platform so that they can see more ads, so they can make more money, okay? So just want to clear that up. That is the main objective of the algorithm, and everything that will be going on moving forward from here, I want you to keep that in the back of your mind, okay? So it's also important to understand that there isn't just like one Instagram algorithm, okay? A lot of people think of the algorithm, they just think it's just like one main thing. That's not necessarily the case. There's actually 4 main ranking systems that Instagram uses when ranking content on different people's feeds, right? So they all serve the main objective of keeping people on their platform for as long as possible, but they just do it in subtly different ways, right? So these 4 main ranking systems are the Reels feed, the Home feed, Stories, and the Explore feed, right? These are the 4 main ranking systems. And today we're going to be diving deep specifically into how the Reels feed works, because this is by far the most important. It's going to be the most responsible for getting your page out there, for getting views, followers, actually building an audience. So that's why we're going to dive into it in depth today. Although at the same time, if you do want access to more of a full comprehensive breakdown on how all of these work together, just follow me again on Instagram at Pashamoga and DM me the word algorithm, and I'll send you a free helpful resource that breaks all of this down more succinctly. All right. But now let's just dive straight into how the Reels ranking system works. Okay. This is super important. So once you upload a reel, there is a few main things that happen. And I want to break down exactly what happens and in what sequence. That way you could fully understand. All right. So the first thing that happens is that Instagram shows that piece of content to a small test audience, a small group of people. This is no fixed amount because it depends on a couple variables like how big your page is, how long you've been posting for, etc. But what's more important is that it's shown to some followers, but mostly non-followers. And this split is around 20% followers and 80% non-followers. All right. So Instagram shows it to the small test audience. And then what Instagram does is it measures the engagement of how that test audience engages with the piece of content that you posted, right? The reel. And what it looks at specifically when measuring the engagement is a few different tiers of metrics, right? Tier 1, which are the most important, is watch time. As we discussed earlier, it's the most important, keeping people on the platform. Completion rate, so people that actually, the percentage of people that finish the reel, watch it all the way through. Replays, so whether someone replays the reel, shares it to someone else. And then tier 2 metrics, which are still important, just not as important, is whether someone saves the reel, someone comments on the reel, follows your page after seeing it, visits your profile after seeing it. And then tier 3, important, but the least out of all of these here are likes, believe it or not, and shares to story, whether someone shares it to their story. All right. So these are essentially all of the different actions someone can take when viewing your reel. Okay. So what happens is when Instagram shows it to the small test audience, they're going to measure how this group of people engages with the reel that you posted. Okay. And then what happens after that is the machine learning, the AI algorithm is going to score that piece of content. All right. The system's going to calculate a predicted engagement score, right? So it's going to score essentially how likely they believe other people would react and engage with this content if it was shown to them, right? And essentially you could get a good score, which is great. That's what we want, because that means Instagram is going to expand your reach. It's going to push it out to more people, distribute it to more people, or it's going to get a bad score, right? Where the reach becomes limited. So Instagram will see how people are engaging with it. Long story short, if people engage with it well, they see that people are liking it. They're triggering these different metrics we discuss. It's going to rank it a good score and get more reach, push it out to more people. Whereas on the other hand, if it gets a bad score, then it's going to limit it and not get pushed out to as many people. Okay. Now, what happens if you get a good score? Essentially, it's just going to repeat the process, except the only difference this time is it's going to be a larger test audience. Again, no fixed amount of people, some followers, mostly non-followers. And the second time around, it's going to be mostly even more non-followers than before from this small test audience, all right, or this larger test audience. And then again, it's going to measure the engagement, see how people react and engage with the piece of content, this new audience. And then from there, it's going to score it. And if you get a good score, it's going to expand your reach. It's going to push it out even further. And if it gets a bad score, it's going to limit it and not get pushed out anymore. All right. And then again, if it gets a good score, it's literally just going to keep repeating this process over and over and over again. And that's how you see people get viral reels. It sort of compounds, right? It just keeps on, the algorithm keeps on pushing your content to more and more people as long as they see that the people they're showing it to are engaging with it and are actually watching it and are sharing it, etc. Right? And then as soon as it sees the score start to fall down and not go as high, then it's going to limit your reach. Okay? So that's essentially the sequence of events of what happens when you post a reel. Okay? Now, the whole idea here is that every reel must earn the next batch of views, right? Because Instagram is going to give your content a chance. It's going to show it to a group of people. And you essentially need to prove to the algorithm that you are deserving of being shown to the next bigger group of people, right? So you kind of need to earn it, right? You're not going to get any handouts. They're not just going to like push it out just because they want to give you a try occasionally, but you need to earn each next batch of views, okay? And how you do this is by obviously triggering the engagement metrics, because the amount of reach you get, the amount of push that you get from your content depends on the score that the algorithm gives it. But the score that the algorithm gives the piece of content depends on how people engage with it, right? So with that logic train, the more engagement you get, the more Instagram is going to push your content, right? And with that being said, the question is how? Like, how do we trigger these engagement metrics effectively? That way Instagram is incentivized to continue pushing out our content, right? And that's where we get to step 2 of mastering the algorithm, which is how to use it to your advantage. Because now you understand how it works, but now we could go over how specifically to use it to your advantage. That way it works for you rather than against you, okay? And how we do this is by what I call utilizing the virality formula, all right? And the core principle of this formula is that every piece of content that you make and upload should be designed to trigger these metrics. All right, these are the tier 1 metrics that I was going over earlier: watch time, completion rate, replays, and shares. These are the most important. If you could trigger these ones, really nothing else matters. If you could prove to the algorithm that you keep people on their platform, that people are actually completing and watching the reel that you upload fully, that people are even replaying it, and that people are sharing it to others, which means you're bringing other people onto the platform, Instagram is going to love you for that. And they're going to continue pushing out your content even more. Okay. Now let's dive a bit deeper and get into more detail on how we could actually trigger these different specific metrics. Now, the first and most important thing that your content should do is hook the viewer, to grab their attention. Your content should serve as a pattern interrupt, right? This is so important to understand as a concept. Because when someone is scrolling on Instagram, they're in a zombie-like scroll state. Think about it. If someone's scrolling, they're not really thinking. It's mindless. It's autopilot. So the first 1 to 3 seconds of them coming upon a reel is the most important, because that's going to determine whether they just quickly swipe and go to the next reel or whether they continue watching. And if you could grab them within the first 1 to 3 seconds, they're a whole lot more likely to continue watching and potentially even finishing the reel. And what that's going to do is trigger the watch time metric. And that's what we want, right? So the whole objective here is to stop the scroll instantly. So important, right? The most important metric right here. And how we execute this depends on a couple things. One, it depends on our niche, right? So it's important to understand that pages in different niches post different types of content that work best within that niche, right? So the type of content that works best in like the fitness niche might look different than the type of content that works best in the health niche or in the entrepreneurship / business niche. So because of that, how you actually execute on this step here with grabbing their attention is going to depend on the content style that is best for your niche that you end up going with. And obviously we haven't got there yet. We're going to dive deeper into that later down the line, how to actually like find the right content style and go about that. So I actually suggest circling back to this step once you do get clarity on your content style, because you'll look at this from a different perspective. But I just wanted to point that out as sort of like a precursor before we dive into this, just so you're aware. All right. But for example, different ways on how you could execute hooking in your viewer, grabbing their attention and doing a pattern interrupt is a text hook, a subtitle hook, any sort of visual movement, some sort of sound effect, starting the clip mid-action. And these are just some examples here. And you might see these and be confused, but I want to show you like a more practical example so I could point out exactly, what is being executed here. Okay. And then keep in mind the content style that you're going to be going with in your niche and with your page might not look like this. So just pay attention to how we're executing it in this style, and then take those ideas and concepts and principles and apply it to whichever content style that is going to be best for your niche. Okay. So let's take a quick watch at this together.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
All right, so we're 7 seconds in, and I'm going to break down what exactly happened here, which hooked the viewer, right? And for context, this reel here got 8.2 million views. So there's clearly something that worked. So first is this text hook at the top here. Can you give a better surprise than this to your child, right? So if someone scrolls and they see that, it's like, can you give a better surprise than what to your child? Like, it kind of creates an open loop, like a curiosity loop. So someone has to continue watching to kind of like satisfy that curiosity. Like, what is it that this person gave to their child, which was so like intriguing, right? Also, keep in mind, this is a very like interesting way that the clip starts off. It's like a man, he's walking up to this lady.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
He's walking up to this lady at a desk. It looks like in an airport, showing him showing her the passport. And this is sort of like what I mean by this right here. It's starting mid-action. It's like in the middle of a scene already. So people scroll into that and they kind of are thinking to themselves, like, what's actually going on here? And they have this text hook at the top as well. So a lot of these work in harmony with each other. Another thing that I want to point out is pay attention to how many times the frame or the angle of the video changed in the first like 5 seconds. Look. 1.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Here you are.
6. So in 9 seconds, the angle changes 6 times. So this is another way to hook in the viewer, because when there's more quick changes, it kind of just gives more dopamine. It's easier to follow along with. At the same time here, obviously, this depends on the clip that you're working with. Sometimes you're going to grab a clip that doesn't change that many times, but these are just a few examples, right? These are a few examples of variables that captured the attention of the audience and made them want to stay longer and figure out really what's going on here and satisfy that curiosity, right? Now let's go over another example right here. This one got 1.6 million views.
It always takes me back to that quote of Marcus Aurelius, who had a slave that would sit behind him and always whisper to him, "Hey,
you're just a man.
You're just a man.
You're just a man."
Right, so let's replay this and I'll point out exactly what was executed the right way here.
It always takes me back to that quote.
So very good opener to begin with in a couple of different ways. One, what he says, it always takes me back to that quote. So this is, again, creating like a curiosity loop. It's an open loop. What quote, right? And it makes you kind of want to hear the quote, and then he starts saying it.
Of Marcus Aurelius, who had...
Marcus Aurelius, this is a well-known authoritative person that a lot of people know. So that hooks them in even more. They want to hear what he has to say.
The slave.
And then here, slave, it's a trigger word. Like, people hear the word slave and it's kind of like a polarizing word. So it makes them want to continue watching to hear what that's all about. And also, before we continue on, pay attention to how the reel started off.
It always takes me back to that.
So you could hear like a little sound effect at the beginning. And also there's a visual effect where the clip opened up like this, right?
It always takes me back to that quote.
So the combination of it opening up like that, the sound effect, and then also the guy saying it always takes me back to that quote. Like all of these work in harmony to grab the attention of the viewer and pull them out of that zombie-like scroll state that they're in. All right. So this is what I mean by specific ways this can be executed, right? So obviously, again, to reemphasize, the content that you're going to be going with may look similar to this. It may not look similar to this, but you're just going to want to pay attention to how you can execute different variables of the content to hold the viewer attention of the viewer. Okay. So yeah, let's move on to the next variable right here, which is going to be triggering the completion rate. Okay. And to do this, we want to retain the viewer and their attention by having the video have quick pacing, ideally, right? So first you grab their attention, right, in the first 1 to 3 seconds, and then you want to retain their attention as well. Okay. So the whole objective here, simply retain the viewer's attention. Try to keep them on the video as long as possible. Ideally, have them finish it. Okay. Again, how you execute this is going to be dependent, but for example, it could be dynamic subtitles, snappy editing, so like very quick, maybe some B-roll or like some video overlays in the background, minimal pauses, minimal gaps. If there's someone speaking, you don't want there to be like a 3-second gap right at the beginning when he's speaking. It's just going to tempt people to want to scroll away if they're not getting that immediate dopamine. Storytelling, that way kind of people are hooked into whatever story is being told and they want to hear how it finishes. If you could build tension within the reel and kind of like suspense to make someone want to kind of figure out what's going to happen, these are all different ways that you could execute retaining the viewer. Okay. So again, here's another example. This is from one of my pages. Got 7.6 million views here. So let's take a watch.
When my oldest brother died, my other 2 brothers pulled me to the side. Never forget this. I'm walking into the hospital. The doctor tell my mom his heart's still pumping, he's brain dead. What you want to do? She said, pull the plug, it's done, like he's false. And I remember running, all my family's crying, and I go in.
So real quick, just pay attention to the subtitles, how they're kind of bouncy and they're popping up as he's speaking. That's just another way to kind of retain the attention of the viewer. Whereas if it was just in one block, it still could be effective with retaining the attention, but not as effective as what we're seeing right here.
And I touch my brother, he laying in the bed, look like he's asleep. I touch his feet, he cold. Walk out the room, I'm crying out.
Also, you could see the way this video is edited. It cuts out all the pauses. Like if you were to watch this raw clip, there would be pauses, obviously, as he's telling the story, etc. But it's very quickly paced, right? So it holds the viewer's attention very well. And then also, he's telling a story, right? And obviously, and unfortunately, it's like graphic, has to do with his brother, him being in the hospital, and it's emotional. He's crying at some point. So this, makes the viewer feel the emotion as well and kind of become engaged with the story. And it's very uncomfortable as a viewer to like scroll off in the middle of a story, right? You kind of want to, naturally, instinctively hear how it ends and what happens, right? So again, these are just some examples of how this specific reel retained attention, okay? Now let's move on to the next variable here, which is going to be doing the loop. This is replay engineering, and what this is going to trigger is replays. The objective is to force the viewer to rewatch, right? Because getting watch time and having someone watch your reel fully is one thing, but if you could get the viewer to replay it and to watch it again, that doesn't just count for like one full watch time of that video. It actually continues adding more watch time to it, right? So someone could watch the same video like 3 times, and that's the equivalent of like 3 other people just watching it once, right? So if we could get people to not only watch it fully, but replay it, then again, that contributes to the watch time, keeps people on the platform more, and we're going to get pushed further, okay? I'm going to emphasize this again. How you execute this depends on your niche, but you could have a seamless ending to beginning transition, which I'll show you in a second here, a circular story structure, or maybe an ending that's like sort of a wait, what ending, where it's maybe unexpected, catches people by surprise, makes them want to like rewatch and watch it again just to get some clarity. So here's an example of that. This one got 3.7 million views.
I just want to make a lot of money and tell people money is not everything for this life.
First you want to make a lot of money though, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I just want to make a lot of money.
So pay attention to what happened here. So first off, the video faded in from black. So it goes from black and then it fades into the video.
I just want to make a lot of money. And
right? And then if we go towards the end,
That's crazy.
it fades out. And then what Instagram does is they automatically replay it once it finishes. So it's a very seamless viewer experience.
That's crazy.
I just want to make a lot of
That's what it would look like if someone was just scrolling and watched the video. It fades back out and then fades back in again.
money.
And then he says, I just want to make a lot of money. So it's a very seamless transition from the end of the video back to the beginning. That way someone could watch it like a few times in a row and it doesn't feel choppy. It doesn't feel like it drops off out of nowhere unexpectedly. It's just a very smooth viewer experience, right? So that's just an example of how you could execute the replay variable here. All right. Now let's go over the last variable, which is spread. This is share psychology. This is the fourth step. And the whole point here is to trigger shares. And the objective is to incentivize the viewer to share the reel, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, it's one thing to hold people onto the platform and to have them watch the video or maybe watch it a couple times. It's a whole different beast if we could get someone to share our video to someone else, because then what's happening is someone else is going to see that someone shared a video with them. They're going to open Instagram, watch the video. And what do most people do when they do that, right? They don't just watch the video and then click out and go to whatever they were doing. You know, Instagram is designed in a way where when someone opens the app, they're probably going to stay on the app for a little bit because it's, you know, it's very dopamine inducing and it's very, it holds your attention, the app, right? So essentially what I'm trying to say is if you could prove to Instagram that you could also bring people onto their platform, now, you know, Instagram is going to make more money because the person that you brought onto the platform or the dozens or thousands of people that you bring onto the platform from your video are going to also spend more time on the platform making Instagram more money, right? So that's why it's so important that your content is shareable, okay? In terms of how you could execute this, again, depends on the niche, depends on the content style, but you could have a relatable element in the content, an identity element, like X understands this. So, you know, maybe if you're in the business or entrepreneurship niche, you could post a reel about that. And, you know, maybe the person is thinking in their mind, yeah, you know, this is very niche for entrepreneurs and business people. Like they could relate to that. They understand that and they could send it to maybe their entrepreneur friend, for example. It's maybe something that's useful information, maybe a fun fact or a polarizing element, something that is maybe controversial, makes someone want to share it with their friend or into a group chat or something. So here are just some different examples of how you could execute this. Now let's take a look at a tangible one. This was 1.3 million views.
Marijuana was the second worst thing to accelerate aging. The worst thing was having schizophrenia. But the second worst thing, it surprised me, quite frankly. It was worse than alcohol. It dulls, slows down nerve cell firing. So if you have a business...
So to break down kind of what's going on here, this guy is like clearly some sort of like expert or professional in like the medical field. And he's kind of like educating the listener on something about marijuana. And because of this, it kind of serves as like a fun fact and something that's educational, something that maybe people would want to share with like a friend, or like this is the type of reel that like your mom would send you, for example. So that's an example of how this is executed, right? So now just to summarize everything we've gone over and to put it all together, here is the virality formula, the 4 steps, all right? 1, hook the viewer, grab their attention, stop their scroll in the first 1 to 3 seconds out of their zombie-like scroll state. 2, once you have their attention, retain it, right? Keep them engaged, keep supplying them with dopamine so that they could watch as much as possible or even stay to the end. 3, ideally have them looped back into watching the video again. That way you're getting more watch time. And 4, having your content be shareable. That way people share your content, bring other people onto the platform, leading to more watch time for Instagram and to more money. If you implement all of these things, Instagram will love you for that and will reward you for that by pushing out your content more and more, right? And that's what we want. That's how we're going to get more views, more followers, build a larger audience a lot more quickly, okay? So that is the virality formula, right? And here's something else that I believe is really important that I want you to pay attention to when it comes to learning. Every time you see a viral piece of content, pay close attention to these details, right? These are the exact triggers successful pages use to manipulate the algorithm in their favor. If you see other pages or content on Instagram going viral, getting lots of views, there's something they're doing right there, and there's something about their content which is triggering the algorithm to push it further, right? So pay attention to these specific variables that we've just gone over right now. When you see a specific reel, sit there and ask yourself, what made people stop scrolling, right? What grabbed their attention? What emotion did it trigger in the viewer? Why did people watch the video to the end? What made people share the video or comment on it? What are they commenting? How can I repeat this in my own unique way, for my niche or for my page? And what's going to happen the more you do this, the better you're going to be able to recognize patterns, right, of what's actually working. This is one of the most important skills that an Instagram creator can have, pattern recognition. And this is also something that you're going to get a lot better at over time, right? Because if you can recognize the patterns of other viral, high-performing content on Instagram, of other pages in your niche, and you could see exactly what they're doing and how they're manipulating the algorithm to their favor to go viral, and you're starting to notice patterns there and things that you could repeat yourself, that's when things start to become a whole lot easier, all right? So the more often you sit there and you ask yourself questions as soon as you see a viral video, the better you're going to get at this, all right? And now, since you have a much better understanding of the algorithm, how it works, how we can actually use it to our advantage to go viral, it's time to go over content, how it works, how we could create it, etc. Let's dive into it. Now, first and foremost, let me emphasize this. Content is king, all right? Content is king. What I mean by this is the content that you post is by far the most important factor for growing on Instagram. Every other factor is irrelevant if your content is poor quality. For example, sometimes I have people reach out and ask me like, hey, Pasha, my reels aren't performing well, right? Is it because I'm posting at the wrong times? Should I post at this time instead? Or, hey, I'm using these hashtags. Like, what are your thoughts? Should I use different hashtags? Or, hey, I'm scheduling my reels, not posting them manually. Is that why my page isn't doing well? And then I look at their content and it's not good quality. It's trash. Like, no one would watch these videos. And here's the thing. It's not that those other variables don't matter, right? Like, sure, having the right hashtags, posting at the times where your audience is most active, and fun fact, scheduling versus posting doesn't make any difference. Those things can help, but it's not going to be the make or break, right? It's not going to be that determining factor that determines whether your content goes viral and does really well, or if it doesn't, like just because you didn't use the right hashtags, for example. What does matter, what is the make or break, what is the determining factor is whether your content is good quality or not, whether someone would actually watch it, okay? So that's the most important thing. Don't look and listen to all these little quick fixes that maybe other people on YouTube are talking about. Oh, this viral hashtag strategy is gonna make you blow up. That's not the case, right? Those are quick fixes and it doesn't address the root of growth, which is the content, okay? So I just wanted to clear that up off the bat. Now let's continue on, okay? There's a real simple growth formula, okay? It's very simple. A good niche plus high quality content plus consistency equals growth. It's that simple, right? Picking a good niche that has proof of concept, that has demand, posting high quality content that relates to that niche, to those viewers, to that audience, consistently over a long enough period of time, right? Staying consistent every day leads to growth. There's nothing else to it than that. It's that simple, right? Obviously, we could dive more into how to make the content high quality, right? Yet, this is all it comes down to, right? There's no other external uncontrollable variables there, okay? It's just simple. Don't overcomplicate it. I see so many people overcomplicating it and making it a lot more complex than it needs to be. It really just comes down to this, right? If these are solid and rooted, you will grow, right? And you'll grow really well. Now, with that being said, let's dive into more context about specific content strategy, right? What that looks like and how to think about it, right? And the main thing here is to not reinvent the wheel, okay? Do not reinvent the wheel. What I mean by this is you don't need to come up with your own innovative strategy that's groundbreaking, that no one's ever seen before when it comes to growing a successful Instagram theme page. You don't need to do that. Right? Because that means you're coming into it blindly, especially if you're not very experienced with this and you'd come into it blindly and you're doing stuff that you don't even know will work or not. You're just shooting in the dark. Instead, what you should do is not blindly copy people either. You shouldn't just see someone else that's performing well and do everything the exact same. What you should do is simply remodel existing viral content which has already been proven to work, but do it with your own branding / unique twist. Okay? This is super, super important to understand. Do not reinvent the wheel, right? You don't need to do it completely from scratch, brand new. No one's ever seen it before. Don't blindly copy others. Remodel existing viral content which has already been proven to work with your own branding and unique twist. We're going to go over what that looks like specifically, how you can make it unique to yourself and put a unique spin and twist on it. But the thing is, the reason why this is important is because there's already successful pages out there with very, very high performing content out there that we'll be able to identify that is working right now in real time, engaging and attracting people in the niche. And since that's a fact and we could find these pages, obviously they're doing something right. There's something that we could learn from them. Why would we go out there and try and reinvent the wheel when the wheel's already invented and there's someone who's already doing something that's proven to work, right? We could simply get inspiration from that. We could remodel that. We could do it in our own way. That way we have proof of concept and we could feel confident that it'll work for us as well. All right. Obviously, we're going to dive into a little bit more depth about what that looks like specifically, but as a concept, I want you to think about it like this. Okay. So what you're going to want to do after understanding this is identify a viral content style or template. All right. Every high performing theme page on Instagram uses a consistent and replicable content style, right? We're going to go over some examples in a second, but also what I want you to focus on is specifically Reels to begin with. Reels are by far the best way to grow when you're starting a new page from scratch. You could implement posts and carousels a little bit later down the line, depending on what niche you're in. It varies like when you should begin integrating them into the content, but they're not the best to start off from scratch because carousels and posts are more geared towards engaging your existing audience. They still have the potential to go viral, but they're geared towards nurturing and educating your existing audience. Whereas Reels are more geared towards reach, new reach, putting your page out there, attracting an audience, right? So only focus on Reels when you're trying to identify a viral content style / template at the beginning. Okay. So here are some examples of that. All right. Just to kind of give you something tangibly to think about. And this is going to look different depending on your niche, of course, right? But let's take a look at this. This is called the Twitter format because when someone posts something on Twitter, it's got like this little verified check mark here. This is kind of like what the formatting looks like. And it has like a little text and then like a clip, for example.
Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No.
Right, so I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you could kind of see the idea here. So it's just kind of like the Twitter format, and then it's got a clip, and that is a proven format that's done very, very, very well. Right, here's another one, a subtitles style or template.
Man works from sun to sun. Women's work is never done.
Very simple, just someone speaking with subtitles coming up with background music with a little logo here. And this one is a subtitles with hook. So it's similar to this, but it just cropped a little bit more, and there's actually a text hook at the top here.
One of the things that really hurt Apple was after I left, John Scully got a very serious disease. I've seen other people get it too.
So that's another style. And then we've got this one here. This is more different from what we've seen so far. These are all like text-based or subtitle-based, whereas this is like a quote style. Where it's just some sort of background picture or video with some quote on it. And then this is like a cinematic style where it has the subtitles, but it's a little bit more sophisticated, you'll see.
God never gave up on me. You know, everything I had to go through, all the adversity and no one believing in me, you know, it's just special. I found God.
So this one has like more interesting subtitles and some overlays. It's got the background music still. And then there's also content styles or templates that are like fully AI, right? Like this.
The biggest mistake a woman can make is running to tell her family and friends every time she has a problem. Because the moment you involve outsiders in every disagreement,
right, so like AI videos and AI voice, and then automatic subtitles that come up on the screen, some background music. So these are all examples of different content styles / templates, all right? And if you were to take a look at the pages who are posting this content, they all follow a very consistent and replicable theme, right? Like each content style, like for example, it'd just be the same sort of format, but with like a different text and a different video, right? And then same here, it'd be like same full screen subtitles, the same watermark, but it'd just be a different text with different subtitles coming up. And the format stays the same, and you just sort of plug and play specific new pieces of content within the same format or template. All right. And then again, there's a lot more of styles than this. These are some very popular ones, maybe ones that you'll see when you're doing your niche research. But at the same time, this all depends on your niche. All right. So the content style or template that you choose depends on your niche or a parallel niche. So what I suggest you do is reference your niche research worksheet, right? Because you've already filled this out from earlier on. I suggest you go back and take a look. And now with this knowledge that you have, pay attention to the specific content style that the fastest performing pages in your niche are using and employing, right? Maybe the top 5 pages in your niche are all posting within like one of these content templates, or maybe another one that it's not on the screen. This is going to be very helpful to get you to understand what's actually going to work best in your niche and to give you inspiration on how you should approach your content strategy. All right. So just to summarize, choose one of the content styles / templates used by the fastest growing pages based off your research. Okay. It's going to give you a good direction on when it comes to like what type of content style that you should go with. Okay. So yeah, now you understand how important content is and the first steps to take when getting clarity on your specific content approach. It's all dependent on your niche, and just seek to identify and evaluate what sort of content styles perform best within your niche. That way you can have a more clear direction moving forward with the next steps. All right. Now we're going to go over more specifically how to do viral content research. So let's dive straight into it. Okay, so like I said earlier, we're not going to be reinventing the wheel. We're not coming up with something completely from scratch, completely innovative that no one has ever seen before. What we're doing is we're going to analyze Instagram. We're going to see what's already working best within our niche, and then we're going to remodel it in our own unique way, ideally making it even better, right? So in order for us to do this, we need to see what is actually working on Instagram within our niche, and that's what's called viral content research, right? We're going to be looking for viral content within our niche. So I have a few different ways that we could go ahead and do this. I'll be diving into each of them more in depth in a second, but I just want to list them first. So as I've been discussing, we want to revisit our niche research. That's why it's so important, guys, to actually do that step, because we've been going back to it a couple times now, because we've got the fastest growing pages in our niche on that list. And there's a lot that we could learn from those pages, a lot of inspiration that we could get to actually see what's working. And then also we could go through the following list of these pages, because not only are those pages themselves are a good source to get inspiration, but if we go through their following list and they have more research curated in their following list, it helps for us to go through that and see what's working from those pages as well. Also, there's a website called viralfinder.com. They've got a free version where essentially you log in, create an account for free. There's a section called user search where you can type in the name of any theme page in your niche, and it will kind of populate all of their most viral content for you to kind of go ahead and look through. So it makes the research pretty easy. And then also the last one here is intentional scrolling. So through the Reels or Explore feed. At this point, you've warmed up your page, I assume, a decent amount. So hopefully Instagram is starting to populate and show you viral, high-performing content within your niche. So if you go onto Instagram and you're very intentional about what you're doing and you're not wasting your time and scrolling and getting distracted, but you're actually just going and kind of looking through some reels, seeing what pops up, you know, which pages are posting these reels, checking those pages, what viral content are those pages posting, or maybe checking the Explore feed, trying to find some other pages. It's a very effective way to do research because it's more automatic, let's say. Right? Like you can just pull up your phone, go straight to Instagram, and boom, you're going to see a bunch of inspiration already. Whereas the other ones are sort of more manually going out of your way and finding inspiration. All right. So here are some of the main ways that you can do this viral content research effectively. And just to show you an example of what that would look like, I'm just going to move over here. I'm going to go to a niche research worksheet. So this is from a different page in the parenting niche. So you can see this is a Google Sheet here. I've got to look right over this. There's some pages in here, and this is how they're organized into the fastest growing. This is kind of like how you benchmark the highest performing pages against each other, kind of see what they look like, the branding, etc. Now, if we go to the fastest growing pages here, what we could do is we could just type in these pages on Instagram, and considering they're growing very well, there's something that they're doing right. So if we could go onto their page and kind of look through their high performing content, obviously we're going to find viral content there. That's going to be a great source of inspiration. And then, like I said, once we find a page like that, for example, we could go into their following list, and most likely they're going to be following some other high performing viral pages in the niche. Like here's another theme page. Here's another one. Here's another one. And it just gives us another source to look through just to find some more options. All right. Also for Viral Finder, it's very simple to use, so I'm not going to dive into it here. And then also intentional scrolling. This is pretty self-explanatory as well. Just open your phone and begin scrolling a bit. All right. So this is the different ways that you could get that inspiration and see what's working best within your niche. Now, how do we actually determine what specific content to remodel, right? So that comes down to viral content selection. So here's where we're seeing all the inspiration, and here's where we kind of narrow it down to figure out what exactly we should be remodeling. Okay. So here's some criteria for you to help you out. So you want to look for content that has at least 500,000 views. Obviously, the more the better. If you could find ones with millions consistently, that's going to be even better. Also, you want to look for good engagement, right? Because again, views aren't everything. Engagement matters more, actually. So you want to see that the piece of content actually has a decent amount of likes, comments, shares. The specific engagement rate is just going to depend. There's no set rate, but you want to look for between 2 to 5%, let's say for likes. So if a reel has 100,000 views, you want to see that it has at least 2,000 to 5,000 likes. And for comments and shares, you want to look for at least 100 comments and at least 1,000 shares. All right, so that's the criteria for the engagement. And then also, you want to make sure that the content that you'd be remodeling is posted within the last week. All right, and the earlier the better. So this is a mistake I see some people make is when they're doing their research, they see a reel that's gotten millions of views, good engagement, but then it's posted 6 months ago. All right, and that's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying it's impossible to go viral by remodeling a piece of content that's 6 months old, but it's less of an accurate indicator as to what's working right now compared to content that is going viral recently, right? So if we see a reel that's gone viral a couple days ago and we could quickly jump on it and remodel it, make it even better, put our own unique spin on it, the likelihood of that going viral for us as well is going to be higher compared to if we grabbed one that was months ago or weeks ago. All right. It doesn't mean you can't ever do that. You could test it and see how it performs for you, but it's a higher likelihood for you to go viral and perform well if it's earlier. Okay. So within the last week, you should aim for. So here's the criteria for that. This is how you're going to narrow down your research to actually find specific content to remodel. All right, so now that we've gone over how to do effective viral content research and also the criteria to look for when determining which specific piece of content to select and remodel, let's dive a little bit deeper into the actual content creation process. All right, first and foremost, obviously, each content style / template has a different content creation process, right? So if we scroll up a little bit here and we take a look at the examples of the different templates or styles that we went over earlier, some of them are pretty similar to one another, but others are completely different. Right, so these three up here are a bit similar because it just is a clip, and then some have text at the top and are more cropped, whereas others are just full screen, and then some have maybe more fancy editing, whereas the quote style is pretty much completely different to these, and the AI style is also different. So because of that, the process is going to be different. Right, so keep that in mind. It's going to depend on your niche and the style that you choose. And because of that, unfortunately, obviously, I can't break down each and every single style on Instagram because there's dozens and it would take hours. So I can't do it in this free course, but I can break down a few. All right. And this is a very, very popular style. It's one of the most high performing styles on Instagram is these three here. Okay. So you could see that they're all kind of similar in a way. So if you know how to make one of these, the subtitle style, which is what we're going to be going over, you can easily recreate these other styles as well. Right? Because if you do this, all you have to do is kind of crop the clip a little bit more and put some text and this Twitter formatting above. Very, very easy, right? So you're just going to learn the foundations of the subtitle style. So we've gone over how you could actually find the specific let's say, piece of content that you want to remodel or the specific clip. But then the question is like, how do you actually get the raw source or the original source of that clip that is unedited? Because when you follow this process here, you're going to find edited clips. Now, and if we want to remodel it and put our own spin on it, we have to find the original source, right? So here's exactly how we can do that. So I'm back on Instagram here, and the clip that I'm going to be remodeling for the sake of this example is this one right here. It's like this health page. This one got 3.5 million views, and the engagement is quite good. The only thing, just keep in mind, this was posted a little while ago. So I'm just doing this video for the sake of the example, but again, make sure that you're choosing more recent clips, ideally. All right. So let's listen to this real quick.
Stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are, the longer you live. Crazy fact, the single most important.
Right. So we're going to find this original clip or the source of this clip. So the thing is here, almost every single original source is on YouTube. All right. YouTube is going to be a very, very helpful place for us to find these original sources. Now, then the question is like, how do you search it up properly on YouTube? So towards the beginning, it might be a little tough because maybe you don't know like what this person's name is and you don't know what to search up. But keep in mind, if you check their captions, oftentimes people are putting like the specific source in the caption. So I could literally just copy and paste this into the YouTube search bar and it's going to show me the video. But also if they don't have it here, you can like look through the comments. Maybe someone is also wondering what his name is, and then someone replies, and then you could just look up that and podcast and you'll be able to find it. And then also what you could do another way, like another method, is literally take a screenshot of like one of the angles in the set here, and then upload that screenshot into Google Lens, and Google Lens will use its AI to kind of like identify which podcast this is and like which video it is. And that way you could just look it up on YouTube after that, right? But in this case, it's right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste this, head over to YouTube, and then I already got it up right here. But what I'm going to do is literally just copy and paste it in the search bar up top, press search, and then boom, it pulls it up right here. All right. So I'm going to click on it.
Life than anybody thought.
And
So
you're
saying brain.
And you can see that this video is like 40 minutes long. So obviously we don't want to watch the whole 40 minutes just to find like this small 30-second clip here, right? So here's what we're going to want to do in order to speed that up. So if you go and look here, you just want to look at the text that he's saying on the screen right here. So like
Thing you can do, the single greatest correlate for preserving brain health
and body health, right? So let's just keep that in mind. We could actually go to the transcript on YouTube. So we go down here, it says show transcript. And then what we could do is search through that transcript. So I'm just going to say brain health, right? So here's that part of the clip. And this is how it starts, I believe. Let's see.
There's a lot more to do. Yeah, so
on brain aging,
single greatest, the single most important thing you can do, the single greatest.
So this is like the part that we're going to want. So what we would do at this point is click here, and then you'll see clip.
Correlate for preserve.
And then, you know, this clip's a little bit odd, how in a sense that like 30 seconds into it is when there's a part of the clip that is used in the actual video that we saw on Instagram, but then like 15 seconds before that is kind of added on later, right? So it's just a bit unorganized. So what I'm going to do is just like
side of it,
clip up to 60 seconds here.
Longer.
Right? Obviously, for the sake of the example, I'm not going to like find the exact time frames, but you're just going to want to find, when you're doing it, the exact time frames of the clip that you saw on Instagram so that you could get the exact time frames from this clip on YouTube, right? And then what you could do is just, you got to give it a title. So I'm just going to type something random. Then you press share clip, and it's going to, I'm just going to do it right here for the example. It's going to give you a link. All right. Now, at this point, you have the clip. So you could go over to this website called loader.to and literally just paste the clip here. And it's going to allow you to download the clip. That way we could drag it into our like editing software after, right? So keep in mind, loader.to is a very, very powerful website, because if you look up other websites for like YouTube to MP4 converters, they don't let you download YouTube clips. They only allow you to download the entire video, right? Whereas this video is like 40 minutes long, so we don't want to have to download the whole video just for this short snippet of 1 minute. Instead, with loader.to, it allows us to download the 60-second clip that we made ourselves, right? Keep in mind that some YouTube videos that you find might not have this clip option here. I think it's something that whoever posted it has the option to turn on or off, but most of the clips that you find, you should be able to press this clip button here. All right, but on loader.to, unfortunately my Wi-Fi is a little slow right now, so it's not really, it usually should be instant, but you'll see that now it's downloaded, so I could just press this. I want to click out of that, and then it'll allow me to download it. So I just press save, and then I have the MP4 right in my computer. Now, another thing that I want to go over is a neat tool called Filmot. All right. So this is something that you could use if you're having trouble finding the original source on YouTube, because a lot of people say maybe they have struggles with this, especially at the beginning, like, right? Because maybe, again, you don't know this person's name or what to look up on YouTube, and you're having trouble finding the specific video. So Filmot is something that you can kind of use to get around that. And essentially what it allows you to do is find specific YouTube videos based off of a transcript. So if we go back to the video and kind of listen to what he's saying here.
And body health, leg strength, thigh muscle mass inversely correlates.
So earlier he said like the single most important thing that you could do, right? So let's just type that in. The single, yeah, I've already done this, so it's going to populate here. And then the YouTuber is this guy here. So we have the option to put this in because we know him, but if you don't need to. Filmot can still find it. And then let's just do this, search automatic subtitles. And then it's going to do its thing, and then boom, the video shows up right here. Right, so if we had trouble finding it on YouTube by ourselves, we could use Filmot, and that allows us to find it a bit easier. All right, so now we could click on this video, open it up, and then boom.
The single most important thing.
So now at this point we have our clip and it's cut. It is the exact sort of time frames that we need. Now we can begin remodeling the clip to our own unique style, put our unique twist on it, and put our own spin on it. All right, so let's dive straight into that. We're going to go into a quick video editing tutorial for how you could turn this clip into an actual postable, uploadable piece of content that could go viral. Okay, and then keep in mind, again, this is just going to go over like the subtitle format, but other types of content styles or templates, you would go through the video creation process a little bit differently. Some you could use more AI than others, right? But this one we're going to be using, you'll see it'll be CapCut or Premiere Pro. And then there's other similar ones as well, but those are the two main ones. All right, so I'll see you guys in that breakdown. All right, so now that we've got our viral clip, we can go ahead and edit it and remodel it with our own branding and unique twist so that we can go ahead and post it as a reel on our page. All right, and in this tutorial, I'm going to be using Adobe Premiere Pro. This is a paid tool, although there are also free tools out there like CapCut and DaVinci Resolve. By far the most popular one, the one that I suggest you use, is CapCut. It's very easy to use, beginner-friendly interface, and it works very similarly to Premiere Pro. So everything that you're going to be learning and watching in this tutorial, you could go ahead and cross-reference and apply as you're using CapCut. All right, obviously there's going to be subtle nuanced differences, but the main principle stays the same. Okay, so let's dive straight into it. I've got Premiere Pro open on the screen, as you can see. And first up, what you're going to want to do is press Command-N and go to Settings, and this is how you're going to create a new project or sequence. You want to change it to 1080 by 1920. That's going to give you that rectangular format like this. Okay, so now we could go ahead and drag the clip onto the timeline right here. And we're going to press Keep Existing Settings, and there's the clip, as you could see. And what we're also going to do is we're going to go to Effect Controls and zoom it in. So that way we could center him like this. And then also this clip's a little interesting in the sense that it kind of starts, like the beginning of the clip is later on in the video. I'll show you what I mean.
Stronger your
That's how it starts. The stronger your legs are.
The stronger your thighs are.
Yeah, or thighs are. So we're going to go ahead and move it like that. That's what I mean. All right. And obviously you could see here that now he's no longer centered. So we have to kind of like realign the clip here again for each new angle. That's how podcasts do it sometimes. It's a little tedious, but and then here it switches to this guy, so we have to go like that. There we go. Make this guy centered now. And here it goes back to this one. Cool. So we could just copy and paste this. Copy, paste. Boom. So now that that's the first step. We got it all sort of aligned and centered. All right. So now what we could go ahead and do is drag our watermark onto the timeline. So this is the logo that we had created together earlier. Since this is a health sort of longevity type clip, figured we could just use the same watermark. So I think 20 would be a good size here. I'm going to drag it like in this region right here. I think, right here might look nice. And also, pro tip for you guys, I suggest using a safe zone. Look up Reels safe zone online and download one of the options there. It looks like this. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit, and it looks like this. So the thing is, if I were to move the watermark below like this, it'd be covered by the caption when I post it on Instagram. So instead, I kind of want to make sure it's right above like that, because this is where the like button and the comment and the save are. This is where the caption is. This is where it says Reels and Friends, when you're actually using Reels. So this safe zone kind of just make sure that you don't place anything in obstructed places. All right. And then, yeah, once that's there, you could kind of just like hide it like that. All right. So now that we've got our logo there, looks clean. What we could do is go ahead and generate the captions together. So essentially what you do is you just go to text, you go to transcript, and then I'm just going to, I believe this is already transcribed here. So I'm just going to say generate static transcript. No, and then audio 1. So AI is going to go ahead and generate this transcript here. And what I like to do is remove the commas and periods. So I just type in comma here, replace all. It just replaces it with nothing. So it removes it. And then periods, replace all. So now that we have the transcript, we could go ahead and generate auto captions. All right. So let's just press create captions right here, and then press captioning preferences, or right here, captioning preferences. It was stuck there for a second. Typically, you want to go to around 22 characters and change the lines to single rather than double. And then, I have, preset styles, but I'm not going to create one, or I'm not going to use one here, just to show you guys like the process from scratch. So you could see here now the subtitles are generated. It looks like this. But these subtitles look like shit, right? So we want to change that. So go to graphics, and then click the subtitles, go to graphics, properties. And what we could do now is kind of adjust the style of the subtitles to look a lot more nicer. So here I'm going to use a font called, let's just say, what can we use? Jill Sans Bold. I think that looks kind of decent. I want to make it a little bigger so we could see it. I don't really like that one, actually. Maybe we could use Gotham Black instead. Yeah, that looks nice. And then you could click this. It'll put it in the middle of the screen just like that. And then also what we want to do is kind of go to the shadow area. This is where we could get a little bit more meticulous. And if we zoom in, you'll kind of see the effects of what I'm doing here. I just want to make the shadow a little bit darker behind it, so it makes the white text easier to read. So there you go. You can see it's intensifying there. Obviously don't want to do it too intense, but something like this I think looks pretty nice. All right, so now we can zoom back out, and we've got the subtitles just like that. I think it looks a little strong, so I want to make it less intense. There we go. Boom. And then what you want to do is press this right here. This will make it go to each, because right now, if you were to look at all the rest of the captions, they're all the old one. We don't want that. So instead, press this, all captions on track, and now each of them are the same. Okay. And the thing is here, it's a little lower. So what we're going to want to do is just go like this, highlight all of them, and then go to graphics and titles, press upgrade caption to graphic. And now we can go ahead and move these captions to be on the same sort of height as these ones here. So we just want to move them a little lower, little higher now, just like that. Cool. And we're going to want to copy this over onto these, and now they're all the same size.
The stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are, the longer you live. Crazy fact, the single most important thing you can do, the single greatest correlate for preserving brain health and body health.
So you see we've got the subtitles now on the screen, although you can see that there's some mistakes, so we're going to want to go ahead and manually correct those.
The stronger your thighs are,
so
the stronger your...
I want to make it look like this. Obviously, you could choose how meticulous you want to be with the captions here, but I'm a little picky. So I'm going to adjust it, make it look a little better.
Stronger your... The stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are. Your quads are.
And then here he goes, the stronger your quads are. The stronger...
Stronger your quad... the longer you live. Crazy fact, the single most important thing you can do, the thing you can do, the single greatest correlate for preserving brain health and body health, leg strength. Thigh muscle mass inversely correlates with mortality. How crazy is that?
Hang on.
How crazy is that?
Hang on. Leg strength correlates with
leg strength.
So we just want to get rid of this here.
Leg strength correlates with mortality.
No. Inversely correlate. No.
He says no.
Inversely correlates with mortality.
With mortality. So obviously the AI auto captions does like 95% good, but obviously we don't want 95% good. We want to make it as good as humanly possible to increase the likelihood of us going viral as much as possible. So that's why I'm going in and manually adjusting these captions or subtitles.
Inversely correlates.
Yeah.
So explain
thigh
that.
muscle correlates with
Inversely
mortality.
correlates.
Yeah.
So explain
thigh
that.
muscle that correlates with
Inversely
mortality.
correlates.
So I think this is where it ends actually, right here. So we could go ahead and shorten this up, and that's it. Now we kind of have our fully edited clip. It's got the subtitles, it's got the watermark here, the framing is right. Each time the guy who's speaking is in the middle. And now what we could do is add a little background music on it to make it more engaging. So I'm going to drag this one that I kind of already pulled up here.
The stronger your thighs are.
So this is a lot louder than we want. So let's make it a bit quieter.
The stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are, the longer you live. Crazy fact, the single most important thing you can do, the single greatest correlate for preserving brain health and body health, leg strength. Thigh muscle mass inversely.
And just like that, we have our viral clip. And this obviously falls into the category of the regular subtitle reels that we were discussing earlier. Although there are more adjustments that we can make to kind of make these into subtly different formats. But first off, obviously there's little changes that we can make here to make it more unique to our own style. So for example, instead of having like the watermark here, if you don't want it, what you technically could do is make a username or text-based watermark rather than a logo watermark. And that would look a little something like this. I'll show you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and make this invisible, and then it would look like this. So maybe if our page is called longevity lab. We could go ahead and change this to like maybe a more thin text, you know, something like this, and then change the color to like gray, maybe like a gray like this, and then make it a lot smaller. And then we could potentially place it something like this. Maybe you've seen these types of watermarks in the past, but now it looks like this.
The stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are, the longer you live. Crazy.
Like that watermark works perfectly good as well. So that's a way you could change it, make it a little bit more unique. You could also, for example, if you wanted to, go ahead and, you know, color the subtitles on every line. So like this, you know, for example, you could go like this. Let me allow this real quick. There we go. You can make the color like a bright green and go and change like one word for each line to like this green color, just to make it more engaging, kind of make it more branded to your brand.
The stronger your...
All right, and you could kind of manually go ahead and do this. It'd take like a minute to each line. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the most part. You know, clips like this, even though it's so simple, like these types of clips have the potential to go viral. You know, the one that we got inspiration from obviously got 3.5 million views. It wasn't more complicated than this. And obviously this took a little bit longer since I was explaining the process in depth to you guys. But you could bang out these clips in like, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You know, obviously at the beginning, it'll take a little longer. You have to get into the rhythm of it. But, you know, once you get good at it, you know, you could bang them out. All right. So as I said, you know, this is just a traditional subtitle format, but also what you could do, for example, is like this. You know, maybe you want to, let's go ahead and shrink this clip a little bit more. Maybe we wanted to make it like, you know, something like this, where it has like the black on the top and bottom, and then we could like, you know, make the hook at the top. It would look something like this. Let me go ahead and drag that. You know, at the top, and it could be a hook, like, you know. This is another type of format. This is like the, you know, subtitles with a text hook at the top. And then also, you know, if you wanted to, you could technically do it into the Twitter format as well. You just have to make things a little bit smaller, reformat them, and then like have the logo and the username up here, similar to the one that we had looked at earlier. But yeah, that's why I wanted to break down this one as a tutorial, because once you kind of understand these foundations, you can remodel the piece of content in a few different ways, depending on which format you decide is going to be the best based off your research and what you believe and can see is performing the best, right? But yeah, that's pretty much the whole process. I'm going to go back and make some edits here so we could go back to the original way it looked, like this. All right, this is the whole edit, very simple. And now what we could do is just go here to export. You could just copy these export settings. It's very simple. Go to frame rate, actually make this 30 FPS. And then you could either press export here, or you could go up here, export, and then boom, takes a few seconds. You've got your clip and you are all good to go. So yeah, very simple example of how you can make a viral subtitle reel in just 5-10 minutes, whether you're using Premiere Pro, CapCut. The process is very similar. Like I said, there are nuanced differences, but you could tell that once you get into the hang of the process here, you can bump out like, dozens of clips like this in just one day and kind of get your content prepared for the week, for example. Makes it very, very easy, right? So yeah, that's about it for this tutorial, and I will see you guys in the next steps. All right, so at this point, you should have a lot more clarity on the specific content strategy with your page and your niche. and how to actually find the content, how to get inspiration for it, and even create it. So now it's time for us to prepare for launch, right? Because we're almost there. And there's just a couple quick steps, so let's just dive into it. Firstly, I suggest preparing 4 to 5 reels for breathing room, all right? And the reason I suggest this is because keep in mind, once you do begin posting, you're gonna wanna stay consistent and post at least once every day, right? And if you're just creating it the day of, you're kind of on the back foot and things could come up and you might miss your post, and that's just not good. Whereas if you have 4 or 5 reels, or even just a couple as breathing room kind of on the back burner, then it just gives you a head start at the beginning. You could be ahead of schedule and make sure that you could stay consistent moving forward. All right. On top of that, I also suggest kind of reviewing your own content and making adjustments before you make your first post, right? Think about it like this. You don't want to have a rough draft as your first post on your page, right? Because you don't want to give the algorithm the impression that your content isn't that good and doesn't keep people on the platform straight from the jump, right? So make sure to post like a final draft piece of content as your first piece, so that way you could develop a stronger relationship with the algorithm at the beginning. It's kind of like a first impression if you think about it. Now, with that being said, you don't need to be a perfectionist and overthink it, but make some optimizations or adjustments after your first time creating one, or ask a friend to review it, or someone who's experienced that you may know to review it, and they could give you some feedback. You could make the adjustments and then post a final draft as your first one rather than a rough draft. All right, so that's number 1. Number 2 is then to create a caption template. All right, so just to be clear on that, every page has their own caption template. So for example, this page, Neuroglobe, if you check each of their reels, the structure is always the same. They just have a bulk sort of caption here, and then the bottom half, everything under my cursor is the same on each and every video, right? So the only part that is different is this. So that's kind of like the structure, right? And each page has a slightly different structure, as you can see with these screenshots here. The principle is the same. It's just some text and then something that's copy and paste off of each reel. But they're slightly different. Now, this comes down to having a caption template structure, essentially, right? And this is niche dependent. So some captions in certain niches are more similar, whereas others might be different. So I just suggest, taking a look at your niche research again, for example, seeing what captions on the highest, fastest growing pages there look like, just for some inspiration. But typically, this is a proven structure right here. It's 1, custom hook, 2, custom bulk text, and then 3, a copy and paste footer, right? Which is typically the follow CTA and hashtags. So that in practice looks like this. This is the hook, which is step 1 of the structure. And then this is the bulk, which is part 2 of the structure. And then 3, this is the copy and paste footer, which is on each reel, right? So we're going to go over more about this in a second, how to actually create a template with AI. That way, each time you need to post a new video, all you do is kind of one simple step, telling the AI what to do and giving it context, and then it'll spit you out the perfect, well-structured caption, all right? That way it could be quick and easy. So let's just dive straight into it. Now that we've prepared for launch properly, we're ready to officially launch, which is going to be pretty exciting because up until this point, we've just been creating the page and, putting things together, warming it up, exploring the content, learning about it, editing it. But now we're actually going to start making some progress, right? Aside from just getting things set up. So that's exciting. Now let's just dive straight into it. So the first thing that you're going to want to nail down once you do launch is a posting schedule. And like I just mentioned a second ago, you're going to want to post at least once per day. All right. Ideally 2 to 3 times if you can, because the more volume at the beginning and in general, the better, as long as you're not sacrificing quality. Okay. But just remember, at least once per day. And then target first world country audience. And you could do this by just posting between 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, I'm gonna add that in here actually. Eastern Standard Time. And then also you could schedule the posts, which I suggest because it's just more automated. You don't have to think about it. Or you could post them manually. And keep in mind, you could schedule posts directly through Instagram. Most of you guys should be able to. Or you could just post them manually. Sometimes people just keep them in the drafts. That way, when they're ready to post, they just log in, press a couple buttons, and then it posts. And just to clear up, it doesn't affect reach if you schedule directly through Instagram. So you don't need to worry about that. So once you have a posting schedule set, then you want to make sure that you know exactly how to do the captions. So just a moment ago, we went over like caption template structure, but now we could dive a little bit deeper into how to actually create proper captions. So what I suggest here first is just revisiting the niche research again. This is the best thing to do for inspiration. Just see what the fastest growing pages in your niche are actually doing and what their captions look like. But in most cases, whether you see it from other pages in your niche, which you probably will, or even if you don't, longer captions are typically best, right? Because of a couple main reasons. First, it increases watch time, right? Because when there's a longer caption, there's more for people to read. It takes longer for them to read it. Sometimes they like watch the video first and then they see there's a long caption and then go read the caption and then the video plays twice. And it just increases overall watch time, right? And as we've gone over, this is the most important metric that the algorithm looks at when determining whether to push your video or not, right? So that's good. And then another thing is it increases follower conversion. And the reason it does is because longer captions provide more value to the viewer. So let's just say viewer watches one piece of content and it has like a short, like quick caption, right? And maybe the viewer gets some value from it. Whereas the viewer watches, let's just say the same video in a hypothetical scenario, the same exact video, but it has a longer caption, which is more in depth, adds more context for the viewer, makes it more interesting. And also there's a clear takeaway from the caption. You know, which video do you think the viewer is going to get more value from? It's the one with the longer caption, right? They feel like they got more value. They feel like it impacted them more. And because of that, it makes them more likely to follow you, right? Because the more value that someone gets from your reel or content, the more you impact them, the more likely it is that they want to see more of that content, right? So that's why long captions are typically best. Those are two main reasons. And of course, we're going to use AI to come to our rescue here to make our lives a whole lot easier. So I'm going to zoom out again here. This is a prompt that you guys could copy and paste straight into AI. So feel free to take a screenshot. And you're just going to want to customize what is in here to your specific niche, right? And give it some context. Now, there's a couple tools that I believe are very important to get used to. Makes your job a whole lot easier. So let's just say you're posting a reel that is similar to the one that we did the editing tutorial for, like a subtitle reel. There's going to be a transcript of that reel, right? And if you could just copy and paste that transcript into ChatGPT or any AI, it could spit out a really good high quality caption for you, right? With the template structure that you give it. And the template structure, by the way, is just something you create once and then you just copy and paste it onto each one, or AI will do it for you. So these two tools, TurboScribe and Uniscribe, they do the exact same thing. It's essentially an AI transcripting tool, right? And they have free versions. They let you do 3 per day for free, all right? And all you have to do is just like, once you're done editing your video, just drag the MP4 into like TurboScribe. It's going to give you a transcript like a few seconds later. And then all you have to do is copy and paste that transcript into a new prompt, which I'm going to show you right here, right? So here's an example. So let's just say you have this video.
Darling,
Give me the advice. Let's go.
you cannot control or dictate.
No.
All right, so like a woman's mindset type video, right? So here's the caption for this reel. I believe this reel did very, very good as well. Got a few million views. So here's what you're going to want to do. So firstly, download the reel that you're getting inspiration from, or the competitor one. Ideally one that went viral, has proof of concept. And then you're going to want to get the transcript from that reel using one of these tools that I mentioned and paste it into this script here, or into this prompt. And then go to the actual caption of the same reel and then copy and paste it into this section of the prompt, right? Because what this is going to do, this prompt here, it's going to like pretty much analyze the structure of it. That way you could repeat it or make a similar one yourself. All right. So then once you do that, then there's this other prompt here. I'm going to zoom out so you could screenshot it. You're just going to want to use this prompt and customize it in a similar sense, right? So obviously here, you're going to want to put your specific CTA that you want to have in each and every one of your reels. Also, you want to do 4 to 5 hashtags, which we'll go over here in a second as well, and make the tone however you'd like it. All right. And customize whatever you need to here. But these two prompts should get you started. This one's kind of like mimicking the structure of a competitor or a high performing reel. And then this is making it custom to your specific page. That way, each time you go to create a new reel, all you have to do is copy and paste the transcript into the same chat that you've been chatting with the AI, and then they're just going to pump out a new caption that's ready for you to post with the whole caption template structure and everything. All right. So that's how you do this the most effective way, the most time efficient way. So now that we've gone over that, let's go over hashtags, because as I just mentioned here, you're going to want to have some hashtags most of the time in your caption template structure. And what I suggest is 5 hashtags, 3 general and 2 custom. So what I mean by this is, like, let's just say you're in the business niche. Like, your 3 general hashtags that you could have on every single reel is like entrepreneurship, business, and money, or businessmen, or entrepreneurship, or entrepreneur. Like 3 general ones, and then have 2 custom for the specific reel, right? Like, let's just say it's a reel about Elon Musk. You'd say business, entrepreneur, entrepreneurship, Elon Musk, Tesla, right? And then boom, that's your 5 captions. And then if it's one about Steve Jobs, you know, business, entrepreneurship, entrepreneur, Steve Jobs, Apple, right? And then boom. So that's what I would suggest for hashtags. Again, it's not too big of a deal here, so don't overthink it. You know, if the content is good enough quality, you don't even need hashtags. That's pretty much what it comes down to. All right, so with all of this being said, you're officially ready to begin posting. All right, so that's pretty exciting. Like I mentioned, we've done all of this work up until now to put us in the best possible position to start posting and start crushing it. All right, so another just precursor here. Again, make sure to stay consistent, post at least 1 time per day. And then again, don't hesitate to spend a little bit more time in the preparation phase, just to make sure you have that breathing room, and also to make sure that, you know, you're auditing your content enough to the point where it's high enough quality to start off at the beginning, right? Just to make that good first impression with the algorithm, as I referred to. So yeah, with that being said, let's move on to the next step here, which is organic growth. Let's get into it. All right, so at this point, you've launched your page. Now it's time to grow it, right? It's time to build that audience, to get in front of that attention. And remember, as I've emphasized multiple times at this point, content is king. It's by far the most important pillar here. It's going to be the main fuel to your fire, the main driver of your organic growth, okay? If your content is poor quality and nobody wants to watch it or engage with it, then any other growth strategy is irrelevant. Seriously, nothing else really is going to matter if your content is bad quality. So I just want to reemphasize that again. Content is king. And with that being said, there's a couple things that we could do on our own towards the beginning to, like, you know, let's say build some initial engagement and build some momentum, some more manual things that we're going to go over here in a second that can help at the beginning. But especially once you're across the first 100, you know, a few thousand followers, content does all of the work. Okay. And you don't have to do those manual things, even though it still helps. And regarding the actual specific forms and mediums of content, reels are by far the best way to start off. They're the best for reach and exposure. And one viral reel can literally skyrocket your page overnight. You'd be surprised how much one single reel could do for you, right? Because Instagram gives reels a chance, as we've gone over earlier. If you're giving them a reason to keep pushing your reel out further, they will give your reel the chance, right? Not going to be right at the beginning as your first post. Maybe it'll take, like, you know, your first couple dozens of posts, but Instagram does give your content a chance. And again, like I said, you would be surprised how fast things could pick up with just one viral reel, because at that point, we're going to go over this in more detail later. You get some more momentum, and if you could capitalize off that the right way, you could grow very, very quickly. All right. At the same time, carousels and posts are still good content formats, but they're not the best to start off with at the beginning. Depending on the niche, for most niches, you're going to want to integrate them later down the line, because maybe like around 10 to 30K followers, they're really good for nurturing and educating your audience, like when you're focusing on conversion later down the line. And they also still have the potential to go viral and to get pushed out and to get lots of views and followers. All right. Just at the beginning, you're going to want to stick with reels in like 90% of cases. Okay. Again, do your niche research and take a look at your competitors. And again, if your big competitors are posting post and reel carousels, like they have 100K followers, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should do the same, right? Because the content that they posted to get to that point is probably different than the content that they posted now. So just as a rule of thumb, stick with reels at the beginning, okay? Now, something else that you could do aside of that to kind of contribute towards the likelihood of you going viral is using trending audio. This is super important. A lot of you guys, I'm sure, know this or have this in mind, but using trending audio significantly increases the likelihood of your reel going viral. So I suggest to create a folder of trending and high quality audios for your niche specific content style, right? Just to have them there for you conveniently, maybe between 5 to 10 or 5 to 15 different high quality trending audios within your niche. And how you find these audios, don't do the ones that Instagram just suggests to you. It might say trending, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're actually what they're pushing. What I do suggest is the same way we did the viral content research to figure out like what kind of clips to choose or what like quotes to choose, for example. You could do the same and pay attention to the background musics of the highest performing reels from your competitors in the last 30 days. Go look through all of them, find the ones that have performed the best, look to see what those audios are, and then download them, put them into a folder. And what you might find when doing this is that there's a pattern between specific sounds, maybe a handful that are getting pushed and really going viral. So those are ones that you're going to also want to keep in mind. Okay. So create a folder of trending audio, super important. And again, this is going to be revisiting the viral content research. So the same way we did it for the content, you could just go back to your niche research worksheet. You could look at the pages they're following, go on Viral Finder, do some intentional scrolling, and based off the outliers, the highest performing piece of content that you see, just download the musics from there, put them into a folder. Okay? So now that we've gone over that, I want to go over a couple more manual organic growth strategies. All right? So as I mentioned, primarily, these are going to give you some initial engagement and momentum towards the beginning. And as I also mentioned, they're not as important once you're already gaining some traction. You've gained your first few thousand followers. These are just some things that you could do on your own just to kind of speed up that process and get some initial engagement and momentum. All right. So as a precursor, before we dive into this, there's some safe limits on Instagram for how often you can do certain actions, right? So this goes back to like some of the concepts from warming up your page, where you don't want to send any red flags or negative signals to Instagram about your account, right? So for example, if you were to go and spam like dozens of likes and copy and paste comments and DMing like 100 people, Instagram sees that as like suspicious user activity, irregular behavior, maybe bot activity, and they could like put some restrictions onto your page, and you don't want that, right? So here are the safe limits to keep in mind: 10 to 20 likes per hour, 5 to 10 comments per hour, and then you could just read this just so you don't go over these limits. Okay, this will keep your account in good standing. Now, the first specific strategy is called the 1-2 punch strategy, and I'm just going to give you guys a rundown on how to like execute each of these strategies and why they're important. Okay, so the first step of this strategy is to find an active account in the same niche as you with under 10K followers. Then you're going to go into their followers or following list and find other active smaller accounts in your niche. So this is like the following list method that we've gone over so far in the past throughout this video. And then you're going to want to follow these pages, like 3 to 5 of their latest posts, and leave a meaningful comment. All right. So what this is going to do is essentially put your page out there, right, for others to see. And that way, if your content isn't getting immediate tons of traction right at the beginning, you're still doing things in your power to put yourself out there and kind of like get people familiar with your page, your logo, your branding, and just kind of asserting a presence in the niche. All right. So I suggest doing this 5 to 10 times an hour, especially right before and right after you post. That way, you know, people, this is what goes into the next point. This leverages the law of reciprocation. So when you go onto an account that's maybe a similar size as you and you like some of their videos and you comment, that other small account is going to see that and kind of feel obliged to do the same for you, right? This is the law of reciprocation. They're going to feel like a debt that they have to pay to you. So then if they see you post, they might like follow you and like and comment on your post. And if you've got like a few people doing this when you post, it's just going to start boosting some initial momentum and engagement for your videos at the beginning. All right. So that's why this is important. The next strategy is called the stealing followers strategy. All right. And here's how you do it. First, you find 2 to 3 large accounts in your niche, like between 100 to 500K. I suggest not more than 500K, or else this becomes a little bit more challenging. And then once you find these 2 to 3 accounts, follow them and turn their post notifications on. And then once they post, aim to be the first to leave a meaningful comment, right? So obviously sometimes you're not going to be on your phone when they post, but other times if you are and you see the notification, just click on it and try to be the first to leave a meaningful comment. Then what you could do is like your own comment with another account that you have, like maybe a burner, to give it a boost so that it shows up at the top of the comment lists. And it gives the opportunity for this comment to go viral, right? Especially if it's like a witty, interesting comment. Obviously, don't like spend 10 minutes thinking about it, but maybe something you think of after a minute. Something that could go viral. And the whole goal is to have it show up at the top of that comment list so that when anyone checks the caption or the comments, they'll see your comment there. And this could be powerful because if these pages have 100 to 500K followers, they've got lots of traction coming onto the page. It's just kind of like putting yourself where the attention is going, right? And I've seen pages gain up to hundreds of followers with just one of their comments popping off. Obviously, not every single one is going to do this. This is more rare, but it gives the opportunity for this. And also stay consistent with this strategy for a couple weeks just to see which page is giving you the most traction. Then just stick with one page, and whenever you're on your phone and you see the post notification, just feel free to click on it and try to leave a quick comment so that you can potentially go viral and just get some extra attention and follows. And the third organic growth strategy is going to be a shout out for shout out and real collaboration. All right. So just for some context to give you clarity on what this even is, a shout out for shout out is where you shout out someone else's page and that same person shouts out your page as well, just to kind of introduce each other to your guys' audience. And then a collaboration is actually a feature that's integrated within Instagram where you can post a reel and invite a collaborator and they could accept it and it'll show that you've both posted it as like partners, or they could invite you and you could accept it. All right. So I suggest reaching out to other accounts with a similar size following as you in your niche with like a similar content style and also ideally high quality content, and ask if they'd be down to do a shout out for shout out with you. And I suggest doing the same for asking about a real collaboration. As I mentioned, these allow you to tap into their network and vice versa. They tap into your network. Okay. This very simple. Just reach out to someone and you don't have to think about it as very transactional. You could think about it as kind of like maybe developing a relationship as well, networking, getting to know some other people in the space and in your niche. Maybe you guys could have a chat and see if you could learn something from each other, for example. It'll never hurt to do those sorts of things, and it's optional at the end of the day. But then, yeah, after speaking with them, just ask if they'd be down for one of these. And if they're around the same size as you and the same niche as you, your guys' content is similar, there's really no reason why they wouldn't be down. All right. And then also, if you're like a few hundred followers, you might be able to reach out to someone with a few thousand followers and maybe you'll get lucky and they'll be down to do it anyways. All right. So that's the third strategy. And then the fourth one here is comment replies. So I suggest that you guys reply to all comments that you get on your content with a additional question or comment. And then also you could pin your favorite comments. This is essentially just going to incentivize and encourage future engagement, right? So for example, imagine, you're the viewer and you see a reel and you comment on it and take the time to think of something. And you see that the person likes it and maybe pins it and people are replying to it. It incentivizes psychologically in the viewer's mind, and gives them a reason to do it again in the future, right? So that way you can maybe have some consistent people engaging with your content, which is what we want. And then lastly, what you could do is aim for opportunities to subtly start a debate in your comment section. This is going to drive some more engagement and boost your content in the algorithm. All right. So there's a couple different ways that you could do this. Number one, obviously don't rage bait too hard to where it's doesn't look good, but also feel free to stir the pot a little bit, right? Find clever ways to do this that are subtle. And then you could do this with your own theme page, or you could go in with a burner account and start some arguments in the comments, right? Because if Instagram sees that people are coming back to reply to comments, there's a war going on in the comment section, that's just going to push your reel further. Okay. So those are the 4 organic growth strategies. And then just a couple more bonus tips before we move on is number 1, you're going to get access to professional insights once you hit 100 followers, right? So this is just sort of a tool that Instagram gives you on your account where you could see some details about your audience, like their location, the age range, gender ratio, their most active times, etc. So this is just helpful. You could see where your audience is from. Ideally, you want to see that they're from first world countries, developed nations. And then also you want to hope that the age range and the gender is matching, your niche and the type of people you're trying to go after, right? And then 2 is style consistency, okay? So once you pick a niche, you brand your page, you create your content style, stick with it at least 30 days, right? So once you start posting with a specific content style, the ones that we've gone over. Maybe it's one of those, maybe it's a different one. Whatever it is, stick with it for 30 days. You know, that's going to give Instagram enough time to like understand your content, what it's like, what type of people might be engaging with it, and they'll send it out to the right people and give it a chance, right? Whereas if you change it after just like a few days, just because you feel like it, you know, it's not even giving Instagram a chance to see what's going to work, right? So don't make emotional decisions just because you think something looks cooler or because you had one reel which flopped. It's important to give the algorithm enough time to understand your content and who to show it to. That way you can make logical decisions based on real data, right? So you do a proper sort of test period. After that test period, logically, you take a look, see what's working, what's not working, and then you make decisions from there, all right? Don't, you know, jump the gun too early and make decisions just based off irrational reasons, all right? So now that we've gone over content growth, let's dive more into a little bit more depth on how to convert as many followers as possible from your content. All right, so at this point, you should be pumping out some new content on a daily basis, and this is what's going to put your page out there. You're going to begin attracting some attention, some viewers, and also converting followers. But there's also a couple things that we can do on our end in order to enhance that follower conversion process and just get more followers from the same amount of views that we're bringing in, all right? So there's just a couple things. Let's dive into the first one, which is the pinned comment method. So for this one, once you notice that one of your reels is beginning to get some traction, some momentum, is kind of blowing up and just performing above average, what you could do is go to the comment section on either your account or a burner account. And a burner account is just like another account that you have that you use to like and comment on your own content, and leave a comment similar to these right here. All right, so for example, this one, the best thing I did this month was follow this page. And then what you could do is go back to it and pin it, right? Go and pin this comment and reply to it with a heart or something like this guy. Then this guy also dropped his own comment. He said, if you mess with these edits, make sure to drop a follow because we're cooking bangers every day. So obviously you can make it custom to your niche, but if this was like a health niche, just say, if you learn something new, make sure to drop a follow because we're pumping out new content every day, or, you know, spreading awareness about health every day. That's another example. And then this is the same account that we saw earlier. This said, followed, pay your editor more. These are awesome. And then this person replied, right? And they pinned it at the top. So what happens when you pin it at the top is it just shows up to the top of the comment section so that everyone who actually checks the comment section will see that comment since it's pinned at the top, and it will motivate many people to follow who wouldn't have otherwise, right? This obviously doesn't mean everyone's going to go follow your page as soon as they see this, but these right here are little subconscious cues, right? These are subconscious messages that if someone is, you know, if they see a post that they like and they go to the comment section, they see that other people like the content and even followed, they might even end up following without even realizing and going on to the next reel, right? So it's a subconscious cue. And again, this is not going to bring in millions of followers, but it could help convert more than you would have if you didn't have this type of pinned comment, okay? And then you also have the option to edit the caption as well and put a follow CTA in the top line once you see a reel is popping off. So with this method here, you're either leaving a comment yourself and then pinning it and replying to it, or yeah, exactly that. Or what you could do is go back into the caption, because once you make a post with a caption, you could actually go back and edit the caption, and you could change the top line to a follow CTA. Something as simple as this, right? That way everyone who's scrolling will see this on the first line, and even if they don't tap open the comment caption, so yeah, even if they don't tap open the caption and read all of it, even if they don't go into the comment section, they're still seeing it right here. All right, so it could help just increase some follower conversion. It's a simple subconscious cue. So that's number one. That could help, especially if you get a reel that gets like, you know, 500K, 1 million, 5 million views. A little adjustment like this, like literally going back and doing a little follow CTA, whether it's in the caption or in the comment section, could bring you like hundreds, if not thousands of extra followers just from this little method. So I really suggest you do it. For other like regular reels, it's not going to make too big of a difference, but for the ones that I mentioned are like performing above average, I suggest it. Now, something else that you could do is utilize trial reels. All right. So a lot of you maybe have heard of trial reels, but don't know what it means, or maybe some of you haven't even ever heard of it. But essentially, trial reels are only shown to non-followers, right? So they're just like reels, but they're only shown to non-followers, whereas regular reels are shown to some followers and mostly non-followers, as we went over earlier. All right. And also this feature is, most people get access to it when they cross 1,000 followers. And it would look something like this, like right before you press share, you're going to see like a little toggle here where you could change it to a trial reel, right? So this means it doesn't show up like on your main Reels feed. It shows up into like a separate feed for trial reels specifically, and it only gets shown to non-followers. And also keep in mind that some pages never get access to this and others get access to it even earlier. So it's just an inconsistent feature amongst Instagram pages. Instagram has a couple features like that, like broadcast channels and a couple others, but just you'll have to check yourself to see if you have it. I have access to it on like half of my accounts, but then on the other half, I don't have access to it, even though I've crossed the 1,000 follower threshold. And then I have also spoken with people who have like 100 followers and they have access to it. So there's really no set in stone sort of criteria. It's like Instagram says it's 1,000 followers, but that's not necessarily the case, right? So just check yourself, see if you have access to it. So the whole benefit of trial reels, the reason why they're important and the reason I'm bringing them up is because they allow you to increase posting volume with minimal additional effort. Okay? And let me explain exactly how. So with regular reels, like without trials, this is what it would look like. You know, you go through the content creation process that we've already kind of gone over, depending on your specific template that you chose. And once you create the reel, you post it, right? And that's it. And then it's like, okay, that's it. Now you're on to the next reel. So you're getting pretty much one output from that work of creating that reel. Whereas with trial reels, what you could do is get multiple, like for example, 4 different outputs from the same amount of work, maybe a little bit of extra work, right? So let's just say you have the original reel like this, just as is. But then what you could do is post this as your regular reel, but then go back and edit it afterwards and maybe change the subtitles, like change to a different font, right? Or a different style of the subtitles, the ones that come up on the screen. And then you could download that one and post it as a trial reel, right? Then you could go back and keep the same subtitles, but maybe use a different hook, right? So just change this here to something else that you're experimenting with or testing with that maybe you think will do better. And then post this as a trial reel. And then you could go back and then do the same thing, but just use a different background music, a different audio, and post that as a trial reel. And now what you've done is from essentially the same amount of work, maybe just a little bit extra because you have to go back and change a couple things. You're getting 4 total posts now rather than 1 post, right? And keep in mind, you still get views from trial reels. You could still get followers. You still even have the potential to go viral with trial reels, right? So that's why I suggest posting, like for example, multiple different versions of the same reel. One of them into your main feed. That way you're not like being repetitive to your actual followers. And then you could post like 2 or 3 others into trial reels. All right. By just changing little things. You can't post the exact same duplicate video as a reel and a trial reel, but it will let you change like little details like this. Right. So that way, by just a little extra work and going back and changing it and then re-downloading it, you now have like 4 different versions of the content rather than just 1. Right. So logically, you should be able to grow 3 or 4 times faster if you're posting 3 or 4 times more. Okay. And also, since you could easily isolate different variables, you could also split test and track the data to see what's working. Right. So for example, you know, these are different variables here, like different subtitles, maybe the font or a different hook. Maybe you could copy the same exact hook from a competitor on one and then like change it a little bit on a different one. Or maybe you could just use a different audio. And you could go back and like kind of look at all the data, which we're going to go over how to do in a second, and it will allow you to see what's working best, right? Because when you're testing multiple things, you could actually most likely find patterns on things that are performing better than if you hadn't tracked it. All right. So those are the 2 things that I suggest that you guys do in order to increase follower conversion, right? And just kind of speed up the growth process. It's the pinned comment strategy or changing the caption, and then the trial reels as well, right? So now that we've gone over that, let's go over how to double down, right? Because most people, when they're growing their page, they only get like maybe 1 viral reel and they get some initial momentum, but then it drops back down to like a few thousand views and they're barely getting any followers. And then they are right back to being stuck, to being complacent, right? We don't want that. We want for when we get a viral reel to immediately understand why it went viral and how to double down on it, how to capitalize off of it, right? By understanding why that reel went viral and doing more of it, right? Not copying it and just duplicating it, but doing more of what is similar to what has worked, right? What's been proven to work. So that's what we're going to go over right now. This is exactly how you double down. All right, so for doubling down, there's 3 main steps involved. All right, and those steps are 1, to identify outliers or reels that are performing above average. 2, to reverse engineer these reels and understand why they went viral, why they performed well, why they resonated with your niche more compared to like other reels. And then 3, once we understand it better, the different variables at play and how we could do more of it, then we double down and we do more of what's been proven to work. That way we could go viral more predictably and more consistently, right? Rather than just getting a one-off reel and not being able to do it again. Okay, so let's go to step 1, which is how to identify the type of content which performs best on your page. So this is all about obtaining data, all right? And what I want you guys to do is identify the highest performing pieces of content that you've posted over the last 90 days. Okay. So for example, if you've just started posting and you only have like, a dozen or a couple dozen reels up there, you don't really have enough data to work with, and maybe nothing's really taken off or performed yet. Right. So if you're in that stage, it's just all about volume, right? Post more and try to increase the quality of the content that you're posting each time. And later down the line, once you do have more volume, once you have like, several dozen posts up, then you kind of have enough data to work with. Maybe once you're above like 30, 35, above 40 posts, that's when you have enough data to work with. And at that point, you're most likely going to have some above average reels, some outliers. And that's when you could begin employing this process, okay? And I also want to clarify what I mean by highest performing, right? Because you might be asking or thinking to yourself, what does high performing even mean? Like what qualifies a reel as high performing? So here are the metrics that you essentially want to look at. It's the views, the follows, and the shares, okay? So views is the least important of these 3, but if you have a specific reel that's generating you significantly more followers compared to your other reels, or is getting significantly more shares compared to your other reels, that's what we want to see, right? Because that means, these are moving the needle. These are doing a great service to our page's growth. So that's what we want to track more specifically, is the specific reels that are outliers when it comes to the followers and shares, because that's what matters at the end of the day, more than views, okay? And you can look this up manually just by scrolling through your page and looking through it yourself, but there's a much more efficient way to do this, which I'm going to break down right now, how to check. Most people don't know that this even exists on Instagram. So first up, you're going to want to go to the hamburger icon in the top right of your profile. Then you're going to scroll and look for insights, click that. Then click on content you shared right here. And then what's going to happen is Instagram is going to give you a dashboard of all of the content that you've posted and allow you to filter it through time period and a specific metric, right? So for the time period, you could do in the last 30 days or the last 90 days, like last 3 months. And for the metric, you could filter it to how many follows that you got from the reel and how many shares that you got from the reel. Right? They have more options that you could filter through, but this is what I suggest actually paying attention to, okay? And it'll look something like this. So it'll come up with like a dashboard of your content listed out like this, similar to how it would look on your actual profile feed, but it gives you these toggles up here where you could press and select the time period. So I suggest doing 30 days or 3 months, and then sort and filter where you could sort by highest amount of follows or highest amount of shares, okay? And it will tell you. So this is very helpful because that way, we don't have to like scroll through it manually. We could kind of just like filter it and find exactly what we're looking for with these filters, right? It's the quickest way to do it. And then also once you do this, I want you to select 5 to 10 pieces of content to analyze in depth, right? So obviously, again, if you're in the earlier stage, maybe you only have like 3 outlier pieces of content that have performed above average and have done really well. So in that case, just analyze those ones in depth. Or maybe you're watching this and you've already posted, lots more. Maybe you've already posted like a couple hundred times and you have 5 to 10 pieces that have gone viral. In that case, perfect. Analyze those ones. No matter what number it is specifically, just figure out which pieces of content that you've posted have been outliers and performed above average, and then take those to the next step that we're going to go over right now. All right. So this is how you identify the viral content. And now once we've identified it, now we have to reverse engineer why these specific pieces of content performed well, right? So this is all about understanding and analyzing the data now since we've obtained it, right? With that being said, this is super important to understand. High performing content doesn't happen on accident, right? It doesn't happen on accident. Instagram didn't just like wake up one day and say, oh, look at this guy, he posted, let's just push out his piece of content. That's not how Instagram thinks. There's always a very logical and rational reason as to why the content performed well. Always a reason, right? Not sometimes, always a reason. And it's our job as creators to understand the reason or reasons as to why Instagram pushed out our content, right? It would be, let's just say, irresponsible as a creator to see a reel on our page go viral and not do our due diligence to take the time and really, not on a surface level, try and think why it went viral, but to really sit there and peel back the layers and understand exactly, precisely why it went viral. If we could do that for each piece of content that performs above average, not only on our page, but on other people's pages, it gives us that knowledge and that skill of the different patterns that contribute towards high performance for these reels, right? And how you do that, the most effective way is simply just by asking yourself questions about the reel, right? So for example, let's just say you post the reel, got 3 million views, thousands of followers, tons of shares, and this was an outlier on your page. You should be asking yourself these questions about that reel. And obviously the questions that you ask yourself are going to depend on the style of content, right? But let's just say it was a subtitle reel, right? We could ask, what made people stop scrolling when they came across this reel? What emotion did it trigger in the viewer? Why did others watch it to the end, right? Because if it performed well, obviously there's people, a good contingent of them who've watched a lot of it or to the end. What made people comment or share? And also, how can I repeat this in my own unique way, right? So these are examples of questions that you could ask. And keep in mind, as I mentioned, this does depend on your specific niche, content style, and content format, like whether it's reels, posts, or carousels, right? So these are pretty standard questions that you should be able to apply to yourself, but keep in mind you might need to ask different questions depending on your content style, okay? But ones that you could always ask, for example, is like, what made people stop scrolling? If a high-performing piece of content is there, something about it made people stop scrolling. So understanding that is one of the most important questions. So with that being said, answering these questions about your top performing content will help you better understand the why they performed well in the first place, right? Understanding this why is going to be so key, because if you could understand the why, that means you could do it again in the future, right? So seek to identify patterns, right? Especially if you have multiple high performing pieces of content at this point, you want to really understand what these outliers have in common, if anything, right? So there are always blatant patterns, not always, but sometimes there are, and you wouldn't have known unless you really analyzed and looked deep for them, all right? And we can do that ourselves, of course, but we've got to utilize AI, right? As we have been all the way up until now, AI makes our life a whole lot easier, a lot more efficient. And for example, it's a lot better at, humans are better at lots of things, but AI is a lot better at analyzing data, discovering patterns, and coming up with insights from it, right? So we want to utilize it. And here's what we could do. We could copy and paste all the questions and responses into ChatGPT and ask it to analyze them for any significant insights, right? So all the questions that we ask ourselves about the different pieces of viral content, we could then feed all of that data to ChatGPT, and then they can give us some insight with it, right? So here's a big boy prompt right here that you guys could screenshot if you'd like. Essentially, you're just going to give this prompt to ChatGPT or any AI and say, hey, you're acting like a senior Instagram growth strategist. Analyze my top performing reels. And then what you could do is just give context about your page, your niche, your target audience, and then just paste in your analysis of the viral piece of content. And then you're just going to kind of identify the patterns, understand what's actually driving the high performance, give some insight, etc. All right. So this should be super, super helpful. I really suggest that you guys use this because, again, us humans are decent at identifying patterns, some people better than others, but AI always pulls through, or most of the time it does with this type of stuff. All right. So I suggest it. Now, once you have a deeper understanding of why specific pieces of content have performed well, you're able to do more of it and go viral more consistently and predictably. That's the whole goal, right? This is why we're doing this, because again, we don't want to be one of those people who just gets a viral reel and then we get some momentum for a few days. We're happy, we're seeing the numbers, but then it just fizzles out and we're back to average reels, even below average reels, and things get stuck and stagnate again. We don't want that. We want to be able to go viral and then analyze it and then do it again and again and again and again. That's how you see these pages blowing up to hundreds of thousands of followers, thousands of followers a day. It's because they know how to do this. All right. And this way, we're not just guessing, we're simply taking the data that Instagram gives us on exactly what performs well and what our viewers and followers want to see in real time. And then we're using the insights from this data to double down on what's been proven to work. All right. So that's key. That way, we're not just like irrationally, emotionally making decisions on like what we think might perform well. We're simply taking a look at the data. We're taking a look at what Instagram has told us in real time has performed well and what our audience wants to see. We're evaluating that data and we're making logical decisions based off of it for what we could do in the future. That's how you go viral consistently and predictably. All right. So now that we've obtained all of the data, we've analyzed it and understood it. Now the question is how we can employ this properly for our specific page and our specific niche to double down and do more of what we've seen to be proven to work. Right. So this comes down to replicating the content. Okay. So just to summarize, doubling down means strategically replicating what's been proven to work without becoming too repetitive. All right. So you don't want to just copy and paste the same thing over and over again and make your audience bored and, to the point where they could expect what each of your reels is going to look like. We don't want that, but we do want to take the pillars and the elements and the concepts of the high performing reels and strategically replicate these in a way where it isn't repetitive, right? That way we get the best of both worlds. We're doing more of what's been proven to work so we could go more viral, but we're also keeping our audience engaged and happy and not spamming them, right? So now that you've analyzed your high performing content and better understand what caused the result, you could replicate it over and over again, right? Now, it's also really, really important to double down fast, right? Act with speed. Speed is very important. And when something works and you're seeing it works, it's going viral, it's performing really well, you want to exploit that window before momentum dies down, okay? And the reason this is important is because there's something called the momentum window on Instagram. It lasts between 3 to 14 days. And after a piece of content goes viral on your page, there's going to be a short period of 3 to 14 days typically where new content is more likely to get pushed out, old content is given another chance to get pushed out, and 3, more overall engagement comes to your page, right? So the thing is, when you get a viral reel, Instagram sees that, obviously they've given you a chance, they pushed you out there, and then they give you a good chance. They're like, okay, we've seen this guy, he's gone viral. Obviously there's something that he's doing that's working. Let's give him a little boost temporarily and see whether he can capitalize off of it and keep more people on the platform. That's kind of what's going on in Instagram's mind, right? So you want to exploit this, right? We're going to go over how to do that in a second. So with this being said, if you get a viral reel and your follow-up content performs well, the window is going to stay open for a longer period of time, maybe more towards those 14 days. Whereas if your follow-up content underperforms, like after you get a viral reel and then you post other content which isn't optimized, it's not as high quality, and because that doesn't perform as well, then the window is going to close sooner. It's like Instagram kind of is going to give you that chance, but if they see that you're not, taking advantage of it properly, then they're not going to extend the window and give you more chances, if that makes sense. Okay. So it's super important to follow up on it properly. And as I mentioned, you want to exploit this momentum window, right? You want to do everything in your power to take advantage of this extra boost that you're getting from the algorithm. So the simplest thing to do here is increase volume, right? So if you're posting 2 times per day, for example, if it's possible for you to get up to 4 times per day, it's going to be even better, because if you have this short period of time where Instagram is really pushing you more, the more volume you put out, as long as you're not sacrificing quality, super, super important right there, that's going to help speed everything up. Right? Because then you're just kind of giving more and more chances for Instagram to push out your content, to show it to new people, to get new followers, and also have the potential to go viral again and, restart this window. That's kind of what we want here. And it's also really important to not pivot, right? This is not the time to pivot. Right after you get a viral reel, you see something's working, you see there's certain patterns there. Again, don't make irrational, emotional decisions and do something different that you think might work or something that you think looks cool. That's not the time to do that, right? If you're stuck and you want to experiment, sure, do it then. But once you see something is working, double down on it, right? No excuses, no justifications or rationale. Just double down, do more of what you've seen been proven to work. And then later down the line, you could test some more things if you genuinely think it might work, okay? So don't pivot. Now, the last thing I want to mention here is doubling down properly is literally the difference between just getting one viral piece of content, good growth for a few days, maybe a week, and then just back to being stuck and stagnant and not making any significant progress or moving the needle, versus getting 5 viral pieces of content in a short window of time, great growth for the matter of weeks, if not months, and going viral consistently and predictably, exponential growth. Doubling down and knowing this process and employing it the way I've described it in these 3 steps is the difference between this and this. Obviously, we want this right here. All right, so I know it might take a little bit of time to like really sit there and analyze your content in depth and peel back the layers, and it might seem tedious, but it's super, super important to do this every once in a while so that you could really better understand your page, your niche, what's doing well, why it's doing well, and do more of it, right? That's how you see these pages getting, again, millions of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers, up to thousands of followers a day. It's because they know this process, okay? So yeah, that's everything that you need to know regarding the whole doubling down process. Now, with that being said, let's move on to the next module. All right, now welcome to module 5, one of the most important sections in this entire free course, which I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to. Now let's just dive straight into it. This is going to be going over how to monetize attention, because at this point, you've set up your page properly, you've grown it by posting viral content. This is what's bringing in the views, the followers, allowing you to grow an audience. And as you're doing this, you could convert that attention that you're getting on your page, the views, followers, and audience, into income in multiple different ways. And we're going to be going over these different methods, these different mechanisms in this section. I'll be diving into depth, explaining what they are, how they work. Some of these you may have heard of in the past, others maybe you haven't. All right, regardless, let's just dive straight into it. So the first mechanism that we'll be going over is newsletters. All right, and I know a lot of people, when they first hear about the idea of using newsletters to monetize on Instagram, it kind of comes as a surprise to them because it's just not a word that they hear thrown around a lot in this sort of context. And they're a bit under the radar right now, but they're very, very effective. And there's so many benefits to having a newsletter across from your theme page. And we're going to start diving into them right now. And this is also something that you're going to continue seeing more and more as time goes on, especially if you start paying attention. All right. Now, here are some of the core benefits to running an email newsletter across your theme page, right? So kind of running them at the same time and using the page as a source of traffic to direct towards the newsletter. All right. So the core benefits are, 1, there's multiple income sources with newsletters. We're going to dive deeper into like what those are and how they work in just a moment here. But to summarize, they're called boosts, which is suggested signups. There is email ads that get sent out in your emails. And also you could do paid subscriptions, which I'll go over in a second. And also you could use this email list as a means of email marketing to whatever product or something else that you're trying to sell later down the line. All right. So you have leverage in that sense. Also, AI does a lot of the heavy lifting here. So we're not going to be sitting down ourselves, coming up with ideas for emails to write and like writing them out ourselves. AI could contribute to like 90 to 95% of the work here, especially when you prompt it the right way and you know how to train it. So it's not something that actually takes a lot of time on our end, but the upsides are huge. We'll be going over into that. We'll be going into that in a second here. Now, also the audience doesn't have to spend any money for a couple ways of how you monetize these newsletters, right? So this is something that, again, surprises a lot of people. They think that in order to monetize a theme page, they have to like sell something to their audience. Some people don't want to do that. Some people do. But this method right here with newsletters, there's ways that you can monetize within it without your audience having to spend any money. You get paid from other sources, which may sound confusing right now, but I'll dive into that right after this and explaining how it works. And the last portion here is very importantly that it builds trust and a connection with your audience, right? So obviously with your content on Instagram, it'll get your audience to know who you are and maybe like you, but they don't necessarily trust you. You have to go a layer deeper than that, right? And having this email newsletter allows you to educate this audience, provide value to them, build a connection with them, and ultimately get them to trust you a lot more. Start building like not just followers, but like an engaged fan base for your page. And it's a lot more easy and efficient to do this through an email newsletter rather than just content. There's other ways to do this as well directly through Instagram, which we'll be going over, but here are just some of the main core benefits for newsletters. There's even more, but these are the ones that I wanted to fit into here. All right. Now that we understand what they are and the benefits, let's go over how it works specifically, right? Especially if this is a new topic for you guys. This will be super helpful to understand. So number 1, we use this platform that's called Beehive. All right. This is what's going to allow us to do everything else that I'm going to run you through in this whole newsletter step. And there's other tools that are similar to Beehive that are out there. Although just from my experience, from everyone that I've spoke with in this industry, Beehive is just the place to be. Super powerful tool. And it's going to allow you to do everything that I'm going to run through in just a moment here. All right. Now, the first step is to set up a landing page. Okay. So this is an example of what one would look like. This is essentially just a place that your viewers go to submit their email, right? And I'll explain in a second how this is going to be the most effective way to do it. But you can see this page right here. This is Kingdom Mentality. This is actually one of my clients. His name is Brandon. So when you see his bio, there's a link. And if you click that, it brings it to this landing page where it just says, you know, get your free XYZ and join to also receive XYZ. And then you put in your email here, right? Now, this is another client of mine, Alicia. You know, you could see she's in the women independence niche and women empowerment niche. And if you click her link here, it brings you right here. And I'll explain why they're giving away something for free in just a moment here. Also, this page, Uncover AI, you could see this is where this is what their landing page looks like. And then also in this niche, which is the health niche, this is what their landing page looks like. All right, so this is essentially that page that your viewers go to when signing up to your newsletter, right, to your email list. Okay, then the next thing that you're going to want to do is set up monetization. All right, and you do this again all through Beehive, right? So you set up the landing page through Beehive. They have a web builder. It's very easy to use. And you also set up monetization through Beehive, and they connect Stripe as the payment processing. All right. Now, I don't believe every single country in the world has access to Stripe, but if you're in a first world country, you're all right. And even some other second, third world countries have it as well. But this is how this is the best option to connect it with for your payment processing in Beehive. All right. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into the specific monetization methods to set up within Beehive. So the first one to understand is what's called boosts. All right. These are called email boosts. And this is where you could get paid by your viewers signing up to suggested newsletters after signing up to your newsletter, right? So this is one of those methods that the audience doesn't have to spend any money in order for you to make money, right? Because you're getting paid by these other newsletters who pay people like you in order to drive extra traffic to their newsletter, all right? So I know that might sound a little confusing, but let me just break this down, all right? So back to Brandon here. Let's say he's promoting his newsletter, or in fact, he's promoting a free prayer guide, right? We're going to go over, again, the reason why he's doing this in a second. So then people click on this, they put in their email, they press submit, and then they get prompted with some recommendations here, right? It says Kingdom Mentality also recommends these newsletters, and the audience has the ability to select these one by one or even press subscribe to all, which is super helpful. And what happens if they do this is you'll get paid between $1 to $5 per suggested signup, right? And again, the viewer isn't paying you. These newsletters have a budget and they are willing to pay people like us to drive extra traffic to their newsletter, right? And obviously you want these suggested ones to be related to your niche, right? Because if your niche is like, you know, faith, like Brandon's is, and you're promoting like, you know, sports or like gambling or something that's bad, like that obviously doesn't make any sense. But you could see some of these here. This says Coffee with My Father. It's a Christian devotional newsletter offering hope. So this is something that actually would align with his audience. So the better, more aligned you could find these opportunities, the higher the conversion will be. And again, Beehive offers these opportunities to you within the platform. So you don't have to go and reach out to these other companies in order to suggest them. Okay. So $1 to $5 per sign up. And then also if someone subscribes to all of them, I mean, you can make, it allows you to select like 5 to 6, right? So you can make, you know, 10 to 20 bucks just from one person, which is crazy. Now, keep in mind, this is a verified subscriber, right? So not just like some bot email. And also here's an example of what another one looks like. So you go here, you sign up, and then you see suggested signups, right? So that's sort of the boosts monetization method. That's just one. The next one is sponsorships and ads. All right. So this is another one where your viewers don't have to spend any money on you and you could still monetize. So essentially these are little like ad placements within the emails themselves. So with the newsletter, you'll likely be sending like an email a week or twice a week. Again, AI will help with all this work. And within Beehive, you have the opportunity to see different promotion or sponsors or ads that you can request. And if approved, you could use them on your email in a placement somewhere throughout the email. And you get paid around like $1 or $2 per click, right? So just for some math, if you have 1,000 subscribers, 1% click, that's like, you know, 10 people, I believe. So if you get $1 per click, that's like $10 per email, right? And that's only if you have 1,000 subscribers. So that's another way that you could monetize. And then also you could promote products on your email list as well. So this is super effective. And I'll go over it like why in a second, but if you have this email list of like nurtured people who already trust you and you're monetizing through these ways, you also have the opportunity to direct them elsewhere. So this is a health page here, and at the end of an email, after providing value and educating, they say, if you're looking to improve your digestive health and support a balanced gut, we highly recommend Paradigm supplements, their range of blah, blah, blah. So it's some sort of supplement, right? So I assume this is like some sort of product that they get affiliate commission for, right? It's an audience that actually solves the problems of the audience, okay? Now, the last way is a paid subscription, right? So this is where your viewer has the opportunity to not only sign up to your free newsletter and your free email list, but they could upgrade to like a exclusive one, right? This is a feature that Beehive offers. So here's, again, one of my clients who is offering one for $2 a month. And I know that he actually makes like an extra $500, $600 a month just based off of this paid subscription right here, because he has 300 people signed up to it, right? So he's getting $600 passively each month that he dedicates towards back to his page, right? That way he could continue providing value and, automate some sorts of things and grow the business, right? So that's just like an extra, source of income from your audience who really supports you and wants to give back, right? Now, these are the main ways to monetize your newsletter, and you could do all of them at the same time, which is super cool. So now that we've gone over how it works, like the concept of it, let's go over how to actually promote the newsletter, all right? Now, here's a pro tip. Instead of promoting your newsletter directly, instead you should promote a lead magnet or freebie, all right? And if you don't know what these mean, this is essentially like a free product or some sort of free value to your audience, right? So ultimately, give your audience something for free in exchange for their email. This is going to increase conversion and also build trust and a connection with the audience. So the reason that you're doing this, you're promoting a lead magnet or something for free rather than just your newsletter directly, is simply because it's much more attractive, right? If I were to come to you and say, hey, sign up to my newsletter for XYZ, or if I came to you and said, hey, here's this free thing that solves a problem that you have. I'm going to give it to you for free. It does this, this, and this. All you have to do is plug in your email, and you'll also get access to X, Y, and Z. That's a lot more attractive in the eyes of your viewer compared to just promoting a boring newsletter directly, right? So instead, you're going to promote something for free, and then in exchange, they're going to give you their email, okay? And like I said, this increases conversion, makes people more likely to put in their email, and also builds trust and a connection with your audience because you're giving them something for free and providing value to them, all right? Now here is what that would look like back at the landing page. What you could do is say it in the top line here, get your free 21 prayer guide below, and then he also says join now and also receive our powerful weekly devotional straight to your inbox. All right, so this is a perfect way to frame it. That way you're emphasizing what they're getting for free, but also giving some context of what they're getting themselves into and how they'll continue receiving value as time goes on, right? And then same for this one right here. Claim your free guide below and join the Female Evolution newsletter. Start creating a life on your own terms, right? So it's a lot more attractive to sign up and get something for free rather than just, signing up to a newsletter for the heck of it, right? So that's how you can increase conversions. Now, what you're going to want to do is market your lead magnet to make your audience aware of what it is and why they should want it, okay? That is the conceptual way to think about it. Now, in terms of creating the lead magnet, I want you to reference the next section about digital product creation because the way that you go about it is very similar, okay? And also keep in mind, here are some examples, right? We'll be going over some more, but he's in the faith niche, my client here, and he gives a free 21-day prayer guide away, right? So obviously you want to make it related to your niche. And then this is like the woman empowerment niche. So it's like the independence roadmap. So something that would actually be attractive to the audience. But also keep in mind, if you're in a niche that, let me just put it this way. Wallpaper packs are one of the most effective lead magnets to use for this purpose. So obviously, depending on your niche, maybe you could use that idea or not. But if you're in a niche where a wallpaper pack could make sense, it's very, very effective because it just yields the highest conversion in the sense that people see lots of value from a wallpaper pack because they don't have to put in much effort in order to get value from it, if that makes sense. It's like immediate results, right? They see a wallpaper pack, they see a wallpaper that they could have on their home screen or their lock screen. Like they quickly download it, they could immediately use it and immediately enjoy it without having to do some work, right? So that is a lot more attractive in general and yields higher conversion compared to like a free 21-day prayer guide. Even though it's attractive, like, you know, people subconsciously know they'll have to actually get the prayer guide and like, you know, execute on it and follow the directions. So there's more effort associated with it, which unfortunately lowers conversion, right? So even though this is something that would help people, not as many people would take action on this compared to like a wallpaper pack, for example. So that's just a quick bonus for you guys. If that works within your niche, great. I suggest it. I have it on a couple of my pages to get newsletter subscribers, and it works really, really well. Okay. Now that we've gone over the idea of marketing this free product, let's go over how you do this specifically, right? How you promote it. Now, you're going to want to use a combination of CTAs, call to actions, and ManyChat. All right. So if you don't know what ManyChat is, everyone should at this point. It is an Instagram DM automation tool, right? So this essentially makes your life so much easier in the sense that you don't have to manually like have conversations with your viewers in order to give them access to something. It will automatically do it based off stimulus, right? So if someone comments a keyword, if someone replies to your story a keyword, if someone even follows you, ManyChat will automatically contact this person and give them access to what they're looking for. That way you don't have to go through it and do it manually, and it also is instant. Okay, so super powerful tool. I suggest all you guys get it set up at some point, especially when you're in this monetization phase. Okay, it's free at the beginning, and also they have paid plans, of course, which you could upgrade to later down the line, ideally when you're monetizing. And also, I didn't mention this earlier, but with Beehive, again, you could start for free at the beginning, but also there is a paid plan that you'll upgrade to once you start actually monetizing with their features. Okay, but here are the specific ways that you can do it, how you could actually drive traffic and promote your lead magnet, right? So Reels CTAs, Carousel CTA, link in bio CTA, new follower message, broadcast channel CTA, and story sequence CTA. Now, you might be seeing this and be a little bit confused, so let's just go over a couple examples. So if we look right here, this is a reel from Female Evolution, the page that we were just taking a look at. And, you know, as soon as this reel started going viral and performing, you'll see that she actually employed the edit caption strategy, where she went to the top of the caption and said, comment guide, and I'll DM you my free checklist to start building life on your own terms. And what you'll see is a ton of people in the comment section commenting guide. Right now, if ManyChat is set up properly, it will contact them once they comment guide and send them, for example, hey there, click the button below to get the link to my free guide. And you could customize this message however you see fit, even this button right here. And then once they click get it now, then it takes them to this landing page that we already set up. So all they have to do in order to get access to the free guide is just put in their email, and boom, they get access, and, you know, also more value in the future from your newsletter. Okay. So that is just an example of what the workflow would look like. So keep in mind, like if you have a reel that goes viral and you have this automation set up and you tell your audience to comment keyword, you might find hundreds or even thousands of people commenting your keyword and checking out your free product without you having to do anything, without lifting a single button. Because content is like a machine that works for you 24/7, and automation is an AI tool which also works for you 24/7. So, you know, you don't even have to like do anything to get people signed up to your newsletter. So this is really where this starts to become high leverage. All right. Now, another way is the carousels CTA. So again, carousels are something that most people get into once they start growing more. But if you're at a stage where you're implementing them, this is something that you could do. All right. So let's just say you start off a carousel and you just keep it the regular content that you usually post. As the last slide, what you could do is have some sort of graphic that in this case says comment amen, and we'll send you our free 21-day prayer guide plus weekly devotionals, right? And then if you check the comment section, you'll see, again, plenty of people commenting amen. And you could also set up the automation to even respond to each person, which is pretty cool, right? It, you know, increases that relationship with your audience. And then again, once they comment amen, they'll get an automatic message like, here is our free 21-day prayer guide that you asked for. To claim it, just click on the button and enter your email address when prompted, and we'll send it right over to you, right? Then you click claim my free guide, and it takes you to the landing page. Okay, so here's another example of the workflow and another way you could drive traffic. Okay, another one which is really, really powerful is the new follower message. Okay, so every time you get a new follower, what Instagram can do is contact the person. It doesn't have to be immediately. You can make it like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a few hours, but it will contact the person, and it could say something like this. Yo, what's up? Welcome to Motivation Society. I want to give you a completely free gift as a thank you for following. Want to check it out? They say, yes, send it over. And then it will send them something like this. You could customize it, of course. Here's our free exclusive wallpaper pack. It's stacked with high quality wallpapers for your of your favorite NBA players. To claim it, just XYZ, right? Access here, and then it takes them to the landing page. Okay. So each time you get a new follower, it could send them this, and you could automate driving traffic, right? So again, think about the scale of this. If you get a viral reel and you start getting thousands of followers a day, thousands of people are getting this message a day, and a certain percentage of them are actually converting and joining your email list and signing up to the boosts, like you could grow this newsletter and you can start monetizing, like again, completely passively, just with this system that works for you. Okay. Now keep in mind, obviously you want to be careful when contacting like a brand new viewer because it's a first impression. So this is why we're not wanting to sell them on something right off the bat. Like imagine following someone and immediately they're reaching out and saying, hey, want to buy this product? Of course we wouldn't, right? They're brand new. They haven't built any trust. But if you're giving to them something for free, it's actually great. It's a good first impression, right? Like think about it. Like if you just follow a page and they reach out to you saying, hey, welcome to this movement. I want to give you a completely free gift as a thank you. It's like, it's actually a green flag rather than a red flag. So that's why I suggest it. And also there's other ways like, obviously having the link in your bio, broadcast channels, which we'll go over a little bit later, also posting it on your stories. These are all things that you could get set up, and all of these work together, right? All of these work together in order to just get new email signups, right? You see, it's all leading to the same place. So again, I'm sure you can imagine the scale of having all of these work in unison, especially as you're growing and going viral and having lots of momentum. I mean, you could drive a lot of traffic to the newsletter. Okay. Now, here are also just some screenshots. I want to include some screenshots for each monetization method that I'm going over, just to kind of bring the receipts and show that I actually know what I'm talking about and I've done this. So here are just some screenshots you could see from some earnings and some payouts from Beehive to see that this actually works. All right. Now, again, I don't want to show this and say like, oh, you could expect these results right away. That's not the case, but this is just to show you what's possible and inspire you. Okay. Now that we've gone over the first method, which is newsletters, let's dive into digital products. Now, when it comes to monetizing with digital products, this is something that is typically more well-known compared to monetizing with newsletters, for example. You may have seen other people talk about these in the past or seen other people actively selling digital products online. It's just one of those very well-proven ways to monetize online in general, right? And with theme pages, they have a lot of potential. Now, a lot of people, this is something they tried themselves and didn't see success with because they just put like a generic like copy paste ChatGPT ebook together and they think that that's what's gonna get sales on their page. That's not how you do it the right way, right? So a lot of people try that and then it doesn't work and they think digital products just doesn't work as a whole. That's not the case. They're very, very effective if done the right way. So that's what we're going to go over today in this section here. And then also when it comes to combining these different monetization methods, I want you to keep that in mind because this is going to tie into the newsletter that we just discussed right before this. And then also in general, these different monetization methods that we'll be going over in this module, you could mix and match them and you could be running them and actively monetizing with multiple sources all at the same time. You're not restricted to just one way of monetizing, which is really great. Now let's go over the specific core benefits for digital products, all right? And then we'll dive into how it works. So first off, the very high leverage. And when I say that, I mean in the sense that you could put your time and energy into creating something once, and then you could sell that thing, which actually is valuable, which actually provides value to your audience and solve their problems, right? Not some crap product. And you could sell it unlimited amount of times, right? You create it once, you could sell it once, 10 times, 100 times without you having to do any extra work, right? Because it's digital. It gets distributed digitally, right? And you don't have to do any of the extra work. And then also in terms of the profit margins, again, you could just continue making sales and you don't have to worry about the headaches, which is my next point here, which is like holding inventory. You don't have to worry about delivery and customer service and logistics, anything like that, like you would with physical products. It's just all digital. You have an online store, you have an online product, and it's distributed digitally without you having to touch anything or do any work. So it removes the headache element. Also, AI does the heavy lifting, like 95% of the work here. Obviously, we don't want to just slap together like a crappy copy and paste AI product, but if you know how to prompt the AI the right way and how to actually give it substantial direction to create something of value, it could be very effective and actually contribute to solving problems for your audience. So then the question is like, how do you do that effectively? What prompts do you use? And what structure to have it? So that way it actually provides value, right? And AI could help out with a lot of that. And then also, you could start for $0. So you literally don't need any money to start monetizing off of digital products. All you need is a payment processor, like again, Stripe, PayPal, there's all these different payment processors, and like an online web store. And some of them are paid, don't get me wrong. Fun fact, if you have Beehive, it hosts the newsletter and you could sell digital products there, which is crazy. But then also there's other platforms that we'll go over in a second here that allows you to sell digital products literally for free without you having to pay any money, which is pretty cool. So there's no barrier to entry here. Now, since you understand digital products and I guess why they're important and the type of benefits you could expect, let's go over how they work particularly, right? So there's a 4-step process that allows you to build and monetize off of a high quality digital product, right? And that's to ideate, validate, create, and promote. All right, that's the 4-step process. So get the idea, validate it, make sure it's actually something that your audience wants and needs and would solve a problem for them, and create it, put it together, and then promote it. Make people aware of it and interested in it so that they want to buy it, right? Now let's go into each of these steps in a little bit more depth. So first off is ideate. Now, the whole objective of this step here is to understand your audience's problems, pain points, and begin brainstorming ideas for solutions, right? So you kind of want to look outside for this step here. You want to get feedback and recognize patterns and really understand your audience and why they followed you and what type of value you could provide for them, right? And you understand the value you could provide for them when understanding their pain points, what they're struggling with, and how you could solve that problem, right? And you could do this by posting stories and getting feedback, like here, where it's like you could post like a open-ended question. What's something that you constantly struggle with when it comes to XYZ, right? Something geared to your niche, and literally just hear out your audience, see what they're telling you. And also something like this, like an open-ended question, why do you follow, and then the name of your page. And then you could better understand your audience and why they're even there following you in the first place. And this information is super, super valuable, right? This is probably one of the most important steps of the process, because if you like get an idea and you create it and take all this time to like promote it, but the idea was never that good to begin with and wasn't something that people wanted and needed, then you're going to waste your time with the other steps, right? So you definitely want to hone in on this step and make sure that you're beginning with the end in mind, right? So here are like some story examples to get feedback. You could also read your comments. Some of them are just like, brain rot and don't add any substance, but some of them may actually be very insightful. So you could take a look at your comments, and it allows you to tap into, the mind of your viewer or someone who is in your niche. And just kind of by looking at some insightful comments, you could really understand your type of viewers and your audience and what they're like and what they're feeling or thinking. You could also DM followers, like just reach out to them directly. And I don't suggest just asking them a question off the bat, like, hey bro, why do you follow me? I would suggest just like saying, hey, I appreciate you engaging, reacting with the content, maybe someone who liked one of your recent videos, and then wait for them to reply. They're probably going to be like, hey, awesome, thanks for reaching out. And then you could say, also, quick question, I'm not trying to sell you anything, but I'm just curious, like what, and then you could ask them a question. Right? And this could help you better understand them. Obviously, you don't want to send hundreds of messages, but even doing this like 5-10 times could be super helpful. Then also you want to leverage AI with all of this data, all of this insight, all of this feedback. Again, humans are quite decent at analyzing patterns, but AI is a lot more effective at that and quick at that. So back to another AI prompt for you guys to take a screenshot of here. You could use this yourself, but essentially you give it context about your page, your niche, how many followers you have, the type of content that's performed best, more about your demographic, like again, age, gender, where they're from, some things about them. And then you're pretty much asking it to identify 3 to 5. So you're going to copy and paste. This is the most important part. You're going to copy and paste all of the insight that you get from this phase here, right? So like maybe all the replies from your stories, copy and pasting comments, all the conversations from your followers, putting them all into this prompt here, and then AI is going to help you out with giving you some ideas and direction of where to take the product, like how you could actually package something that would solve their problems. Okay, so that is the ideation phase. Now, once we have the idea, we have the general direction. Now we kind of want to validate it, right? We want to confirm that it's a valid idea, something that people in our audience would actually want and need and potentially spend money for, right? So then you could go to this phase here, which the whole objective is to really just test your ideas and get feedback from your audience. And then again, what you could do is post stories, similar to like the last part. You could DM the same followers that you already DM'd saying like, hey, I remember our conversation from last time. And based off of that, you know, I have the idea of creating XYZ. What are your thoughts on this? Is there anything that you'd add to it? And just getting some more feedback about an idea. And then also you could research competitors. This might be another sort of point of reference for you. You could take a look at other competitors in your niche, seeing what they're doing, what type of products they have, if any, and just getting some ideas that way, which could give you a better, you know, direction and some validation yourself on your own ideas, right? So you could ask a question on your story, like as a poll, would the XYZ with XYZ that you can XYZ with be valuable to you, and kind of just see what people say. What would help you more right now, XYZ, XYZ, or XYZ? This is how you could begin kind of testing and validating your ideas just to see genuinely what people are reacting to the most. Keep in mind, if you're like smaller and your engagement isn't that good, you're not going to get that many like responses on these types of, you know, stories. And in that case, may make sense for you to prioritize more the DMing followers part. But if you actually are doing this the right way and you're growing, you're getting the views, followers, then you should be getting some good engagement on these types of stories as well. Okay, so the whole step there is to kind of validate the idea in the direction that you have in mind. And once you do that and you're sure that the idea, or you have a good feeling, a strong feeling, and have data to back it up, that the idea is actually has precedent and that you can, and that has potential, that people actually would want it and need it. It solves a problem for your audience, solves a painful problem for them to the point where they'd actually be willing to invest for it. Then you could go ahead and actually create it and build it, right? Now, in terms of doing this, you just want to execute the idea into an actual digital product. Now, the main formats of digital products, just so you guys kind of have an idea, is in the format of like a guide or an ebook, which I'm sure you've heard of, in the form of a template, some sort of framework or system, even like a mini course. These are all different like forms of digital products, right? So obviously, depending on what the idea is, will determine what format you package it in, right? So keep that in mind. Now, when it comes to the different platforms that you could use to put digital products together, here's a list of some: Beacons AI, Shopify, Beehive, WAP, and Payhip. So Beacons, I know, has like a free option for sure, where you could set up a web page and start actually monetizing with the digital product literally for complete free, and not even like too crap of a web page. Is actually quite good. It will convert. Shopify is another option where you could put a store together. This one's like more, let's just say, complex. Like Beacons is super easy to use. Like they already have it completely structured for you. You could just customize it to your brand. Whereas Shopify, it's like a little bit more complex. And then Beehive, like I said, you have the option to as well. There's a digital product section where you could host one there, and very easy to use as well. WAP is another free platform, and Payhip is another platform as well. So these are kind of the options that you could take a look at. And then again, you're going to want to leverage AI in this process as well. So once you have the idea, you've validated it, and you kind of know what format to put or package the idea in, and also you create the landing page or the host platform to sell it. You know, you could begin using AI to actually start making this to life, right? Turning it to life. So with the right prompts, again, and guiding it in the right direction, giving it feedback, and kind of giving it all of the data that we've collected from our audience, and also ideas that we have for the structure, and maybe taking a look at some other digital products that you've bought or could see others are selling. You know, you could kind of try to structure it in a similar way, or other ways that, you know, you believe would be effective and that have proof of concept, and then just leverage AI to kind of fill in the blanks there, right? So again, this will do like 90 to 95% of the work. I don't suggest that you like completely depend on AI to do everything for you. I'm not saying that, because that's not how you create like real value. But, you know, you can pretty much sharpen the edges off of what AI gives you. You know, kind of go through things yourself, structure it maybe in a slightly different way, reword things, add your own context where you see fit, or combine other like inspiration. And the combination of all of this is how you could actually begin creating and building the digital product to the point where it's there, and then all you have to do is begin selling it, right? Which is the last step here, which is the promote step. All right. So at this point, we've got the idea for the product, we've validated it, we know that it's something that will actually help our audience, something they would be interested in, something they'd potentially be willing to pay for. We've created it, now we just got to promote it, right? And the whole objective here is to make people aware of what the product is and how it will deeply help them. Okay. Now, promoting a digital product is very similar to the way you would promote the free product for the newsletter signups that we just went over before. So what you could do is the Reel CTA, Carousel CTA, Link in Bio CTA, Broadcast Channel CTA, Story Sequence CTA, and have all this hooked up with ManyChat to kind of like automate driving traffic to the product. The only thing that's different here is the newsletter CTA as well. So keep in mind, guys, this is where you could really integrate digital products into your newsletter and email ecosystem, right? And kind of do some email marketing. So let's just say, again, you have like this email list. There's now a few thousand people on it. These people are going to be like your biggest fans. They're going to be the most, they're going to be the people or your audience that's gotten the most value from you, who's the most educated from you, who trusts you the most. And now you could begin driving traffic from that email list to a product of your own that will actually solve their problems, right? And these are the people who are going to be the most likely to want to buy that product. So like in your emails at the end, you could have CTAs kind of pointing attention towards the product and explaining why it matters to them and how they would benefit from getting it, right? So that's how you'd promote it. And now that we've gone over the process, I want to show you some more tangible examples, just so you can see like visuals of what I'm describing and how other people have put this into action, all right? So this page here is a neuroscience page called NeuroTweak. They got 147,000 followers. And if you check your bio here, you could see that he's selling some sort of digital product. And in his bio, he says 30 days brain reset plan. And if you take a look at his bio, you could see that he's selling some sort of product. And it says here 30 days brain reset plan, right? So if we take a look at that and we click on this link, it's going to bring us to this product right here. And this is set up on Gumroad. This is another free platform where you could like host a digital product. I personally don't like these structures. I think it just looks kind of old and tacky and doesn't convert as well. So just so you guys know that's why I didn't suggest it earlier, but this is Gumroad. Now, you could see that he, with his content, is getting viewers and followers and building an audience of people who are interested in neuroscience and brain health and, you know, just functioning, cognitive function. Now, with this audience, obviously, the way you monetize with a digital product, you need to make sure it's aligned with the audience and actually is something they'd be interested in, something that solves their problem. So he came up with the idea of this 30-day brain reset plan. And then if you look at the description, it kind of explains more of the benefit and how it could help them. And here is different ways that this person can actually promote it and bring attention to it and market it, right? So first is like the Reel Caption CTA. So let's just say you have your caption structured the same way we've discussed throughout this free course. At the end, you could have something like, this would be in the caption, template, like the copy and paste part, comment reboot, and I'll send you my 5-minute brain reboot plan to reset stress and improve sleep, right? So when someone comments that keyword reboot, you'll see that it's automatically sending them a message. And if you check ManyChat, right here, it says, nice, this is a quick reset you can use anytime your mind feels overloaded, unfocused, or restless. It takes 5 minutes and works directly on your nervous system. Send me the link. And then when you press that, it says, here's your 5-minute brain reboot plan. Click access below and you'll receive the plan in your first email. So you click access. He's got a typo here. And then it takes them to the newsletter landing page, right? So in this case, you could have it driven to he's doing it to a free product the same way we've discussed before, and then getting them to sign up to the email list. And then once they're in the email list, that's when he starts pushing the product, right? And obviously you don't want to spam it and push it too much. You want to have mostly providing value, but occasionally, marketing your product. So what he does here is he gives them something for free and then upsells them later down the line to a digital product. And you could have ManyChat sequences that do that automatically and begin messaging them again. And once they're in the email list, they will see the product anyways, right? So it's kind of like playing the long game here, which isn't bad because he gets to nurture them more first. Also, with that being said, when you give someone something for free first, it just builds a lot more trust. And if you could help solve their problems with something that you give them for free, they're going to think in their mind, wow, like that helped me so much and it was free. Imagine how much the paid thing could help me, right? That's kind of what you want going on in their minds. So that's one way that he does this. Another way is like through story sequences. So I was going through his profile and, came across some of these. I'm not going to take the time to like read them all because it'll take a little bit of time, but you could see that he's kind of playing on his audience and their pain points and their desired state and provides his product as like a bridge to that gap, right? So this is another way that you could drive traffic. And then he's like showing some testimonials here and, promoting the product where he gives the audience a chance to click the link and get access to it, right? So this is something that you can, obviously this one's really long. I don't suggest it being this long. I suggest it being like 2, 3, or 4 slides max. But this is a way to get in front of your followers to, plant some seeds in their mind that you would be able to help them out with your product. And then this is something that you could do once and have like pinned as a highlight on your profile, or you can kind of do one of these like each week, for example, right? Now, here's another example. This is a page in the parenting niche. They've got like almost 1 million followers. And if you check their bio and you see what they're doing, they've got this product right here. Less overwhelm, more connection when your child needs it most. Ease the overwhelm today, build resilience for tomorrow. So this is sort of like a whole pack for parents to be able to, develop better relationships with their kids and be a better parent, right? So again, all of this content here is what has attracted the audience, what has allowed this page to build almost 1 million followers, getting in front of all that attention, all this audience, and now he's selling some sort of product which actually provides value to the audience and solves their problems, right? And then again, this is a example of selling your own product. And there's more ways to do this. We'll go over it in a second, but here are a couple different just tangible examples of where you could see this in action. And one more, this is a health page and holistic gut health, right? And you could see in the content, it's attracted an audience interested in this topic. Then if you check the bio, you'll see it says a natural gut healing blueprint. Trust your gut again, and digestive discomfort. Yes, I want to heal my gut. And then it takes them to this order page. It's a 10 comprehensive chapters, practical recipes and protocols. So this is like a whole guide to get better gut health. And this is great because, this is a painful problem that people have. If you're not feeling good in your gut and it's like really making a negative impact on your life, like this is a painful problem that you want solved. And assuming this person actually has a good solution for these people, like a lot of people could get value from this, something like this, especially for like $27. So, this is an example of something that could sell really well because it actually solves a problem. Guys, don't expect to like really perform exceptionally well with a digital product if your product doesn't actually solve the problem of your audience, right? Because when you solve their problems, you alleviate their pain. When you alleviate their pain, value is created. And when you create value is when you receive monetary compensation, right? Don't expect to receive monetary compensation if you're actually not solving anyone's problems, okay? So that's another example here. And again, here are some more screenshots of just sales on my own digital products, dashboards, and Stripe dashboards, all right? So now that we've gone over digital products, let's dive into the third monetization method, which is going to be paid promos and shoutouts. Now, this is a really solid way to monetize, and of course, I'm going to go over why that is and how it works in a moment. But I also want to bring up that this way of monetizing typically comes in a little bit later down the line once you actually have somewhat of an established audience, right? Compared to the first two, like newsletters, you can get started with a few thousand followers. Digital products, maybe once you cross like 10,000 followers, for example. Whereas with paid promos and shoutouts, typically it ends up actually making the most sense and becoming like worth your time to explore once you're crossing like 50K followers, 100K, even over 150K, depending on the niche. Because think about it like this, like when you build an audience on your theme page, it's like a asset, right? You have something that's valuable that, for example, other brands, creators, or companies or businesses will see value in that audience and that attention that you have. And because of that, be willing to pay you in exchange for you to promote something on your page, right? Because they're getting value from that. They're getting the attention, they're getting the eyeballs. So just by having a theme page, by building an audience and growing it, you have something inherently valuable in and of itself, right? So that's where this comes into place. It's almost like advertising if you think about it, all right? Now, the core benefits of this is the more followers you have, of course, the more money you're gonna make, right? And keep in mind, it's not just about followers. If you have a 1 million followers, but you have like dead engagement, then, that doesn't equal more money. Keep in mind the engagement and, the quality of the audience actually matters as well. But in general, like the bigger the page that you have, assuming it's like not dead, the more money you're going to be able to make. Right. So this is something that can become like some nice side income, like for once you're in the stage of like 50 to 200K followers. But once and getting to that point where you're like a very big page, then you could really start charging some good money for these paid promos and shoutouts, right? So that's great because obviously there's no limit to how many followers that you could get. And then at the same time, it's the easiest way to monetize. So obviously, like with newsletters and with digital products and a couple others, like there's more that you're doing on your end to kind of like prepare things and set things up. Whereas with paid promos and shoutouts, like literally the other company, creator, or business is creating the content for you to post onto your feed. So all you have to do is literally just receive the money and then post it. I'm going to break down how it works just in a second here. It's just really simple. You don't really have to do any work on your end, right? It's also the most passive and predictable income. So like because of this, it's very passive. You're not really actively doing anything. It's like you get sent a post, you post it, you make money. It's that simple. And it's also predictable as well because you could have long-term clients, right? You could work with media buyers or just long-term clients, whether they're businesses, creators, if they're actually getting value from your promos to the point where you could get them on like a monthly retainer, for example, where you're posting like X amount of posts or carousels and they're paying you X amount in exchange for that, right? And media buyers and companies are very invested into, shout outs and paying pages like us on Instagram to get the attention. Like the biggest ones right now, they're like, obviously this is going to depend on the niche, the type of people that you're working with, but like all the big, like, Polymarket and Kalshi and all the AI companies, they're just dumping money into promos. They just want to make people as aware of them and their company and what they're doing as possible, right? So this creates a huge opportunity for us theme pages because we could easily grow that audience and get that attention without showing our faces. And then we have something inherently valuable that other companies are willing to pay us in order to get access to, right? That's how you want to be thinking about this. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into like how this works so that it's fully clear, right? And there's no unanswered questions here. So first, you have to find a client, right? You have to find someone who's actually wanting to pay you for like a promo or a shout out or a collaboration, anything of this nature, right? And in order to find a client, there's a few ways that you could do this. First, others can reach out to you. You could reach out to others, or you could work with media buyers, all right? So these are kind of like the three different ways to find a client. To make it as easy as possible for others to reach out to you, you could reference a couple of these screenshots here. So for example, this is a big page, almost 1 million followers, and they just simply have like a business email in their bio. That way it just makes it super easy for anyone who's looking to, or is interested in promoting on their page. They could just contact the email and then boom, you could go back and forth, close a deal. And then also you could have the option of like having a link in your bio. You could have multiple different links if you didn't know that. And one of them could be like for sponsors and advertisers. That way anyone who comes on your page looking for this, they have literally a link to click specifically for them. And then you could just have like a simple form set up where you could say, so this is like in the AI niche, for example, it just says, marketing services reach large targeted audiences with our managed campaigns. We make it simple to execute and scale your campaigns, reach the XYZ community, as well as most of the top XYZ pages, right? And then they just put in their name, their email, some other information, how much they're willing to pay, what they're actually interested in. And then that way you could literally just get their contact information and then reach back out to them and facilitate a deal that way. Now, that's how you can make it as easy as possible for others to reach out to you. But when it comes to you reaching out to others, here's what I suggest. So reference your niche research, reference the biggest, not even necessarily the fastest growing, but the biggest pages in your niche. Follow them, keep an eye on their pages, and see which creators or brands or companies are paying them for promos, right? Just kind of scan their page, check it every once in a while. And a lot of these pages are actively running promos, right? And this allows you to easily see who's paying for the promo, right? Whether it's just XYZ company, XYZ creator. If you see them promoting on a different page, you know that they're actively promoting. So if you reach out to them the right way, then you could kind of also become an option for them to begin actively promoting on your page as well, right? So the best way to do this is just become familiar with your niche, become familiar with the different brands, companies, or creators that are promoting in your niche, and then you could reach out to them and develop a relationship there, all right? So here's a simple like DM you could send, for example, or email. You could start it off like this, like business inquiry. That way they know it's important and that it's not just like some random fan. And then you could just start off with the name of their page. I notice you've been actively promoting your product on Instagram, like on XYZ page. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you could copy and paste this, screenshot it, do whatever you'd like with it, and just customize it towards whoever you're sending the message to. All right. So that is how you find a client. Now, also one more thing that I want to mention here. If you're smaller, between like 50 to 150K, maybe it also depends on your niche. Maybe you have to reach out to others more at the beginning, whereas once later down the line you've grown and you really have lots of traction and momentum, then others will reach out to you more often. All right. So don't expect people to be reaching out to you like right when you hit 50K followers, offering you all this money. You know, you're going to have to kind of develop those relationships, even do some outreach yourself first. Right. But don't get me wrong. Once you do build more of a following, you're more established, then people will be reaching out to you. Okay. Now, with that being the case, let's go over how to actually make a deal, right? Because we find the client, now we have to get a deal with favorable terms. Now, keep in mind, you're going to want to have your prices ready and for it to be flexible. Now, keep in mind, you're going to want to have your prices ready and also to be flexible with what they're looking for, right? So you don't want to just have like a set package and, you know, only offer that, because sometimes people want to get the most value, right, for what they're looking for. So just be flexible, make custom packages as you see fit, right? Especially at the beginning, it's not a bad idea to be flexible just to kind of get that experience, see how one of these deals go. But obviously don't be too flexible to where, you know, you're not getting your end of the bargain, all right? Now, in terms of how much you could charge, this is what we want to go over. It depends on the number of followers you have, how engaged your audience is, the demographic, like where they're from. In general, pages that have a high quality audience or first world countries audience can get paid more compared to a page with more followers but with a lower quality audience, for example, right? So it's not all about the followers, it's about actually where they're from and the quality of the followers. Also, of course, it depends on the budget of the brand or the business you're working with, and then also the format of the content. So whether it's like a reel, a post, a carousel, story, it comes in different formats. Now, I suggest having something simple like this ready, because someone might reach out to you asking your rates, or you're having a conversation with someone, they ask what your rates are. You could have a simple breakdown, just showing like 24-hour feed post, 30 days feed post, 60 days feed post, permanent feed post, 24-hour story, permanent repost. And I don't have reels here, but you could also offer reels if, you know, that's an option. Typically, most of them are posts and carousels, so keep that in mind. But this is how you could be prepared. That way you could close the deal. And obviously, the price that a page charges depends on all these specific, you know, metrics. So I can't like tell you exactly what you can charge. It also depends on the niche. But here's like the things to keep in mind, the things that influence the amount that you could charge. Okay. So now that we've gone over how to find a client and make a deal, it's the fun part, right? Get paid. Now, every serious brand and creator or business will pay you beforehand for the promo or shout out. So if someone reaches out to you and they're like, yeah, bro, let's do this promo, I'm going to pay you $200, and they start asking you to promote it first, typically that's a sign that it's not like legit, right? You know, most serious brands, creators, they're going to be willing to pay you first. That's just kind of industry standard, all right? And just use a preferred payment processor. PayPal is the most universally accepted, so that's kind of just what I suggest. It's the most common in this space. But also, you know, again, Stripe is pretty popular. Some people are comfortable with like, you know, crypto and some other ways as well, but I would just suggest sticking with PayPal. I believe everyone watching this should have access to PayPal. So yeah, just stick with PayPal. That's going to be your best bet. So now that you've gotten paid, now all we have to do is just post the content, right? So this is why it's so easy on our end. We're not really doing too much. We're just finding someone, agreeing on terms, you receive a payment, and then you post the content, all right? Now, how this is going to work is they're going to send you the content or creative to post, and all you do is just like upload it yourself. They also send you the caption typically. They also send you the caption typically. And then you could post it as is, or what's even better sometimes is ask if they'd like you to recreate it in their branding, right? Because sometimes like the promo or the shout out, when they send it to you, it just kind of like is not aligned with your branding, and it just isn't aligned with like the colors, or, you know, it just kind of looks off. It looks like inorganic, and it looks like it's a clear promo. And, you know, you could post it as is, but that's not the best for engagement and also won't get the best results generally. So it depends on the quality of the creative. Some are more like standard where it's universally acceptable on all types of pages, but some are more niche. Nonetheless, it's typically and sometimes better for you to literally recreate the creative with your own content style, right? That way it seems more organic and gets better engagement and makes them more likely to want to work with you in the future. So it adds a little bit of extra work, but it's just one post, so it should be really quick. Now, here's an example, because you could see this company Lovable, which is like some sort of like software company, I believe, or web builder. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It just uses AI a lot. promoted on these two different pages, but you could see that the promos look slightly different, even though it's like the same exact copy if you actually read it. So this says someone in Brazil made 3 million in 48 hours using AI, and then it's got like the actual branding or logo of the page here. It's got a certain picture. It's got like that lovable logo here. Whereas with this one, it is a different picture. It's got pretty much the same text, like very, very similar text. And yes, different picture. This logo is a lot bigger. It's got the green brand colors. It's got the logo of the page here. So you can see it's the exact same promo, but just like more custom for the branding. So these typically perform better because they seem more organic. Like if someone actually scrolls on it, who's a follower of this page, they're more likely to read it and engage with it because they think it's more organic rather than something that's a blatant promo. Okay, so that's essentially how it works in 4 steps. Now I'm going to dive into a couple examples here in a second so you can see more tangibly what I mean here and what this looks like. But also keep in mind with this method, something that's important that I want to preface this with is there's two things that I want to like bring up to your attention. One is you don't want to do this too often because then you're going to like irritate your audience and, you know, your engagement will tank. Now, at the same time, you could still implement these like every once in a while and be completely fine and you don't have to worry about it, right? But just all I'm saying is don't spam it. And this should be common sense. Don't just spam promos every day. That's not smart. And number 2, the company, the brand, the creator, the business that you work with, ideally you want it to be as aligned as possible with your niche, right? So obviously in this case, this makes a lot of sense because this is like an AI company and, you know, they're promoting on AI pages. So it's stuff that your followers would actually be interested in. Whereas, you know, if someone reached out to you and first off, there's some stuff like with like OnlyFans or like gambling, you know, it depends on your morals, of course. But like for me, for example, I've never taken any of those deals because I don't want to promote that sort of stuff on my page. I want to make like a, you know, the type of impact that I want to make, positive way. So keep that in mind. You know, you don't have to promote stuff that's outside of what you want to promote. But also, even if it is like moral, if it doesn't really align with your niche, maybe you don't want to do it, right? Like maybe they got approached by like some architect who wants to show something, but maybe, you know, the person doesn't want to, they don't believe that architecture or, you know, whatever the other topic is aligned with the niche and what the audience would be interested in, then maybe it's not the best fit, right? Because you don't want to be promoting something to your audience that isn't even like aligned with what they would care about, right? So that's just another thing to keep in mind. Don't spam it, and also, you know, be relatively selective with the type of opportunities, right? Kind of depends on lots of factors, but I think that's important for you to know. Now, here are some examples, all right? So first up, we have a basic promo right here. So this is just like a simple post where, you know, this is a Polymarket promo on an AI page. Now, pretty much how this works is Polymarket paid this person X amount simply just to post this carousel on the page, right? And it's very simple. You could kind of just like slide through it. It's got the branding of the page still. Now, here's another example of that. This is like another person or a company who paid this page Entrepreneur Facts. And it says like this Gen Z startup is hosting 10 college blind dating yacht parties across the US. So it's promoting a startup called Ditto. Now, it's very simple. Again, it's just posting it and then they give you the caption as well. And all you do is just like post it, right? Then sometimes you leave it 24 hours, sometimes you leave it 30 days. Sort of depends on the deal that you worked out, right? So this is a very basic promo where it's just literally carousel. And at the end, typically you'll see that it asks them to do some sort of action like sign up here now. And then it's got like the page there for people to click on. Or here, I'm not exactly sure what the call to action here at the end. Sometimes they don't always have a call to action. But yeah, nonetheless, this is just a basic promo. Now, this is something that's called a group shout out. So this is where you essentially promote like a list of different pages. Maybe you've seen something like this before. You know, Instagram has over 2 billion accounts. Here are the 20 accounts that will teach you more skills in a 4-year degree, right? I'm sure maybe you've seen something like this. It's been around for a while. And then the page lists like the 20 pages, right? Now, you know, these people are all actively paying media buyers, for example, and then the media buyer is someone you'd connect with and they would, for example, facilitate the deal and tell you like who to tag here and like what the creative is, etc. Right? So that's another example of one. Keep in mind, media buyers essentially are a middleman between these companies and businesses and you. Media buyers just make this whole process a lot easier. They get budgets from like the brands, and then they approach pages like us and pay us for promotions, right? Now, in terms of finding media buyers, like, for example, in my network and the people that I know, like I just have a list of people and different group chats that I'm in and share with the people that I'm working with to like introduce these opportunities. But if you don't have that sort of network, then, you could kind of try reaching out to people and making your own connections. It's just a bit tougher, but media buyers definitely make the whole process a lot easier. They do take a little bit of a cut for making the process easier, but I believe it's worth the time that you save. Okay, so that's a group shout out. Now, there's also something called a collab. I'm sure you've seen this before as well, where someone posts a reel and they invite a collaborator, and then it says it's like posted by both pages. So depending on the type of deal and the type of format that you go with, this is an option as well, where again, either you or they make the creative, and then either they or you post it, and then you guys invite each other to collaborate, so it's posted by both of you, right? So this is a page 11 Stoic partnering with Project Claron. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Maybe it's some sort of app or something, but that's just another example of what it could look like. All right. So I know I've been waffling on about paid promos, Hopefully it makes a lot more sense now. And here are, of course, just some more screenshots of some bigger deals that I've received for promos. And keep in mind, these are all like more longer term packages. So it's not like I got, $3,000 just from like one post. These are like longer deals, but this is what I mean by, this could be a very sustainable, predictable way to monetize, especially if you get onto these monthly deals with these long-term serious clients. All right. Now, with that being said, let's move on to number 4, which is the Reels bonus. Now, the Reels bonus is super cool, and it's one of those monetization methods that's super misunderstood because a lot of people think that they can monetize and everyone can monetize off views on Instagram, and that's just like the main way of monetizing, which isn't the case. And then other people think it's just completely impossible and that Instagram doesn't pay for views. But the truth is in the middle, and I'm gonna explain exactly how it works. But in some cases, you could get paid for views, okay? And the core benefits is that this is great. Views equals money directly, right? So it's not monetizing like indirectly like the other ways. This is literally directly views equals a certain amount of money, right? So of course, because of that, it's very easy. It's no additional work. It's like you make the content and then it's there working for you. And like I mentioned, this is an extra stream of income. So this is not going to be like the main income source, although it's just nice to get another extra few hundred, potentially up to an extra few $1,000s a month just flowing through. All right. So now let's go over how it works and kind of clear up, I think, the misconceptions that people have about this. So it's pretty straightforward, but essentially what you're going to want to do is leverage the Meta ecosystem. All right. Because Meta doesn't only own Instagram, it owns Facebook as well. I'm sure a lot of you guys know this. And what you have the ability to do is cross post from Instagram onto Facebook automatically. Like each time you post on Instagram, not only are you getting the views, the followers, the monetization opportunities there, but you could have it automatically cross posting onto Facebook as well. That way you're building a brand there, getting more views, more followers, and monetization opportunities there on Facebook, right? And a lot of people don't know this. They only post on Instagram, right? And Instagram is still the best platform. There's lots that you can do there, but you're missing out on extra opportunity if you're not cross-posting onto Facebook, okay? So on Instagram, they have something which is called the Reels bonus program where you get paid directly from views. So what's interesting about this feature is that I have access to it on a couple of my pages, but then on a couple other pages, I don't have access to it. And this is because it's like an invite-only feature, and who they invite is really arbitrary based off my experience. Some pages that you would think would qualify, but haven't got invited, whereas others have. So it's kind of inconsistent. It's one of those features which is like trial wheels where certain pages who should have it may not, and vice versa. But yeah, this is something that you keep your eye out for. And you can see here, this video got 1.7 million views. I got 120 bucks from it. This one got 2 million views. I got 113 bucks for it. So how they calculate the payout also depends on like the audience and a couple other variables, but you could see this is just some extra, I guess, bonus income. You could think about it coming in through views, which is pretty cool because you're not doing any extra work for it. And also what they have is something called the content monetization program on Facebook. Now, this one is invite only as well, but it allows you to get paid for views if you do get invited, right? So here are just some screenshots of balances or payouts and a couple different formats. This is in the platform. This is an invoice. And this is also in the platform. Now, keep in mind, there's also some other bonus programs as well. This is something that they're constantly in beta testing with, just like new programs, seeing what works best, what doesn't. And sometimes they name similar like programs after different names. So there was like a summer Reels bonus program at some point. There's a couple other names for content monetization programs on Facebook as well. Now, these features are ever evolving, but it kind of just shows what's possible when it comes to actually getting paid for views directly from these platforms here. Okay. Now, in order to qualify, as of right now, the time of recording this video, it's mostly USA and a few other developed countries like South Korea and Japan, and I believe the UK as well. And this list is changing a little bit, but oddly enough, that's kind of like the batch of countries. Also, you have to be 18 plus, or whoever owns the account must be 18 plus, and then it's invite only, like I mentioned as well. So this is kind of how you qualify, and then there's no like certain amount of followers that you have to reach, like maybe other platforms where it's more clear and there's like an actual threshold. This is more ambiguous, unfortunately. So you just have to keep your eye out for when you get invited rather than crossing a certain threshold, if that makes sense. All right. Now, the 4 monetization methods that I've just gone over are the most universally used in terms of making money, converting the attention into income on Instagram, right? So no matter what type of niche your page is in, what type of audience you're building, monetizing with newsletters, digital products, paid promos and shoutouts, and also the Reels bonus program and the Meta ecosystem, like those are the most universally used no matter what niche you're in. So it's not dependent. Now, there are also a few other monetization methods that are more, let's just say, specific and not universal, but can still be very effective methods depending on what niche you're in, that I want to run through you guys as well, just so you know the possibilities, right? Because it's not like there's only 4 ways to monetize and that's it. There's all these other like kind of unique and more niche ways to monetize, which I think are important to be aware of. Now, with that being said, let's dive into the first more niche method here, which is going to be physical products. So this is a pretty solid way to monetize as well. And some examples of physical products are like apparel, like you can see on the screen here, or it could just be some sort of little accessories or gear or, you know, posters, wall art. You know, these are just some examples of physical products, anything that's actually tangible, something you could hold, whereas a digital product is like fully digital. And like you could see this example right here, this is like a faith Christianity based page, and they have like a separate page that they've grown actually dedicated towards their clothing line, right? Their apparel, where they have you know, certain designs that are faith related on shirts, hats, things of this nature, right? And then you could like click on their website here and they have just a simple like, you know, Shopify page or sales page with the products listed here. Now, keep in mind, with this type of monetization method, a lot of people think it's a lot more headache than it is. You still don't have to deal with inventory. You don't have to deal with, you know, shipping and customer service. There's other platforms out there that handle all of that for us, right? So Printful, Printify, like these are print on demand companies which will take care of all of that headache for you, but take a percentage of like the deal, right? So let's just say you sell a shirt for like 60 bucks, you know, maybe you make, you know, $20 profit margin instead of 30, for example, right? Like they take a little cut. So it's less profitable, but they save you all the headache, which is worth it. Now, keep in mind, apparel is the most popular here as physical products, and you know, this does depend on the niche, like I mentioned before diving into these specific methods. But if you're in a niche like motivation or like fitness or faith or masculinity, like these are typically niches that are more aligned with like clothing brand stuff. And then, yeah, the process is pretty simple. You just use these platforms like Printify, Printful. They kind of like, you know, sell apparel as someone buys it, right? That way you're not paying money up front for inventory, and they just print it on the material and all that stuff that you set up ahead of time on like what type of format, whether it's a shirt, hoodie, whatever, and they take care of the rest. So obviously you got to set it up first, but once it's set up, it's pretty passive and simple and not much headache. So this is a pretty cool option. We've also got affiliate marketing. So this is where you're selling some sort of product that is not actually created or owned by you, right? But like from another more established, more reputable company or business in your niche, right? And then by selling their product, you get a little commission. This is usually not one that I like fully suggest, because you could make more money long term just like learning the skills and using AI and the tools to create your own valuable digital product. But affiliate marketing is good for people at the beginning who maybe just want some experience like marketing and, you know, promoting rather than having to like worry about building the product yourself. But I think that's a good skill to learn anyways. Regardless, with that being said, here's an example of someone in the neuroscience niche. So this is NeuroGlobe. They're posting all this type of content that attracts people who are interested in like, optimizing their brain health and their cognitive thinking and just anything regarding neuroscience. And you can see in their bio, they're official partner of Feely VB. It's essentially, what is it? It's a capsule. I think it's like some sort of mushroom capsule or pill where people take it and it has like, it clears up their brain and makes them think more clearly and more focused, etc. Whatever it is, it's something that the audience actually would be interested in. And this person didn't actually create this product. They're just affiliating for it. So they get like a percentage of each sale. And this percentage could vary depending on like what the specific arrangement is. Sometimes it's like, 50%, or other times you have 100% resale rights on a couple other things. So it just sort of depends. Now, where you could find opportunities for like this is, again, either reaching out to other people who are doing and promoting this on other pages the same way we did in the promos and shoutouts, or you could contact certain brands or companies yourself that you already know are selling. And then also there's platforms like, Digistore and, some other platforms where you could find affiliate marketing opportunities. So just to kind of wrap this one up here, I typically don't suggest it as a main option. It only works really well in specific scenarios and cases because it's just much more effective, long-term, more profitable. You learn more skills if you set up your own digital product. And it also is highly converting as well if it is your own digital product, because you have more control of like what it looks like, how much it costs, and who it's for. That way you can make it specifically geared towards your audience, where affiliate marketing products are a bit more general and not as specific and tailored to your specific audience. All right. So I know I was ranting here, but let's move on to the next one. So another monetization method is clipping. So this is where you could get paid by views or for views based off specific background music that you use or specific people that you post. Now, Instagram doesn't pay you directly for these views. You're going to want to use a platform called WAP. So this is a platform that is becoming very popular, and essentially within WAP, there's like earning opportunities, monetization opportunities for clipping, where you could, for example, make a post or a reel with a specific background sound or of a specific person and copy the link of that video on Instagram and paste it into WAP, and they'll track how many views you get and pay you accordingly. Right, so this is typically like $1 per 1,000 views. That's pretty standard. And one example you could see here is this guy robbed the bank. He has a clipping campaign, so he's just dumping a bunch of money into this clipping campaign. So anyone who joins up and is accepted and posts a clip of him on Instagram that qualifies, then they can get paid for views if they just paste the link within the channel. So it may sound a little bit confusing, but it's actually very straightforward. And if you're curious, just open WAP and look for some of those opportunities yourself. Obviously, it depends on the opportunity because, maybe you're not going to find within your niche specific background music or people that like align. So this is why it's a more niche and dependent one on whatever type of content you're posting. But let's just say you're in like the, money or motivation or business niche that this guy, for example, falls into, and you post a clip of him on your page with just like the simple, this is the subtitle format with like a hook up top. This one got viral. I think it got like some hundreds of thousands of views. So I assume this person is part of this clipping campaign here. So they copy the link of the video, put it into the campaign, and then you get paid. And obviously, it's not like an unlimited budget. So maybe they max out, like you could only earn $500 from a single reel. So if you get like 20 million views, you're not going to get like, $20,000, for example. They cap it at some range. Okay. So that is clipping. Now, also there is the option of services. So this one is like, again, very niche, but if you have some sort of skill set, if you already are good at something, in this case, this guy is like a videographer or photographer. It says sport videography more specifically. He posts content on his page that attracts, more of like a cinematic videographer type audience or just people who enjoy the content. And then if you see his bio, he has a website where he kind of goes more over his work and his services and how he can help other people with their projects, right? So then occasionally, every once in a while, he could kind of like promote and drive traffic to his own services and monetize that way, right? So again, this is more specific and niche for people who are actually interested in offering their own skills as a service, okay? Now, the last method that I have here is what's called a brand placement. So this one is one of the easiest ways to monetize. And here's an example of what this looks like. What I mean by brand placement is like you literally in the corner of your screen somewhere have like some brand name or logo, right? So for example, this company Kalshi is paying this page, Hoop Society, for simply having their logo in each one of their videos, right? And how this works is this person gets paid a certain amount of money per views that he gets from this video because he has like this sponsor or this brand placement on it, right? So keep in mind, again, this is very niche specific. I believe this company here, Kalshi, is all about like, predictive marketing, predicting markets in like the sports industry, right? So obviously it works good for a basketball page. Now, obviously that may not work for your niche. And also you might see opportunities where it's like, gambling companies are wanting to do this. So then obviously you could just evaluate the options that you have and see whether it's worth it for you. But just nonetheless important to know that something like this actually exists, right? And then typically how this works is, again, either the companies will reach out to you the same way promos or brand deals work, like kind of inquiring about it, or you could reach out to the company. Like, so for example, I have a basketball page myself as well. So if I wanted to reach out to this company here, because I see them doing it on one of my competitors, I'm sure they'd be down to work with me and we could get something set up. But the reason I don't is because it just doesn't align with, this is kind of like sports gambling and I don't like that. So to each their own, right? Now, these are just some additional extra ways to monetize that I think you guys are aware of or should be aware of. And even on top of these methods, there's even more out there that are like more niche, but I think these are like the most important ones to be aware of outside of the 4 universal ones that we've gone over already. All right. So now with that being said, let's continue moving forward and going over this idea right here, which is very important. And it's that owning a theme page is essentially the same as owning a digital asset, right? Because think about it. What is an asset? It's something that has value, right? Like in real life, there's like, homes, cars, property. There's other things out there that inherently have value in and of itself. Now, when you're building a theme page, what you're doing is building a digital asset because your theme page has value in and of itself. This is why creators, brands, and companies are willing to pay you in order to get access to your audience. It's because you having the attention of that audience, of that market, is valuable in and of itself, right? And I explain this in a way to some of my clients who are in real estate, in real life. I say having a theme page is essentially the same as owning digital real estate, right? So it's real estate. It's something that is valuable in and of itself. It's something that people will pay you in order to get access to, in a sense. It's just digital rather than something that's like physical or a property, right? And they giggle like that one and they agree because it's true, right? And also, with that being said, considering it's a faceless theme page, it's a sellable asset, right? So think about it. If someone builds a personal brand and they build it to like a couple 100,000 followers, like they're not able to like exit or sell that if they wanted to, right? Because their face is associated with the page and the audience that they built. There's an identity associated there. It's dependent on them. Whereas with a faceless page, you're essentially building a brand that is a separate entity aside from yourself, which kind of operates on its own, right? And you're not attached to it. Your identity is not associated with it in any way. Because of that, you have the option technically to sell it, right? If you grow to like hundreds of thousands, millions of followers, and you come to the conclusion that you'd prefer to sell your page, you have the option to. There's been huge payouts for Instagram pages, and I'm not even going to begin getting into it because you won't believe me, but there was like collections of pages that have been sold for like literally millions of dollars. You could look it up. There's a page like Daquan, which is like, this is like a meme page, but some other big pages out there like Hood Rap TV, like these traditional pages that maybe you remember seeing while growing up, like these are selling for like millions of dollars. And I'm not going to say that you should expect the same yourself. That's not what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that is what's possible. And even if you're not selling at that high of a rate, you could still exit for like over 100K if you build a really strong, solid brand, right? And that's not going to happen in a year, 2 years, etc. But just understand that you have the option to, and there's opportunity there, right? And for me personally, I prefer holding on to my pages because I know I can make more money with them long term, the way we've got them set up. But for certain people in certain circumstances, it might make sense. Like let's just say you love theme pages and you got started with it and you started growing it and monetizing it and everything's going well. But over time, you want to move on to the next chapter of your entrepreneurship journey, and maybe you want to like get into real estate, or you want to do something else that requires capital, maybe what you could do is like, sell your asset that you've built up and take that capital and invest it in other places as you see fit that will continue developing whatever you're looking to do, right? So in that circumstance, it makes sense to sell it. Whereas if you love the business and you want to continue it, then it just makes sense to keep it because you'll make more money over time, right? But I also think it's just very important to understand this concept here, that you're building an asset that has value in and of itself that also is sellable as you see fit, okay? So now, with that being said, I want to move on to this next section here, which has to do with nurturing, right? Because keep in mind, for people to buy from you, they must know you, like you, and trust you, right? This is a popular termed phrase, which maybe you've heard before, and it's absolutely not utterly true. Like each stage must be met in order for people to buy from you, right? So although some of the monetization methods don't require people to buy from you, like for the newsletter or for the paid promos and shoutouts, like something like a digital product or a physical product or something else that you're trying to sell on a page, like your audience must know you, like you, and trust you ultimately, right? And how you get them to know you and like you is simply through your content, right? Just simply by getting your page out there, by posting content that people like and enjoy, and maybe they follow you. That's how you get them to know you and just like you, but they don't trust you just from the content, right? You're not establishing yourself or positioning yourself in a way where they actually feel like they trust you on a deeper enough level to like put money into something that you're offering, for example, right? And with that being said, it's important that we do a couple other things on our end in order to build that trust, right? And some pillars of building trust with a theme page have to do with brand consistency, positioning yourself as an authoritative page, someone who knows what they're talking about, an expert, also having social proof, which I'll go into in a second here, and also providing value, right? Solving the audience of your problems, educating them, and just overall providing value in that sense, right? And in order to do this, there's a few main touch points that allow you to show your brand consistency, to position yourself as an authority, to show social proof, to provide value, to educate. There's a few main touch points that you could consider in order to build upon these layers here, right? And let's dive into this first one here, which is the newsletter, right? So this is why I suggest everyone to start a newsletter. It's just one of the best nurturing assets that you could have that allow you to build a stronger connection with your audience compared to like anything else that we could do, right? Because if you have people signed up to your newsletter and each week, twice a week, they're going through and they're reading something that's actually valuable to them, something that's interesting to them, something that shows that you actually know what you're talking about and that educates them, like these are the people who are going to be the most likely to buy from you in the future at some point if you end up selling something, all right? So a newsletter is a great place for you to do this. There's also something called a broadcast channel, which is great for this as well. So I kind of like to think of this as like the newsletter within Instagram. And if you don't know what a broadcast channel is, it's essentially a group chat. It's a group chat that you could create where your followers could join it, but you're the only one who could send stuff in there, right? So it's called a broadcast channel. And essentially you could treat it similar to a newsletter, right? Because maybe not everyone who follows you is going to be reading your emails as well, but maybe, if they're not reading the emails, they're reading the, broadcast channel, right? So this is why I call it touch points. If you can't reach someone on one of the touch points, you could reach them on another touch point. So this is why it's important to be doing a bit of all of them as well. Now, again, here are some examples. Like this person is showing the results of a study about a certain food in the health niche. And, this one is going and showing a different study, for example, and giving the link to it so people could read it, be educated. And this is just another way to, again, nurture, educate, provide value, build trust, and position yourself in a way where you're, touching your audience on a deeper level and getting them to cross that threshold of trusting you. Okay. Now, you also have the option to do posts and carousels. These are typically a lot more nurturing and educational compared to reels, which are more geared towards entertainment, let's say. So you could have one like this. These are all examples of this page in the health niche here. So it just says, mothers who took 15 milligrams of saffron twice daily reached clinical remission of 96% of postpartum depression cases. So just very niche. And then it says read caption. And in the caption, they dive deeper into like the context of whatever this message is here. And again, it's just another way to educate your audience, nurture them, provide value, position yourself in the right way. Okay. Now, also, you could do this by having your lead magnet and your freebie be downloaded by your audience. So what this does, it kind of ties into what I mentioned earlier, which is if you provide something of free that's free to your audience and they get value from it, they learn something new, they're educated, it makes them wonder in their mind later down the line, if you're selling something, wow, if I got this much free value and learned this from something you gave for free, imagine how much they could learn from like the paid offer, right? That's kind of what you want them to have going on in their minds, and that's what having a lead magnet or freebie allows you to do. It allows you to like give something out to your audience for free, show them that you're actually a high quality brand who provides high quality resources or whatever it is that you're selling, and then that way later down the line they actually have that proof and that trust from that first experience with you and the free thing. Okay, now that's another touch point. And another way that you could do this is through stories as well. So here's another example from, these are all from like a health niche. I figured that would just be the best way to demonstrate this here. And you could do this a couple ways. You could either post like occasional one-off stories every once in a while that are like valuable, or this person has like a little series here. And it's also in their pinned as like a highlight for people to go through at the top of their page. And it's just posting informative stuff here, like how to change your life in 10 days, follow along and learn practical habits. All right, so this is about like eating whole foods. This is about like supplements. This is about protein and strength. So it's just educating the audience, providing value to them. And, you could have other little mini series like this. And obviously keep in mind, it's dependent on your niche, just whatever educates your audience, whatever is something that they'd be interested in seeing, whatever helps solve their problems, provides value to them. You could post stories that serve as a different touch point, right? And here's another sort of example of this. This is smart as well, because what this person is doing is using testimonials or social proof as a mechanism of building trust, right? So let's just say this person is selling, I believe they're selling like pills or some sort of like supplement product to a health audience, something that genuinely helps them. And like, it's one thing to talk about the supplement and explain how much it helps and explain how great it is and why they could benefit from it. But it goes a layer deeper when they could see that other people are buying it and actually getting value from it. So this person is literally just taking screenshots of testimonials of people reviewing the product and then just sharing it on the stories, right? And this is stuff that you could also talk about in like your newsletter or in your broadcast channel or in your post at some point. So these could kind of work hand in hand at times, right? But these are the main touch points, right? These are ways that you can nurture your audience, build more trust with them. That way you have a stronger connection there and they've gotten value from you, and it increases the likelihood of them wanting to buy something from you in the future, right? Because really, I want to reemphasize this here. Sometimes people they start a theme page and they start growing it and they're only focusing on the content. They're only focusing on just going viral and getting a ton of views and a ton of followers. And in the meantime, as they're growing, they're not doing anything else, right? They think, oh, if they could do their content, like that's enough. And then once they have like, 50K, 100K followers, let's just say they try selling a digital product and maybe they get some sales, but they're not, converting as well as that person expected the product to convert. And it's because they most likely skipped out on this phase, which a lot of people do. Like, how do you expect your audience to want to buy something from you if you haven't done your due diligence to give them reasons that they should trust you, right? Or you haven't done your due diligence to plant those seeds and build a connection with this audience. So by leveraging these different touch points here, educating, providing value through your newsletter, broadcast channel, posts or carousels, stories, lead magnets, that's going to significantly increase the likelihood of someone wanting to like buy from you because of that level of trust that you've established from your audience. Okay. Now I know I was waffling there, but super, super important for you guys to understand this and implement. Okay. Now, with all that being said, we've gone over everything that you need to know regarding monetization and the different options, how it works. Now let's dive into the next module. All right, now welcome to module 6. At this point, we've gone over exactly how to set up your theme page, how to grow it, get the views, the followers, start building the audience, how to convert the views, followers, and audience into income through multiple different ways. Now we got to go over how to automate, how to scale this operation, right? Super important step. This is what turns your page from just being a theme page that makes some money to a full-blown business, right? That allows you to really reach the full potential with this business and not just have a page, but have like a theme page empire, right? And like build an actual media company, right? These are the next steps evolving from just a regular theme page that makes some money, right? So in this module, we're going to go over all about how to automate and scale this properly, okay? Now, the first thing that's important to understand is the distinction and the difference between maintenance work and progress work, right? So in any business, you could think about tasks and put them into these two categories, right? And the same applies for this business as well. So maintenance work is essentially low leverage and repetitive tasks that keep the page running, right? They maintain the page. Whereas progress work is high leverage tasks that actually move the needle and grow and monetize the page, right? So maintenance work maintains the page, progress work actually grows and scales the page in the actual business, right? The thing about this is most people stay stuck doing maintenance all day and they never actually shift their priority and their intention towards the progress work. And because of this, they're stuck just finding content ideas, just creating the content themselves, like sitting there editing it, just posting it and scheduling themselves, just engaging with the page, the basic engagement, tracking the data. This is all maintenance work. Of course, it's very important, but at the same time, this is stuff that is going to maintain your page, right? But it's not going to scale it. It's not really going to take things to that next level. And if you continue doing these things and you don't focus on like other more high leverage tasks, you're not going to be able to really move the needle, right? You're going to just kind of stay the same. You know, if nothing changes, nothing changes, right? Now, on the flip side, if you are doing like the content strategy and split testing the content and nurturing your audience, providing value to them, educating them, focusing on marketing, monetization, building the right systems, this is all progress work, right? So these are activities or tasks that take up your time and energy that will actually move the needle with your business. It'll actually allow you to move to that next level rather than just maintaining and staying stuck, right? So really the whole objective here, ultimately, is to outsource and delegate as much maintenance work as possible so that you could spend your time and energy on progress work, right? So this is ultimately going to allow you to make more money by spending less time on the business, right? This should be the goal. You know, you don't want to have to, create a business that requires hours to run every single day and requires you to be in the operations. You don't want to run the business. You don't want to work in the business. You want to work on the business, right? So by outsourcing and delegating as much maintenance work as possible and focusing on the high leverage progress work, that's what allows you to work on your business rather than working in your business, right? So it's super important to think about it this way because, like I said, this is really to any business out there. Like when it comes to really scaling and taking things to the next level, you need leverage, right? And you gain leverage by outsourcing and delegating the maintenance work and prioritizing your time and energy on the tasks that actually move the needle, which is the progress work, okay? So super important kind of conceptual idea to understand first before we move on here. And like I said, this is going to allow you to ultimately make more money by spending less time. So now that we've gone over why outsourcing and automating is important in the first place in order to really scale this, let's go over when to outsource specifically. This is one of the most common questions that I get for people who are at this stage. Now, there's really no right or wrong way to do this. It depends on your circumstance. But in most cases, I suggest to begin outsourcing and automating once you monetize, right? This is just the most organic way to do it and allows you to scale without having to really take any money out of pocket, right? So like once you monetize at this point, you've gained the skills yourself, you've put the systems in place in order to monetize. And what you could do is you could take a portion of that money that you've generated through your theme page business and put a portion of that money into outsourcing and delegating and scaling. We're going to go over like where that money goes in a second here, but this is just the most organic way to do it. That way you're not spending any money out of pocket, right? So this is what I suggest to most people, although like I said, it's circumstantial, right? So you could also technically outsource straight from the beginning, from scratch, right? Like let's just say either you just don't have time to like actually spend, even though it doesn't take that much time, like an hour per day, hour and a half per day doing this yourself, but you still see the value here and you want to like scale it yourself. You could technically start working with like someone at the beginning and investing in outsource at the beginning in order to get this business off the ground. So in that circumstance, it could work, although it's not what I would suggest. And also, let's just say if you have extra capital that you're willing to put towards this, you can technically start from scratch. So maybe in those circumstances, it works, especially maybe you already have the skills and you already have the knowledge. You just don't want to spend the time doing it yourself. Could make sense to start from scratch, but I usually don't suggest it. And you also have the option technically to learn the skill of how to, grow and get the foundation set up first and then outsource it, right? Even before you monetize, because believe me, outsourcing and automating certain tasks becomes so much more easy and organic once you actually learn the skills yourself, right? Because if you outsource something and expect someone else to kind of like figure out everything by themselves without really the proper guidance, things could take a turn in the wrong direction, right? Whereas if you have the skills yourself and you kind of know what to look out for and you know how to guide someone in the right direction, it becomes a lot more natural and organic to outsource it even before you start earning money, right? But in general, in most cases, it just makes the most sense once you actually monetize. That way you don't spend any money out of pocket and you've already learned the skills. Okay. Now, with that being said, let's go over like the actual tasks to outsource, because you might be wondering like, what are we even outsourcing here in the first place, right? So the first thing, and this is going to be in order as well, that most people begin their outsourcing, let's say, process is through content creation, right? Because sourcing and creating the content is typically what takes the most time and is the most time consuming overall. And because of this, the sooner you could outsource this to a content creator, the better, right? That way we have more time to spend on the progress work, right? Rather than this maintenance work, like creating the content. And also you should seek to increase the volume and output as well, right? So for example, of course, you guys can imagine this is obvious. The more content you post, the more views and followers you get. And if you have the right conversion mechanisms in place, the more money you make as well, right? So if you are outsourcing the content to someone else and they're able to do more than you were doing before, and you're also at the same time putting your extra time and energy towards the more progress work, that combined, allows you to make more money than you would have otherwise. Okay. And like I mentioned, ideally learn the skill first, then outsource it. This is just the most simple, the least complex way to go about it, and the one that I suggest to most people. Okay. So content creation is what you should ideally look to outsource first. Now, next up is account management, or having a VA. And VA stands for virtual assistant. So this is essentially someone who's able to help you kind of manage things, right? Manage the page, even though they're not maybe necessarily creating the content. They could help, for example, creating the captions, posting and scheduling the content for you, engaging with your audience. All these take a chunk of time. And again, if you could outsource that to someone else, sometimes even the content creator does both of these. We'll go over that in a moment. Like, it allows you to have so much more time and energy that you could put towards more high leverage, more needle moving tasks, right? So the less time you spend on anything that is thoughtless or repetitive, the better, right? So again, creating captions, posting and scheduling the content, engaging with your audience, all of this is thoughtless and repetitive. And ideally, again, with this business or any other business that you're in, you want to think like a business owner, and business owners don't spend their time doing things that are thoughtless and repetitive, right? They outsource those to someone else. That way they can do things that only they can do, right? And focus on the high leverage, needle moving tasks. Also, ideally, you could promote your content creator to do the account management as well. So in some cases, maybe this is like two different people, right? Where it's like you have a content creator who makes the content and edits it, and then you have an account manager who like gets that content, posts it, schedules it, creates the captions, engages with the audience. But oftentimes this could be the same person who kind of handles all of that work together. And this is just typically a lot more efficient and effective. That way, you only have to rely on one person to do what they need to do, and it just makes it easier to like train and manage them as well. Okay. Now, with that being said, the platform that I suggest that you guys take a look at or learn about when it comes to doing this properly is Metricool, right? So this is a platform that allows essentially you or someone else to schedule content onto Instagram. And just to show you kind of briefly how it works, you have a content calendar here. So this is where you could like choose what time of the day you want something to be posted or uploaded at. And all you have to do to like create a new, post is like, let's just say I wanted to post Friday at 9 a.m. I just click the 9 a.m. line, and then it brings this up. All I have to do is like upload the reel, for example, and I could change like what format of the post it is here, whether it's a post, reel, carousel, whatever, or even trial reels. It allows you to do it through here. Then I copy and paste the caption in, and then, do whatever else I need to do, configure the settings. You could even add reel covers, and then you just schedule it right here, right? So this is a very helpful tool. And also what's super cool about Metricool is that, a lot of people have the concern about giving their account details, like the password and stuff, to like someone else to like log in and post the content. Whereas with Metricool, you don't need to have the content creator or account manager logged into your actual Instagram profile in order to upload the content. You could actually just give them login details to this platform, the third party, Metricool, and then they could like do the uploads and the captions and everything that they need to do directly through this platform. And also, the only thing is they just can't engage with the followers if they're doing it through Metricool. They can only do it if they're in your account, right? And keep in mind, Metricool is a free platform and also has a paid version as well. So free, I believe they allow you to do like 20 or 30 videos a month, and the paid, maybe like 15, 20 bucks or something, allows you to have unlimited schedules. You could also add like a team member in here so that they could like do everything and manage everything. And you could also track analytics through here as well. Just a super cool overall tool that I suggest you guys get familiar with. All right. And also just to kind of break down really the roles here from these different tasks that we've gone over. First, you have the content creator who's going to create the viral content, the stuff that's responsible for bringing the views, the followers, the audience, gaining that attention. The account manager or the VA, which keep in mind could also be the content creator's role as well, who's going to run and operate the page and kind of manage things and keep things maintained and that things are running. And then you focus on growth and the monetization strategy, right? That's like the most optimal breakdown here. And then also you're going to focus on managing this person or both people as well. Okay. This is really what's going to allow you to, as we discussed earlier, outsource and delegate all of the maintenance work to a content creator and account manager. That way you, the business owner, can work on the business and progress the business and move the needle in the business rather than focusing your time and energy on just maintaining things. Okay. So that's kind of like the ideal breakdown or way to split up the roles in a way where you could actually scale and take this to the next level. And the last kind of role that we'd want outsourced is driving traffic, right? So this is all about conversion. And this is different compared to the, content creator and account manager, because this doesn't actually have to be a person. This is a system, and it's one that we've discussed throughout this video, and also one that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, which is ManyChat. So just ManyChat is just such an optimal tool to have when scaling any type of business on Instagram. It just makes our life so much easier and allows us to convert so much better. Now, ManyChat, you might be familiar with it, you might not be, but what it allows you to do is, drive traffic whenever you get new followers or a new comment on a reel or on a post or on a story reply, driving that traffic any direction that you want it to be, right? So for example, like a newsletter, some sort of digital or physical product, etc. It's just a system or a tool or some sort of automated, system or beast. It's a system or tool that allows you to take all of the attention that you're getting and kind of funnel it and convert it whichever direction that you want to convert it to. Okay. So I definitely suggest, for most of you guys, when you're at the stage where, you are focusing on conversion and monetization, definitely get ManyChat set up. It's going to be a game changer, help you so much. Okay. So now that we've gone over that, let's go over how to actually find talent, like where and how to find talent. This is, super, super important and something that a lot of people struggle with. So the first way that you could do this, the one that I'd suggest the most, these are also in order, is trusted networks, right? So this is where the best talent is typically found. When I say trusted networks, I mean, people or groups of people that you may already know who you can like reach out to and speak with and go back and forth with in order to find the right person. These are environments where there's driven and skilled and like-minded people. So you guys are kind of on the same wavelength, the same frequency. And then trust and familiarity makes this process a whole lot easier, because if you already trust someone, you're familiar with them, you don't need to really worry about that variable, like compared to if you were working with someone completely brand new from nowhere, right? Now, for example, the people that I'm working with directly, like in my inner circle, like we have a trusted network and, content creators and video editors and, account managers, people I could plug in my clients with when they need it. But if you don't have that trusted network, for example, like what you could do is try and network on Instagram, maybe just make some friends there. Maybe you've like made some connections over the, months that you're growing your page, and you could reach out to them, see if they know anyone. It's a little bit tougher if you don't already have a trusted network, but you could try and find other little networks that you can become a part of and become familiar with, right? This is the best sort of environment for you to find who you're and what you're looking for. Okay. Now, also the second option here is Instagram DM outreach. Okay. So if you don't really have a trusted network, someone to, or a group of people to tap into, then what you could do is literally just reach out to people directly on Instagram. And how you can do this is just identify pages in your niche which are performing well, or at least look like they have potential. Like if their content is high quality, they're staying consistent, and overall you could just tell that the editor or whoever's behind the page knows what they're doing, then you could reach out to them and see if they'd be open to work with you, see if it's a good fit, right? You could discuss all the details after you speak with them to see if it is a good fit. And something you could do is literally just reach out to them like this. Hey, name of their page. Came across your page, your edits are solid. Quick question, are you open to doing paid editing work for a page that I'm scaling right now? I think you'd be a great fit. And, you're going to send this message to, let's just say, a handful of people. Some people won't reply. Some people will reply but won't be interested in it. Some people will reply and be interested in it but not be a good fit. But you want to find the people who reply, are interested in it, and are potentially a good fit, right? So obviously you're not going to find probably the person you're looking for on the first try, but if you do your research right and you send these messages and you're just genuine, you're trying to develop a relationship with someone and see if they could help you out, that's how you could also find someone who has potential who could help you out with like the content creation, the video editing, the account management, etc. All right. So that's number 2, direct DM outreach. And number 3, which is the kind of last resort, is Fiverr or Upwork. All right. So here is, these are platforms where you could just find freelancers essentially. And, it's okay, but there's just less trust, less skill, and less likely to be aligned with your vision. And a lot of these people, no hate towards them, but like they're from maybe third world countries, for example. So maybe there's a language barrier, or maybe they don't understand exactly what you're looking for, or they're just not on the same frequency. And they might try to understand where you're coming from, but it's going to be a lot less likely for them to be aligned and on the same wavelength as you compared to like you reaching out to a page that you like or going within a trusted network, right? So that's why I kind of say it's a last resort. But like I said, it is possible to find a good fit. It just may take some trial and error, which is a headache, which, takes extra time and energy and wastes time and, isn't ideal, right? But just keep in mind that it technically is an option and there's potential to find a good fit, just less likely than the other 2 options that we've gone over. Okay. Now, with that being said, let's go over what to actually do next once you are able to automate and outsource and delegate like this maintenance work and then have this extra time to focus on the progress work. What you're going to want to do is simply repeat the cycle, right? Because at this point, you've gone through the process and, let's just say you've automated once you're actually starting to monetize. You've gone through the process, you've built your page, you've grown it, you understand content, you understand how to go viral, you understand how to actually monetize your page, put the right systems in place. And once you automate it, you could essentially take all of these skills that you've learned, which allowed you to do this on one page, and repeat the cycle and either start a new page just completely from scratch, taking everything that you've learned from the first trial, or you can acquire a new page, right? So both of these are decent options. For me personally, I actually like acquiring new pages. Ideally, I look for ones that are like relatively smaller, maybe between like a few thousand to like 30,000 followers. I want to take a look at pages that look like they have potential and have built a decent brand to start off with and see if I could get a good deal for that page that's in the niche that I like. And then if I can acquire it, then I could sort of just build off of that foundation. And it just helps speed up the process rather than just starting a new page from scratch, right? But you have the option to do both. These are both valid. Acquiring a new one maybe just saves a little bit of time, right? And headache. Now, this is how you actually put yourself in a position where you're building a theme page or / media empire, right? Because, there's only so far you can get to and so much you could achieve with just one page. Even if it's a solid, great page, which is growing really well and has the right conversion mechanisms in place and is making good money. Like if you're able to, get yourself in that position, that's great and, a great step. But if you really want to scale and take this to the next level, then learning how to like automate and outsource and delegate tasks on that page so it continues growing and making money on its own without you having to work in it, but you're kind of just working on it and managing it, that saves you so much more time to go ahead and like start or acquire a new page, repeat this process and start building up a second page, a third page, a fourth page. And this is what I've done. I own several pages now. A lot of people that I work with, they own like several pages as well, multiple pages. And if you could grow and start scaling up multiple pages, of course, that's going to allow you to make more income and just reach new levels in business than you would have if you just stuck with one page, for example, right? So I suggest to most people, once they're at that stage where they've monetized and they learn how to automate and delegate some tasks, to take that extra time and energy and repeat the cycle and do it again and create multiple pages and streams of income. Or, maybe you're interested in other projects as well. You just want to like have a theme page kind of running on its own and it's automated, and then spend your time and energy working on like a different project that interests you, right? So you have the option to repeat the cycle or just automate things and go into a different direction as well. But you know, I love this business, so I love just repeating the cycle and kind of doing it over and over again now since I have the skills, right? But now at this point, we've gone over really everything that you need to know regarding how to automate, outsource, and delegate all of that maintenance work that we've talked about so that you could spend your time and energy on the progress work, the stuff that's going to allow you to take things to that next level, turn this into a full-fledged business, and like, you know, what roles to outsource, where to find these people, how to train them, all this stuff. So now let's move on to the last module. Let's get into it. All right, now welcome to Module 7, Mindset Mastery. This is the last module inside of this free course. And at this point, we've gone over everything that you need to know regarding the business itself, like the different steps, what they are, also what involves each step and how to go about building all the way up until scaling the business that we just went over right before. Now, with that being said, that is everything from the business perspective. Now, I want to set you guys off to apply everything that we went over business-wise with the right mentality, with the right, you know, perspective about it, just so you could get the most out of everything that we've gone over today. And with that being said, like, you know, the success that you reach in business is almost in direct proportion to the success that you reach in your own mind, right? How well you develop your mind. All right, now welcome to Module 7. This is Mindset Mastery and the last module inside of this free course. So at this point, we've gone over everything that you need to know regarding the actual business itself, like the different steps and in what order and how to actually go about it, to the point where you could actually scale the business as we just went over, right? But now I want to equip you guys with the right mentality, with the right perspective that allows you to take everything that you've just learned and actually get the most out of it as you possibly can, right? And with that being the case, like just from my experience being in business just in general and entrepreneurship for years and the people that I've worked with, it's a common pattern that the success that you reach with the business is almost always in direct proportion to the levels that you reach with your own mind, right? And the mentality that you develop. So in other words, you know, business development is almost in direct proportion to personal development and developing your mind. And with that being the case, like there's just a couple main, let's just say concepts or ideas for you to understand and to kind of just equip yourself before moving forward that I believe you will get lots of value from, lessons that I've learned along my journey and things that I know will provide a lot of value to you guys. All right. So the first concept is the one of shiny object syndrome. Okay. Now, some of you guys may have heard of this in the past. This is sort of a term that's thrown around online. Some of you may have, you know, heard this for the first time right now. So before diving into why this is such a big thing, shiny object syndrome is essentially the tendency to get distracted and by like another opportunity and to kind of pivot and start something else, even though you're already working on something, right? Because in this whole online environment, you're going to hear like this opportunity, that opportunity, and hear like a new shiny object, which may sound good in the moment, which takes your attention and focus away from what you're already working on, right? Now, that's just kind of the reality. And the thing is, some people, including myself, fell into this, let's say, trap towards the beginning of my journey. And a lot of people still struggle with it. A lot of people that I speak with. And, you know, this visual right here is very representative of what shiny object syndrome actually looks like, right? So when you start a business, for example, or you're learning something new, the curve, like if you were to plot it on the graph, looks like this, right? It's like, it's not like completely straight up. There's some ups, there's some stagnations, but ultimately, if you stick with something, you will continue moving up. And, you know, with one trajectory or another, it will go up and you will develop, right? Within that business, you know, the more you learn about it, the more experience you get with it, the more times you encounter trials and tribulations and overcome them, the further up you're going to get, the more you're going to develop, right? Whereas with shiny object syndrome, this is what the graph looks like, right? It's like you start something new, you're optimistic, you're excited, you're learning about it, probably watching YouTubes about it, you know, whatever. But then it's like, oh, it gets a little bit, you know, more challenging than you thought. You hit a roadblock and you are still watching YouTube and consuming information. And it's like, oh, you know, here's this new idea. Here's this new Amazon XYZ. And then, you know, that grabs your attention and then it gets exciting and you feel like it's a fresh start and then you start it. But then what you're doing each time you do that is you're starting from square one. You're starting from the beginning. You know, you're restarting essentially, right? And then you do the same thing. You're optimistic. You're interested in learning about it. You're motivated, but then it's like it gets a little bit tough again. And then the same thing happens. You find another idea, start again from zero, from point blank. And then the same pattern is going to repeat unless you overcome that, right? You need to understand that no matter like what like business you get into, there is going to be ups and downs, and there is times where it's going to feel tough and, you know, not hit your expectations, because there's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme or overnight success. So you will fall into like some, let's say, roadblocks, but you need to accept that. You need to accept that the path that you choose is going to have roadblocks, and instead commit to yourself to overcoming those roadblocks and going through that phase of figuring it out, rather than just taking the easy way out and finding something new and just repeating the process, right? Think about this like a sport, you know what I mean? Like, let's just say you're interested in playing, you know, who knows, football, right? Whether it's American football, let's just say soccer, right? So if you start the new sport, obviously you're not going to be good at it at the beginning, and you have to like dribble, and you have to like practice your touch and shoot. And it's not always going to be super easy at the beginning, but you're going to get better as time goes on. And of course, there's going to be certain things that maybe you're not as good at or you struggle with when you're trying to develop as like a soccer player or a football player. Now, the logic of switching from one business to another as soon as it gets tough is the same as like going from one sport to another. Like if you want to be a professional, if you want to go to the big leagues, if you want to make money, do whatever it is, but then you switch to another sport as soon as it gets difficult, just because you see, you know, baseball looks super cool. Oh, you get to hold this bat and swing the bat, and you just switch over to baseball, you're just going to have to go through the same thing all over again, just in a new sport, right? When in reality, that will keep happening unless you say, okay, well, yeah, soccer's hard. I need to work on this, but, you know, let me stick with it. You know, I've already put time and energy into it. Let me figure it out and continue developing, because that is how you get the curve to look more like this rather than like this, okay? So the reason I want to go over this is because I know so many people struggle with this, just bouncing from one idea to another. Something that I did myself a little bit at the beginning before I knew any better. And I just hope to inspire you and bring this to your awareness and attention. That way you don't make the same mistake, okay? So that's number one, shiny object syndrome. Now, what I want to go over is delayed gratification, okay? And I also have another nice little visual to go over with you guys here. So I want you guys to understand that we live in a world that is very fast-paced, in a sense that you could get essentially anything that you want very quickly, right? So like if you want to buy something new, you could go on Amazon and order it, and it'll be at your home like sometimes the same day, sometimes the next day. It depends where you live. Or, you know, if you're hungry, you know, you could just go drive somewhere and eat, or, you know, you could just literally Uber Eats or DoorDash. And if you are just like bored and you're craving some dopamine, you could just open on your phone and just start scrolling and getting immediate dopamine. So we live in a world where we could essentially get whatever our brain craves as soon as we want it, right? The reason this is a problem is because anything that's worth having in life takes time and is difficult, right? So if you try something that takes time and is difficult, like building a successful business, for example, you're not going to get the rewards right away. But the problem with this is because your brain is trained to get what it wants and the rewards right away. So there's a bit of a conflict there. And, you know, you need to, instead of getting immediately gratified, practice delayed gratification, right? Because if you could delay your gratification and put time and energy into something without seeing the immediate results, that's what it takes to actually reach new levels and succeed with a business and start making money, for example, right? So if you take a look at this graph on the screen right here, I believe it's very representative of what we're talking about here. It's called the Plateau of Latent Potential. It's from a book that I'm going to go over in a second called Atomic Habits. Now, you know, when you start something new, again, this is like another sort of graph type example, you know, we expect things to be linear, right? Like this is what we expect to happen. Like we're putting our time and energy into something, and we expect to kind of just develop in direct proportion the amount of time and energy that we're putting into it as time goes on, right? But in reality, success and reaching your goals is more exponential rather than linear. It doesn't always work in the way that you expect it to, right? So in reality, it's an exponential graph that actually starts off a little lower at the beginning. So, you know, there's going to be a period of time where you're putting time and energy into something like a business, for example, or even, you know, practicing a new sport in the other example we're discussing, where what actually happens is going to be below what you expected was going to happen, or take longer than what you expected was going to happen, or be more difficult than what you expected was going to happen. And that period of time where the reality is below the expectations is called the valley of disappointment, right? So this is where it's like you're putting time and energy into something, but you're a bit disappointed because things are taking longer or are harder than what you expected it to be like, right? And this valley of disappointment is where most people quit, right? This is where they're most likely to like go into the shiny object syndrome and try something new. But you need to understand that as long as you just stick with it, if you delay your gratification and you have patience and you're willing to like push through this phase, what will actually happen is you will exceed your expectations. Things will take off a lot quicker and be a lot easier than you initially expected it later down the line, right? Compared to at the beginning. So this is what success actually looks like. It's exponential rather than linear. So, even for me, like I started off in business, like the first year that I was trying things, like I didn't see any results. Everything was below my expectations. But as soon as I actually picked something and stuck with it, which was theme pages, even at the beginning, it wasn't, the way I expected it to. You guys know my story if you watched at the beginning. Things took off very quickly later down the line and even exceeded my expectations. But the only reason that happened is because I stuck through it, through this valley of disappointment. Okay. So I encourage you guys to do the same and just be aware that there's going to be a period of time typically where your actual results are going to be lower than what you expected. But, especially if you're in the right vehicle, you're going to exceed the expectations ultimately as long as you, stick through the valley of disappointment. Okay. So that's the idea of delayed gratification. Hopefully you guys can all practice this. And, if you want to really even master this, like try and not be so stimulated throughout the day. Like don't go on your phone every second and scroll, don't just watch a Netflix show each time you're bored, don't eat sugar all the time. These are training your brain to be very, immediate gratification driven, right? Whereas if you like do other things, like you read a book or, you take a walk or you work out, these are things that you don't really get the results from right away, but you see the results later down the line, right? It's delayed. So, the more accustomed your brain could get to this, the delayed gratification stuff, the less resistance you're going to feel when trying something like a business, for example, right? So that's the next point. Now, the third point that I want to go over here is focusing on what you can control, right? This is super, super important. And just understanding that there's essentially two different realms, right? There's a realm of things that matter, and there's a realm of things that you can control. And the only things that you should be focusing on is what is within these two realms, right? So you shouldn't be focusing your time and energy on things that don't matter, and you shouldn't be focusing your time and energy on things that you don't even have any control of, right? If you have no influence over it, you shouldn't get distracted by it or, feel discouraged from it, right? Only focus on what you can control and focus on what matters. This is just an overall concept of life, not only just in business, just in anything, right? There's only so much you could control, so that you've no benefit to being bothered or affected by things outside of your control, right? We only have so much time and energy and thoughts and focus. And if our time, energy, and thoughts and focus is dispersed among things that we don't even have control over, what sense does that make? We may as well just focus our time, energy, thoughts, and focus on things that we can control, right? So then specifically with this business, with Instagram, as you're going about the process, with building your page and growing and monetizing, like there may be things that come up where it's like you're not getting the views that you want to get to, or you're not making as much money as you expected to, or maybe something happens to your page and you have to like delete a piece of content, or you have like a restriction for whatever reason. All these type of examples may come up where you actually don't have control over it. Like, yes, you have control over, let's say, the performance of your content, but only to a degree, right? You can't control the actual views that you're getting from the content or how it performs, but you can control the content that you're posting, right? So you want to focus your time and energy on how you can make better content, shit that people would actually want to watch, rather than just being preoccupied with like being discouraged of the actual views that content got. You see where I'm coming from? Now, there's going to be all different types of examples that come up, again, with this business or anything else that you're doing just in your life. So just keep in mind to focus on the things that you can control and do have influence over, and the things that actually matter, because that's what's going to allow you to actually solve those things and make meaningful progress, rather than just being preoccupied with things that don't matter or that you can't even control. Okay. Now, also, I want to give you guys a few book suggestions. I'm not like the most huge book guy and recommend people to read 100 books. Like, yes, books are important, but at the same time, I usually lean towards really understanding and developing the knowledge and skills from a few core books, rather than just like on a surface level understanding like a bunch of books where it's like a game, you know what I mean? And these are the 3 books that have genuinely helped me the most to get me to where I am today, and I believe will be super helpful to you guys as well. And again, these are not directly theme page related books. These are just more like personal development type books. And I know that sounds cringy to say, but you need to become the type of person who's willing and capable of achieving, let's say, 5, 10K a month, and you're financial goals and the impact goals that you have with this business rather than just wanting it, right? So when you really understand specific topics and you act like the type of person who is capable of achieving these things, that's when it actually begins to happen, right? Now, the first book, Atomic Habits, this one is super, super important because habits, the things that you do on a day-to-day basis, ultimately compound. And even though you might not think about what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, they're going to have an impact in the long run, whether you're aware of it or not. So you may as well just make sure that the things that you're doing throughout a daily basis are actually beneficial and constructive towards getting you where you want to get to. And this just is pretty much everything that you need to know regarding how to actually create habits that stick and things that will benefit you, right? And other important concepts such as like the plateau of latent potential that I just went over before. Super, super helpful, right? Another one is Think and Grow Rich. This is a super, super important book that essentially emphasizes that what you think becomes reality and your thoughts dictate your reality. Now, if you're hearing that and you're confused, that's natural. I was at the beginning as well, but you know, your mind and your mindset is really everything. And as soon as you understand that, and you also understand how to align your actions with what actually is going to be beneficial for you, then you're able to put yourselves in positions that you want to get into later down the line, right? And this book really is not only just like very informative, but it just gives you actionable things that you can do as well to start like programming your subconscious mind to think and grow rich, right? This is literally the whole foundation of the book. And I really, really suggest this one. This one's probably one of my favorites, okay? And then the last one that I suggest is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And this one is just very, very solid. It just goes over some core principles and concepts that, you know, are a pattern amongst highly successful and effective and efficient and productive people. And, you know, if you could become a effective, efficient, productive person yourself, no matter what you do, you're going to be able to dominate, beat the competition, and put yourselves in positions that you want to be in. All right. So these are 3 very, very solid books. I suggest you read them. You're going to get lots of value from them, guaranteed. And, you know, these are also books that I've read like several times myself because I really value like understanding and downloading the information of certain books into my mind rather than just like surface level, you know, reading through books and keeping count, if that makes sense. All right. So I suggest these for you as well. Obviously, you know, try to have the humility to understand that there's things that you can learn. And maybe some of these that you guys have already read, maybe not, but I just like these ones, okay? Now, the last thing that I want to go over is the real failure, right? A lot of people are afraid to try stuff. They have fear and they essentially are afraid of failing. They don't want to try something and put their time and energy into something just to have it not work or fail. So someone might be like watching this video, for example, kind of thinking of trying it like they're on the edge when in reality, they end up not doing it because they're thinking to themselves like, worst case scenario, what if it doesn't work out? What if I fail? What happens then? That's what some people perceive as failure. Whereas the real failure in reality is not even trying in the first place. Because think about it. If you don't try, the only option is failing. Your situation isn't going to change if you don't even try something, right? Whereas if you try something, at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to succeed, right? You don't have any opportunity. You have no chance of succeeding if you don't even try in the first place. This is common sense. And, you know, they say you could try something, you either succeed or you fail. But if you're asking me, I don't think there's any failure because you either succeed or there's a roadblock that you face. And by facing that roadblock, it's actually a blessing because that means you don't know something and there's something that you could learn and there's new information that you could obtain or there's new skills that you could develop in order to overcome that roadblock. Right? So a better analogy is you try and you either succeed or you learn or you face a stepping stone that allows you to get closer to success. And the only way that you get to that point is by actually trying something. Whereas if you don't try, if you're afraid of failing, if you have fear, if you're thinking worst case scenario, the only result of that is failure and nothing changing. Whereas if you at least try, at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to change. All right? And again, the only failure is not even trying. And also, there's no such thing as failing, ultimately. Because even if you try and fail, in reality, it's not failing. It's that you come across an obstacle and it gives you the opportunity to learn and develop and get better, okay? Now, that's the last thing that I wanted to go over with you guys. I know these don't directly relate to theme pages, but I believe they're really, really important. And I believe that the success that you reach business-wise is in very close proportion to the amount that you develop yourself personally and your mindset and just your perspective. So hopefully this equips you with the proper, effective frame and lens for you to go ahead and actually apply what we've gone over today in this free course and give you the highest likelihood of actually succeeding with it. Now, with that being said, let's move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the complete Faceless Instagram theme page course. We're around 5.5 hours in at this point, and I know what you're thinking. You know, Pasha, this is better than any paid course that I've ever taken. Believe me, I know, I'm aware. No, in all seriousness, nice job for making it to the end and getting up to this point, because most people don't, to be quite frank. They just click around on YouTube, they watch a little bit of one video, they're on to the next. They're not really like taking anything seriously and not taking action, right? Whereas you're still here, you've watched the end, you know, maybe you've taken some notes, maybe you haven't, but regardless, it just shows that you're actually serious about reaching your goals, actually making a change. And I commend you for that. And I want to actually reward you for that. Right? I love rewarding action takers, people who take this seriously. So because of that, I'm doing a little giveaway. So I did this on my last free course as well, but this time I'll be giving away a free strategy call, as well as a 70,000 follower theme page that I'll be giving you access to on the call, right? And this is a good page. It's not like some crappy page with a crappy audience. It's a good page. It's actively growing followers every day. It's in the health niche, and it also has majority USA audience, which is great. And it could be monetized as well. So that's what I'd be going over on the meeting with you, how to actually monetize it. And, you know, this way it actually goes to someone that I know will make the best out of it, right? Someone who's serious. So all you have to do in order to get access to it is simply just follow me on Instagram at Pashamoga and comment down below on this video in the comment section, Insta. And that's what's going to get you added to the giveaway. And I'm going to announce the winner on my story on Instagram or on my next YouTube video, whichever one. Now, with that being said, throughout this entire free course, we've gone over everything, literally from the beginning to setting up the page, to actually growing it, to the right conversion systems to monetize, to scaling it into a full-blown business. We've gone over everything, all the information, right? Now, at the same time, information is useless without implementation, right? Don't be one of those people who just watches a YouTube video, gets lots of information, gets hyped up, takes some notes, but then actually doesn't do anything about it, right? I highly encourage you to actually take action on everything that we've gone over in this video. You have everything that you need, right? All the information is there, right? So take action on it, actually do something about it. Don't be one of those people who just like moves on to the next video and takes some more notes and then moves on to the next video and doesn't actually do anything about it, right? So please, for your own sake, I encourage you to take action and to implement what we've gone over throughout this video. Now, with that also being the case, there's, you know, two different types of people, right? There's a type of person who's going to try to implement, and they're going to go off and do the trial and error and try things on their own and kind of see what works, see what doesn't work, and kind of learn from their own mistakes and just kind of, you know, do some guesswork and hope for the best, right? And it's not a bad approach, especially if you want to, you know, kind of get familiar with the business. But at the same time, like, it's so much tougher to do it that way because you don't have any direction. You have no clarity. You're going to have specific questions that aren't able to be solved on YouTube or on like AI or just from looking at other pages, and you don't have any accountability, and it just makes it a lot tougher to succeed. And even if you do succeed, it will take a lot longer because you're having to like figure out everything by yourself, right? Whereas on the other hand, if you did this with a mentor, I don't care whether it's me, I don't care whether it's someone else, whatever it is, if you do it with a mentor, what that's going to ensure for you is that you can accelerate the process, right? Rather than having to go throughout, you know, the whole process, learning from your own mistakes, doing the trial and error, kind of just aimlessly going about it, you could learn from someone who's already been there, already done that. Ideally, someone who's already done it for himself, who's proved he could do it for other people. You know, that way you actually have structure, you have clarity throughout the process and direction and, you know, feedback and support and accountability. These are so important when it comes to actually succeeding with not only this business, but any business, right? And also, I talked a little bit about my like own story earlier on, but one of the biggest reasons why I am where I am today and have gotten the results that I've gotten is because of my close proximity with mentors, with learning directly from people who are in the position that I wanted to be in, right? And that's not only the case for me, like it's the same for people that I'm friends with just in business, and even the people that I'm closest with right now, like working with directly in this business. Like Brandon, Matthias, Michael, Alec, you know, some of these people that you may have seen me, you know, document about, because I document the results of the people that I work with. Like these people are working directly one-on-one with me. Like they get my feedback, my accountability, and learn from my years of experience in trial and error, you know, rather than going out and doing that themselves, which takes time and energy, and time is the most valuable asset that we have at the end of the day, right? Now, because of that, I am opening some new spots for my one-on-one mentoring called Growth Accelerator. And this is not just like some shitty copy and paste course where you get some like outdated video tutorials and thrown into some like group calls with random people who are not even me. Like, this is a direct one-on-one mentorship where you learn directly from me. Like, I'm your one-on-one coach. We put together a custom plan based off your page, your niche, your specific goals, and get all types of resources and support along the way to ensure that you succeed with us. Now, if you're the type of person who's committed to making a change, learning these skills, and you understand the value of having a mentor and network who just genuinely wants to help you out and provide support along the way so that you can build this business the right way, then take a look at the top link of the description where you'll see a link to apply to see if you qualify to work with me one-on-one. And if you do, we'll just jump on a quick meeting with either me directly or my head coach. We'll just discuss your situation and goals in a bit more detail, see if it even makes sense for us to work together and if I can help you out. And if I can, great, we'll hit the ground running. And if not, no problem at all. I could at least try and point you in the right direction so you still get value from the call, all right? So you have really nothing to lose. At least you could see if this is something for you, all right? Now, aside from that, thank you for staying to the end. I hope you got value from this video. I'm sure you did if you actually watched it fully through. And also, I'm sure as you guys can imagine, this took a long time to put together. A lot went into it, structuring everything, all the visuals, recording it all. So any degree of support would be super appreciated by me. Like whether you like this video, whether you want to subscribe to see, more in-depth breakdowns like this in the future, or even just sharing it with like a friend who you maybe think would get value from it. Any of that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. And the last thing that I want to say is remember to follow me on Instagram at Pashamoga and comment Insta down below to get added to that giveaway where you could win the strategy call and that 70K follower page from me. And also, if you are the type of person who's committed to making this work and you want the right guidance, you want a team who knows what they're doing, take a look at the link at the top of the description where you could apply, see if it's the right fit. All right. And aside from that, thank you for staying into the end, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.